the Deputy Minister of Transport, Ms. Sindisiwe Chikunga, members of the SACAA Board, Board of Directors of state-owned entities and private entities, senior officials from government departments, captains of industry, CEOs and executives, professionals in aviation, aviation enthusiasts, speakers and panelists, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Aviation Conference 2022. Yes, you can give yourselves a round of applause because you have arrived. My name is Faith Mangope, and it is an absolute pleasure to be your host for the duration of this conference. And the theme of this conference is Cleared for Takeoff. Now, I do expect a very responsive audience because we're all here with one agenda today, and that is to ensure that we are all cleared for takeoff. So I'm going to ask you to do something very unconventional, and thanks to COVID-19, we probably have not looked ourselves and at each other in the eye, close proximity. So find someone that you do not know. I'm literally going to give you 30 seconds so that you can shake off the nerves of coming into conferences. Find someone that you do not know and greet them. But I mean greet them, still use the COVID-19 protocol, so elbow them a little bit. Very quickly, 30 seconds. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Find someone that you do not know. Greet someone, acknowledge someone, say hello to someone, make sure that they check how they're doing, very quickly. That's it. I see many of you elbowing people. That is exactly the kind of enthusiasm I want for this conference. All right, your 30 seconds is over. Come on over, have a seat. Let's all gather around and have a seat. There you go, but I feel as though some of you at the back there are starting to get into business deals. We're not there yet. Let's move it a bit closer. Come on, let's have a seat. All right, I want you to ask the person sitting next to you, are you cleared for takeoff? Ask them, you don't know that. Ask them, are you cleared for takeoff? Are you all cleared for takeoff? Are you all aligned? You're all cleared for takeoff. I'm glad. We're going to get into this throughout the conference this afternoon, so do bear with us as we ensure that you are indeed cleared for takeoff. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference amalgamated 3 previous independent events hosted by the South African Civil Aviation Authority, and these comprised of the National Safety Seminar, the National Aviation Security Safety Seminar, the Aviation Industry Growth Conference, and of course, during this conference and during the course of the afternoon, what we'll do is that we'll share knowledge, insights, and articulate ways of being able to look at the future of aviation post-COVID-19, and of course, whilst ensuring that we advance safety and security in aviation. Before I call upon our first speaker of the day, who's going to give us context to the conversation, why is it that we find ourselves here throughout the course of today, let me call upon the safety officer of the Sandton Convention Center just to provide us with a safety briefing so that we are all aligned. So, Mr. Safety Officer, I believe that we are all cleared for takeoff. You just have to make sure that we're safe. It's over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paballo Makhalemele. I'm the Venue Safety Manager. I would like to welcome you all to the conference, and I hope you will enjoy your stay. Just a quick one. In case of any emergency, please remember, do not use the lifts or escalators. Proceed to the foyer of the venue where you are sitting, using the marked exit doors. Is either they will be on your right, and you'll proceed to the foyer where you will find the fire-trained marshals and also the trained security officers that will direct you to our assembly point. Our assembly point is just across the road in Nelson Mandela Square, but all details will be provided to you in case of emergency. For the bathrooms, you go out and then through to the foyer, you'll find the bathrooms on your right. And for the smoking terrace, you just go out, and onto your right, you'll find the smoking terrace. Enjoy your stay, and remember, your safety is our priority. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Safety Officer. Do you feel a little bit safer? You have to be responsive, more responsive than that. We've got the entire day together. Do you feel a little bit safer? That's it. That's what I like to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity to welcome our first speaker of this conference, who's going to give context as to why it is that we're here, why we're so aligned with one another. That is indeed Ms. Poppy Khoza, who's the Director of Civil Aviation at the South African Civil Aviation Authority. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Ms. Poppy Khoza. She has got 20 years experience in the civil aviation industry and 18 years experience in senior management positions. Ms. Khoza was reappointed for a second 5-year term as Director of Civil Aviation CEO, now called the Commissioner for Civil Aviation at SACAA, effective from the 1st of December 2018, if there ever was a woman of power, right? She is the first woman to have occupied this position since the inception of SACAA, and she served for 2 years consecutively as the first woman chairperson of the UN agency's International Civil Aviation Organization Aviation Security Panel. Prior to becoming the chairperson, she had served for 2 years as the deputy chairperson. Ms. Khoza is a recipient of many accolades, including the Aviation Sector and Regional Leader Award, Best Chief Executive Officer Award, Top Empowered Business Leader, Public Service Leader of the Year, winner of the South Africa's Most Influential Woman in Business and Government in the Agencies and Regulatory Authorities category. We have to give honor where honor is due. Ms. Poppy Khoza, won't you please come up and welcome us all here?
Thank you, Program Director. And I must put a disclaimer that I did not give that, what do you call it? It sounded like an obituary of some sort. But thank you very much, Program Director, Ms. Faith Mangope, our Deputy Minister of Transport, Ms. Sindisiwe Chikunga, the members of the South African Civil Aviation Authority Board, here presented and led by Mr. Ernest Khosa, the Board of Directors from state-owned entities and private entities, senior officials of government departments, captains of the industry, the CEOs and executives here and present, aviation enthusiasts, speakers and panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to everyone who is joining us at one of the highlight events in the South African Civil Aviation Authority annual calendar, named the National Aviation Conference. We are deeply honored to have so many members of the civil aviation community among us this morning, and those who have also joined us online. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to extend our warm appreciation to our Deputy Minister of Transport for gracing this occasion. We are mindful, Deputy Minister, of the fact that you have quite a diverse portfolio under your wing, yet you always manage to avail yourself whenever requested to do so. Thank you, Deputy Minister. We are gathered here, Program Director, today under different circumstances compared to the previous conference, where we met virtually given the circumstances at the time. And this conference held in this hybrid model, in fact, signals hope and makes us, to pose and reflect on the question which Program Director you've reflected upon: are we cleared to take off? Are we recovering from the worst of the global pandemic? And is it all systems go? Though these questions, they do resonate with the theme of this conference, which is cleared for takeoff, an outlook on the future of aviation beyond COVID-19. Program Director, there's never been a time in the aviation history when the industry has needed aviation growth as much as now. About 2 years ago, the President proclaimed a national lockdown to contain the spread of the virus, And since then, approximately 2 million jobs were lost due to the pandemic, and the aviation industry was particularly hard hit. However, the situation has improved drastically in recent months. It is therefore with excitement that we've all witnessed the public gradually taking to the skies again as passenger numbers have started to increase. The Civil Aviation Authority aspires to promote aviation growth as part of its mandate, hence the need for us to continuously engage with the industry to reflect on issues and look into the horizon on issues we should focus on, or rather focus our attention on. We will indeed be reflecting on the economic outlook of aviation to gain perspective given the rapidly changing circumstances globally. IATA will certainly unpack this topic for us as reflected on the program. We will also hear from ICAO, who has played a meaningful role in leading aviation recovery globally with an endeavor to ensure that there is global cooperation and safe recovery of operations. Just a few months ago, ICAO hosted a high-level conference on COVID-19 with a ministerial declaration adopted, among others, committing to unite to rebuild the aviation sector from a COVID-19 pandemic as soon as possible. We will further take stock on aviation safety in the country, especially zooming into aircraft accidents and incidents for the 2021-22 financial year. Our executive AID is in our midst, and he will be covering that topic. We say aviation safety because there can be no meaningful aviation recovery if we do not collectively focus our attention, focus our efforts on aviation safety and security, because sustainability of the aviation industry is equally dependent on safe operations which give confidence to the flying public. We ought to build this confidence and maintain our safety record of 0 aircraft accidents in the airline sector, while we thrive to rigorously reduce accidents in general aviation. At last year's conference, the Minister of Transport, Minister Fikile Mbalula, mentioned that success in the aviation industry going ahead will depend on customer trust. Those words were so apt and are still true for 2022. We also need to showcase our excellence in our various fields of endeavor within aviation to build up customer trust and grow the aviation industry. Shortly thereafter, we will hear from a high-level panel comprised of the captains of the industry who will pave a way forward towards recovery and sustainability. Of course, this panel discussion will focus on the role of airports, the role of airlines, and air navigation services. There are also emerging issues internationally which states such as South Africa, the regulators such as the South African Civil Aviation Authority, and the industry must pay attention to and come up with ways of addressing them. The different panels will discuss these emerging issues which have become topical, and they relate to cybersecurity and cyber resilience, the role of human factors in aviation, overview of mental issues or mental health issues and rehabilitation, the effects of climate change as we've recently witnessed the devastation in KwaZulu-Natal, and lastly, we will reflect on technology in aviation. So we certainly have a balanced program before us, and without a doubt, our presenters and panelists will share the much needed insight into these matters as we forge ahead with the recovery in the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share lastly some of the developments which the Civil Aviation Authority will be focusing on, particularly in this year, 2022. The Civil Aviation Authority will be hosting the International Flight Inspection Symposium from the 20th to the 24th of June 2022 in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, on behalf and in collaboration with the International Committee for Airspace Standards and Calibration, ICASC in short. This is the first time that the symposium will take place on the African continent, and we are quite excited about this development. We are expecting over 300 participants from flight inspection organizations representing approximately 45 countries who are expected to attend, and the symposium aims to promote a better understanding of the technologies and environmental issues that impact global flight inspection operations. Attendance is open to the civil aviation industry, and please do check the details on our website to register if you do have an interest to attend. ICAO has equally confirmed that South Africa will be audited from the 15th to the 26th of August 2022 on aviation security, and South Africa, under the leadership of the Department of Transport, has progressed well in its preparations for the audit. We are indeed working closely with the department as well as the affected stakeholders to ensure our readiness for the upcoming audit. Furthermore, the South African Civil Aviation Authority's modernization project is forging ahead with the aim to automate most of our frequently used client-facing business processes and integrate these with existing systems within the authority. Therefore, the successful implementation of this project of the e-services portal will result in clients' convenience with the effective and efficient management of application submission, the ability to track and trace application progress throughout the process, constant automated feedback on the application progress, the ability to make online payments for services, as well as improved turnaround times for services and a 24/7 access to the Civil Aviation Authority. So be on the lookout for these developments as you transact with the authority. Ladies and gentlemen, as I draw to a close, allow me to appeal to all stakeholders in the aviation industry regarding a matter of some concern. As much as it is prudent to delay a flight for safety reasons to prevent an accident, the increasing number of occurrences in operations in the recent past is a grave cause for concern. I therefore appeal to you to do everything in your power to maintain your safety systems and implement your procedures and maintenance manuals at all costs, and not to allow economic factors to override these crucial practices. Accidents are always more expensive, as we know, than any safety practice, in more ways than one, and even one fatality is one too many. It is not in the interest of the regulator to take harsh enforcement actions, nor is it in the interest of operators to be on the receiving end, because some of these actions are indeed avoidable. I rely on your continued commitment to continue with the proud record over South African aviation industry and for safe practices to be implemented in the general aviation activities. Of course, I cannot conclude without touching on the subject of transformation, which the Deputy Minister will allude on, which is absolutely necessary for if we are to continuously build the pipeline of the next generation of aviation professionals. This is indeed an imperative. I therefore appeal to the captains of the industry to always keep in mind this imperative, which seeks to redress the imbalances of the past. Let us give these young, aspiring professionals an opportunity to build a career in this exciting industry. Let us also give an enabling platform to those who've trained and graduated, the impetus to contribute meaningfully to this industry. The accelerated transformation of the industry is indeed in the best interest of the aviation industry and our country, and as air transport recovers, we will need technical skills that we will need to be readily available for the projected growth beyond the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, we have indeed weathered uncharted waters during the last 2 years, and looking at the future of aviation, it will take us into new and exciting times. Considering how well we have coped, how well we've showed resilience when faced with overwhelming challenges, and yet continuing with the hope, or with new hope and energy this year, I am confident that together we'll be ready for aviation beyond COVID-19. Let us keep our conversations going. to continue to grow the aviation industry. Let me conclude by wishing you an enjoyable and enriching time as we interrogate and debate on the issues at hand in terms of aviation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khoza, for that one. Before I call upon my next speaker, I would just like to remind all of us that, of course, we do have guests and delegates that are joining us via online platforms. We are also on Facebook as well as on our YouTube page. And for those that are also watching us via our website, we do welcome you as well. This will also give you an opportunity as well to make use of our chat box. So you simply log on to our website and you'll be able to find a chat box where you're able to pose some of those pertinent questions relating to the proceedings of this afternoon, and especially when it comes to our panel discussions. We want you to all feel included in the conversations as well as the solutions that will come out of the conference today. So those that are watching us via online platforms, please do make use of that chat box so that we are able then to include you in the conversations, as we will with our delegates that are joining us live. But allow me to take this moment as well to welcome the chairperson, the board chairperson, to introduce to us the Deputy Minister of Transport. We call upon Mr. Ernest Khoza, Board Chairperson of the South African Civil Aviation Authority, to welcome Deputy Minister Chikunga. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mangope. We have faith in you, and we know you'll run the program so well. Shall we put our hands together for her? It's off to a good start. When I learned you're going to be program director, I thought I'm going to make the job of introducing all the speakers very easy for you, particularly of introducing the chair by putting on a red tie, so that there's no confusion who's the chair. Deputy Minister, colleagues from the SACAA board, colleagues from our system entities, CEOs of various organizations in aviation, the DCA, officials of the Department of Transport, and members of management from SACAA, ladies and gentlemen. I rise this morning to introduce to you a very familiar face, a champion of transformation, the Deputy Minister of Transport in our country. But before I proceed to introduce her, if you allow me, Program Director, let me just share with you a story which is of metaphoric proportions on how I've just described the Deputy Minister, her love for transformation. Now, in my other life, other than chairing the SACAA board, I was blessed to be appointed chair of NASFAS. And Deputy Minister, I want to thank you and your colleagues so much for these responsibilities. It's a rarity that any one person in one lifetime can be appointed by his government to chair two national institutions at the same time. Now, here goes my story. This other day, I took a drive to Limpopo. And on my way to Limpopo, I went to a very well-known citrus farm to buy my bag of oranges. Now, as I was buying my oranges, some young man takes a good look at me, a white youngster, and he runs to some other older person in khaki shorts, brown shoes, shorts with socks. Very area. Now he says to that man, Darian, as the voorzitter van SACAA. And now he stops what he was doing and he comes to me. You chairman of SACAA? Yes, come. Kom, laat ons tea drink. So we go have some tea. Asking myself, what is this man going to say to me? Now, within a few minutes, he talks to me about the need to renew his license. He talks about aviations in proportions that completely humbled me. The only thing, program director, is that at the end of our very good conversations, I never got a discount on my packet of oranges. Now, fast forward, the following day, I'm attending a funeral in Limpopo. So as I come to the venue, the program director stands up and says as follows: "We bless this morning that we have in our midst the step-grandfather of our children at universities and TVET colleges, Mr. Ernest Kosa, who gives them allowances, tuition fees. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Ernest Kosa." Completely different approach. Now, after the funeral and when we're done with the graveyards, I went back to the family to a queue of parents with all sorts of gifts, others with live chickens, others with pumpkins and leaves, others with complaints. Now, my recollection is in my last conversation with the farmer who was talking about his license a day before, when he saw the NSFAS cap that I was putting on, he asked me, VS NSFAS, not VAT as NSFAS, VS NSFAS. Those have got two different meanings. Now, this story says a lot about the need for transformation in this country. The contrast between our different communities on what matters and what doesn't matter. If you go to any black community and it gets known that you are the chair of SACAA, they either look the other way. The middle class will say to you, "Oh, these are the fools who exhausted the SACAA kit." That's how they see it. It says a lot about the road that we need to travel on transformation in this country. The deputy minister loves education. She has got a master's in the health sciences. And as we all know, in the health sciences, a 50% is not a pass mark. You need, sometimes a 80% is not. You need to get things as perfect as possible. She's a perfectionist. We see that in our way of interacting with her. She is now doing a master's in political science. She's a member of the NAC of the ruling party, program director. You come from power. So she's not only walking on the corridors of power, she's part of those corridors of power. So she knows a little bit more than transport. And if power was to leave us today in this program, I'm sure she will tell us what's happening with ISHCOM. She is very much part of the transport sector. She has been a deputy minister in the previous administration, and she came back to a fundamental applause last year to the same portfolio. As I said earlier on, she's a champion of transformation. She's assertive, she's attentive, and she loves details. It's sometimes not easy as the board to report to her. An average politician doesn't care about detail, but she asks us questions about detail, sometimes to our chagrin, and this is a rarity among politicians. Deputy Minister, we are honored that you're here. This sector does not only know you, it loves you so much. Welcome to the podium, Deputy Minister. Our hands together to Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Ms. Faith, Deputy Director General of the Aviation Branch in the Department of Transport, Mr. Zakele Twala, Board Chairperson, Mr. Kosa, and thank you for the introduction, members of the SACAA Board, chairpersons and board members of other SOEs, including private entities, the Director of Civil Aviation, Ms. Bobby Kosa, captains of the aviation industry, CEOs, aviation stakeholders, the Department of Transport, Management and staff that is present here today and joining us online, distinguished speakers and panelists, SACAA, ACSA, and HNS executive and staff, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans, good morning. I'm pleased for the honor bestowed to be part of this prestigious and very needed National Aviation Conference discourse. This opportunity is available to us to assess ourselves, but further discuss the future of aviation, which we believe is quite critical to reach a complete recovery of the aviation industry. Program Director, we are holding this Aviation National Conference in a very significant and memorable month in our history as a nation. In 6 days' time, on the 27th of April, we'll be commemorating our National Freedom Day. In 1994, when the new democratic dispensation was ushered in, it provided access to revisit and review the national transport policy with the main objective to address the needs of all South Africans and ensure inclusivity within the changed environment amidst constraints, resources. From the onset, our government recognized that the transport sector is one of its 5 main priority areas for socio-economic development. We later asserted that transport is actually the heartbeat of South Africa's economic growth and social development. This assertion means that all subsectors of transport, that is aviation, maritime, road, rail, and public transport, must continuously upscale on the creation of sustainable framework of policies, legislation, and regulations which support government strategies for economic, social, and international development. The current trajectory, where we have devastatingly experienced the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, also calls for the agility to review and upscale our collective efforts in creating a thriving policy, legislation, and regulatory environment, institutions and institutional capabilities and capacity for implementation, which must of course produce socio-economic opportunities for economic recovery and reconstruction. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Department of Transport, we are currently concluding on the socio-economic impact analysis, which will enable the department to present the comprehensive national civil aviation policy to Cabinet. And we invite you, as and when we publish this, to comment on it. We have also appointed both the Air Services Licensing Council and the International Air Services Council, and the appointment surely will clear the backlog of all the pending applications and amendment applications that have been lodged by the airlines. And we have been very clear to members that they've got to ensure that they speed up the process. If it means working overtime, they'll just have to do that. And I believe that this is a step in the right direction in our efforts to ensure recovery and sustainability of the South African registered airlines. We have also put systems in place to ensure timeous appointments of these licensing councils, even in future. In terms of legislative developments relating to Civil Aviation Authority, on the 14th of April 2022, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, signed into law the Civil Aviation Act number 22 of 2021. In the context of the civil aviation matters, this promulgation effectively closes several findings raised by SACAA when they audited South Africa in May 2017. Key amongst the findings being closed are those related to the independence of the Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigation Unit. Program Director, it is said that whether on land or in air, safety should be practiced everywhere. And in aviation, it is our mandate to aviate, navigate, and communicate in a safe and secure environment. In this case, we cannot overemphasize aviation safety. Although it is viewed that suspension of operations is often an inconvenience to the industry and passengers, the safety and security of the aviation industry must come first at all times and everywhere, because saving passengers' lives should always be our main priority. We would never want to have any air crash, particularly in the aviation sector, that is civil aviation sector, because that is too costly, not only for the airlines, but for the country as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I must reiterate that what I said to SACAA during the Department of Transport Strategy session in 2020-2021, that SACAA and the industry must maintain a 0% fatal accident rate in scheduled airline sector, and of course must reduce the number of accidents in the general aviation sector by 50%. And I said to them, when we maintain this 0%, it should not be by accident. It should be because we have put measures in place to ensure that we achieve this objective. It is a noble objective and we want to maintain it. And we have to be assured that there are measures in place that will help us to achieve this one. We also have said on the general aviation, we have to reduce the accidents and accidents by 50%, which ends, in fact, by the end of 2024-2025 strategic cycle. We have observed with grave concern the increase in general aviation accidents and incidents 3 years in succession. And this cannot be allowed to continue. And I'm happy that I'm addressing the aviation sector here, both particularly in general aviation and civil aviation. And we just cannot go on like that. We just cannot. We have got to reduce this. It can't go up. It cannot grow. We're not talking about when there's an air crash, people don't survive, they die. And we can't be losing people in the sector that has rare skills. But we can't be losing people where we believe we can avoid. So I just want to emphasize this point. Program Director, in line with our theme for today, cleared for takeoff, an outlook on the future of aviation beyond COVID-19, let us consider what the future holds for aviation, both locally and within the region. SACAA, in their economic impact analysis of the 8th of March 2022, just this year, indicates that the total number of flying passengers in the world compared to 2019 declined by 60%, and in 2020 by 49%. In fact, in 2020, and 49% by 2021. This situation has improved as the SACAA expects a comparative decline of about 30% in 2022. 30%, and we're looking forward to that. We wish it can actually decline by 10% or even 0%, but I think they've made proper calculations. Although in reality, figures can be influenced by various substantial changes, such as the geographical market, the timing of outbreaks, and differences in market size, I do believe that we can regard the above statistics as positive for the recovery of the sector. IATA, in a press release issued on the 1st of March 2022, further paints a positive picture as they have forecasted a potential overall traveler numbers to reach 4 billion in 2024, which exceed pre-COVID-19 levels. Program Director, we do note that not all markets or market sectors are recovering at the same pace. For the continent of Africa, our continent, they estimate that passenger traffic prospects are somewhat weaker in the near term due to slow progress in vaccination and vaccinating the population and the impact of the crisis on developing economies. We might actually see weaker prospects or passenger prospects being very weak. They further estimate that passenger numbers to, from, and within Africa will recover more gradually than in other regions, reaching 76% of 2019 levels in 2022 and surpassing pre-crisis levels in 2025. These estimates will, of course, largely depend on the recovery of the economy in African states, which will, among others, depend on the growth of tourism and other vital sectors, investment in infrastructure, and an increase in business flights. My question to this conference today is, how do we ensure that we think out of the box and the confines of what is said about Africa and create enabling environments to fast-track the recovery of the aviation sector, first in South Africa specifically, and of course in our continent, which is Africa in general. Distinguished guests, as a solution towards increasing passenger numbers in Africa, at the Civil Aviation Committee meeting held from the 19th to 20th May 2021, it was noted that regarding the operationalization of the single African air transport market, only, unfortunately, 34 African Union member states have signed the solemn commitment. The remaining 20 member states, we want to persuade them to sign, as this will increase our market share as a continent, we believe. Program Director, as we look to the future, let's consider the recent past and ask ourselves, what has the global pandemic taught us? Not only that, but if the pandemic had to evolve further or another pandemic had to strike, would we cope better? Although nobody envisaged such a pervasive communicable disease as COVID-19, when it struck, we were somewhat ready as the sector, but we had to intensify our efforts. Our aviation medicine experts, taking their cue from the Department of Health, were very quick to act and to do what was required. In fact, South Africa is one of the few countries that relaxed restrictions on travel within 3 months domestically and within 7 months internationally, and opted to rely on the multi-layered COVID-19 prevention protocols that were adapted from the SACAA CAT and World Health Organization guidelines. Not only that, but even at this very moment, the Civil Aviation Pandemic Preparedness Plan, called PAIC in brief, has been revised by the aviation medicine expert of SACAA with the support of the Department of Transport. The roles of the Aviation Authority regarding PAIC are to ensure the availability, continuity, and sustainability of critical air transport services. It is also to coordinate and facilitate the implementation of health and non-health measures. As we look to the future, a coordinated and timely response as proposed by the PAIC will ensure that the implementation of health measures is a multi-agency effort, and well-coordinated measures will avoid confusion, inconsistencies, and duplication of resources. Rapid deployment and timely implementation of measures at the initial outbreak of communicable diseases are vital to protect the health and welfare of travelers, staff, and general public, as well as to minimize and mitigate the spread of communicable diseases through air travel. It is indeed reassuring to know that the aviation industry is continuing to prepare itself in case of any significant incident of communicable diseases in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm therefore very appreciative of the fact that South Africa was already preparing for such events and training others when the pandemic struck. South Africa has for years been part of the global discourse on pandemics through bodies such as SACAA. We are of the view that such discourse and collaboration remains essential. Firm and tested response solutions to unexpected communicable diseases means that we can look forward to a more sustainable aviation industry. Program Director, the technology advancement has landed, and we need to develop capabilities and capacities to have, to test, and to utilize such technological and innovative solutions. In this regard, I'm told, in terms of aviation security, it is interesting to note that, Ms. Faith, that biometrics will go further than scanning the face and iris of the eyes. Artificial intelligence will be able to read criminal intents, personality, and even guilt by means of neural interfaces and neural technologies. They tell me that artificial intelligence and high-definition intelligence will be used to replace polygraphs. They say Wi-Fi will be used to detect illness and mood and to interpret the behavior of passengers. And believe you me, some of these issues may raise serious privacy issues and data on privacy. However, on aviation safety, Ms. Faith, listen to this one again. We have noted that artificial intelligence is being increasingly used to design new materials for aircrafts. It is indeed changing the way we power our aircrafts. We can already foresee how we'll need to prepare ourselves to keep new developments within the boundaries of safety and security while fully respecting the privacy of our clients. Ladies and gentlemen, so what would technological advances mean for the safety and security of air transport? In recent years, with the Boeing 737 MAX passenger jet crashes, we were once again reminded that safety systems should always come before convenience and profit. This is especially true in terms of technology such as software. The final report on the Lion Air crash by the Indonesian National Transportation Safety Committee and the interim analysis of the Ethiopian Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau on the crash in Addis Ababa both cite flaws with the application of the new software as largely being the cause of these accidents. This should alert us to the other side of the coin, the dangers of technology, and that we can never assume that automation will simply fix everything, but rather be cautious before we implement those. Preparing as well as training pilots and maintenance engineers adequately on new craft systems and new technologies will remain our greatest priority. With that being said, the aviation industry still remains the safest form of transport around the world. So when you get into an aircraft, you are almost assured, 100% assured of arriving at your destination, unlike when you get into your car. In fact, IATA reports that in 2018, the fatal accident rate was 0.28 per 1 million flights, the equivalent of one fatal accident for every 4.2 million flights. I purposely mention here 2018 because aviation activity was at a high. Just on transformation, I just want to say I agree with everything that the DCA and even the chairperson of the board said about that. We have to transform the industry for the future of the sector and for the future of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we are entering a brave new world. It is a new era where we have learned much and are still learning from the pandemic. But it is also an era where new ways of living will continue to surprise us, where we'll be able to take air taxis without pilots, cross the Atlantic Ocean in 2 hours, perhaps have our own flying cars, and when we will have a vast array of options for getting to our destinations faster. Whatever the future may hold, we can be sure that we will always need the guardians of aviation safety and security. Automation can fail, and human beings are fallible. However, through checks and balances, safety and security systems and strategies, we will continue to be diligent in keeping our air transport safe and secure. And for that, we can't compromise. Da Vinci once said, I want to quote, "When once you have tested flight, you will forever walk the earth with your eyes turned skywards. For there you have been, and there you will always long to return." Close quote. As I close, I say, let us rise above the earth, to the top of the atmosphere and beyond, for only then we will fully understand the world in which we live. God bless South Africa. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, insightful. And I almost felt as though if we were to liken this conference to our household, bear with me for a second. The mother of the house gave us an opportunity to be scolded, reprimanded, given alert, given warning, to say basop. If we do not take care of general aviation, and if we do not look at how to integrate and interface for those corrective measures, we're heading down the wrong path. So I do thank you that even though it was to give insights in terms of where are we now, where are we going with the vision obviously in mind, but you took an opportunity as well to give us a moment of reflection about what could possibly be the results if we do not self-correct. And I think the moment we self-correct is the moment that we can actually move ahead. Delegates, allow me to take this opportunity as well to give you a 10-minute stretch. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break. Please get yourself a cup of coffee, get to meet somebody. We'll come back in about 10 minutes' time and resume with the program. So it's about 10 minutes or so just to allow you to have a tea break, so as it were. Thank you very much.
The International Flight Inspection Symposium touches down in Durban, South Africa on 20 June. Ready to host leading opinions and industry experts presenting and attending one of the most important events on the international aviation calendar. IFAS 2022 will set the benchmark for the international flight inspection narrative, whilst enjoying the unique hospitality, sights and sounds of this prime destination. Meet and engage your fellow industry counterparts in a unique event curated to inspire growth and professional development. Visit the website to book your attendance. Sponsorship opportunities are still open. IFAS 2022. See you there.
I think we've got most of our delegates back into the auditorium. Those that are still outside, won't you please make your way back in so that we can resume with the program. And just a reminder as well, those that are viewing and are joining us via our online platforms, on Facebook as well as on our YouTube page, please make use, and those that are especially joining us via our web pages, please make use of the chat box so that we can get some of your questions heard ahead of time, and we're able then to deliberate on them. And especially pay to mind with the panel discussion that is coming along your way, where we get to really look at navigating and also looking at whether or not we actually are clear for takeoff. Ensure that you do make sure that those are questions actually come forward to us, because we want to include you in all of the conversations. But ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any further time, let me welcome our next delegate onto the platform as well to look at the economic outlook of aviation. I always say that numbers don't lie. So when we've got the numbers and we've got the insights, we know exactly from whence we can take off. With this, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome on Dr. Alex Stansu, who's the head of South and East Africa overseeing IATA's operations. Mr. Stansu is the head of Southeast Africa overseeing IATA's operations in 23 countries in Southeast Africa, owning and nurturing senior level relationships with 30+ airlines, 50 airports, government, civil aviation authority, transport, finance, foreign affairs, environment and trade ministry, over 2,000 travel agents, freight forwarders, as well as other stakeholders from the transport and travel industry in the region. Mr. Stansu previously worked in corporate strategy projects and risk management, financial management and internal controlling. He coordinated and implemented a regional transformation program with an organization to redesign and traditional hierarchical model into an agile, program management-driven network structure, and this aimed at customer centricity through redesigning effective RACI matrix as well as account management culture. He has over 15 years of international expertise, having worked and lived on 3 continents as well as 4 countries. In other words, you can trust him with the numbers. Please, without further ado, do welcome onto the platform Dr. Alex Stansu. Dr. Alex, please make your way to the podium.
What a great intro. Thank you, Program Director. Deputy Minister of Transport, esteemed colleagues from South African Civil Aviation Authority, Board Chairman, dear colleagues and senior executives from across the board, aviation industry, all protocol observed, good morning. It is an honor to have the opportunity to provide you with the economic overview and the prospects of aviation following the worst crisis that hit our sector and its subsequent 24 months of a mild recovery. Allow me to start with a global perspective, as we had a recovery restart following a pause in December and January due to the Omicron variant. Based on the February 2022 data, domestic is outperforming international traffic, sitting at minus 22% below 2019 levels, while international traffic, it's still at a low 60% compared to pre-pandemic times. On the positive side, air cargo remains strong, reaching a performance of almost 12% above 2019 levels. And this robust performance has been ongoing since December 2020, for over a year now. There is a large difference amongst the regions when it comes to international traffic. Africa, it's sitting at 52% below 2019 levels, slightly lagging compared to the other regions, as you can see from the line in blue. However, Africa's performance is still way ahead of Asia Pacific, which has a worrying recovery trend resulting from a zero COVID policy that has been implemented in that part of the world, and most notably in China, as we have seen also with the latest and most recent developments. From a cargo perspective, we have a great story to tell for Africa. Performance levels are not only way above 2019 levels, and January 2022 actually showed 22% above pre-pandemic levels, but furthermore, this region is leading the world and continues to show good sign and strong sign of growth. As we see this sign of recovery, we also need to take into account the recent developments in Eastern Europe. This is putting a lot of pressure on the airlines and their operating costs. Jet fuel price is up by 85% in 2022 compared to 2021, as this become a tremendous burden on airlines. As we all know, the fuel cost represents about a quarter, 25% of the airline total operating cost. But following multiple negative hits of the aviation sector in the past 24 months, bringing traffic to a standstill, we all know about the heavy restrictions, almost no movements. Our industry seems to have become more resilient and is bouncing back much faster than before. We've seen this with Omicron, with the general degradation of the ticket sales that started around end of November 2021, but the situation was rather quick to recover in a matter of 1 to 2 months once restrictions have been lifted and traffic has resumed. We have seen similar trend from the start of the military conflict in Ukraine, but there are already signs of good improvements when we look at the global perspective. The current situation may unfold in many directions, and we can only hope that circumstances will de-escalate sooner rather than later, and will bring peace in that part of the world. As much as the current geopolitical issues in Eastern Europe, combined with the rising inflationary pressures, will negatively impact some markets, the conflict did not show a significant impact on bookings to, from, and within Africa, as you can see from this graph. And based on latest pandemic development globally, there are good signs that we are on our way to recovery in 2022. When we look to the top 8 African markets and 6 Middle Eastern countries, in terms of passenger numbers, we are noticing more and more countries that are closing the gap on their way to reaching their pre-pandemic levels. There are quite a few that are sitting at around 25% below 2019 levels when we compare January figures. Passenger numbers in South Africa were still at 44% below pre-pandemic times, but let's not forget that January, that's the latest data we have available, still contains the aftermath of Omicron that was discovered in this part of the world. Zooming in on African continent, when analyzing the passenger traffic, we noticed that more countries have started to reclaim their 2019 levels, which is very comforting news. Another key takeaway is actually the impact to the Southern African region following the discovery of the new variant, as I mentioned earlier, as this can be seen by a cluster of countries, notably South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Namibia, that are sitting more towards the right side of the screen. Another takeaway I'd like to point out is the detrimental effect of aviation policies by implementing a strict adverse and risk-adverse policy or a zero-COVID policy, as we have seen in some parts of the world. And you can also notice a number of countries towards the right side of the screen. Looking ahead, Africa passenger recovery is expected to take place by 2025. It's slightly lower than other regions, but I would not say alarmingly low. The forecast for South Africa is aligned with the regional forecast, and based on our economic analysis, we foresee the country to reach its full 2019 potential by 2025, while we expect to grow by another 32 percentage points from 2025 to 2030. I'd like to spend a couple of minutes now on the impact the COVID-19 had brought to the aviation-related employment. Pandemic has cut 2.3 million aviation-related jobs across the world, which represents a whopping 21% compared to pre-COVID times. Airlines were forced to ground about 64% of their fleet, and that contributed to a drop in their revenue of 45%. In Africa alone, aviation lost 66,000 direct jobs. That is about 15% drop compared to 2019. But let's not forget that aviation is not intended to be seen as a bubble, but a greater driver to country's economy. Aviation is supporting a whole wide range of activities and a long supply chain where travel agents, shops, goods, hotels, services are all interconnected. If we take all these combined, it is estimated that employment supported by aviation decreased by more than 50%, and economic activity that is supported by the aviation sector dropped by 57% in Africa alone. With the industry on its way to recovery, we will need to address these issues at the earliest, as we are noticing a shortage of qualified skills. Following our work with the Aeronautical Skills Working Group, which has the mandate to review the critical functions and determine aviation-related skills and needs across the industry, we've identified 6 major problem statements in the area of resource planning, flight operations, ground operations, air traffic management, maintenance operations, and an overall difficulty to attract talents with the lack of appeal to join or rejoin this industry due to job insecurity, future developments, and unfavorable working conditions. My key messages for today is that, as I've explained, first and foremost, we are seeing good signs of recovery, and I believe that this was also brought to light by the Deputy Minister. We are seeing a much more volatile industry with various hits from across the board, but most importantly, we're also seeing an industry that is much more resilient. We've seen that following the Omicron impact and with the current unrest in the world. Second, as passenger numbers increase and situation normalizes, we call for a gradual remove of unnecessary travel restrictions and adopt a harmonized, travel-friendly COVID-19 health regulations and requirements, of course done in a safe and secure manner. My third point would be around safety, and I believe this has also been brought up in a number of instances previously, as this is and should remain our priority number 1 when we discuss about our sector. This is especially important as airlines, airports, air navigation services, aircraft maintenance facilities, and other related organizations are ramping up their operations following COVID-19 crisis and following an exodus of highly skilled, highly experienced, and knowledgeable personnel across every sphere of our industry. If this is not addressed quickly, South Africa, along with other countries, will experience bottlenecks that will undermine its economic recovery. My fourth point revolves around the single African air transport market, as this is intended to unlock tremendous, huge benefits, both from a travel and economic perspective within the continent. We have estimated at least 14,500 new jobs that will be created for South Africa alone, and an extra $284 million contribution to South Africa's GDP. In this regards, IATA commends the government and welcomes the recent, although a bit long overdue appointment of South Africa's new International Air Services Licensing Council after it has been dormant for almost a year. Lastly, I call for more collaborations, and I want to re-emphasize that we at IATA, we have the required skills and expertise, we have the resources, and we can make available in terms of operational expertise, business intelligence, data, and the global overview of government policies around the world. As we referred to safety, and we've also published our safety report for 2021, we noted an overall reduction in the total number of accidents. I'd like to re-emphasize that IATA members and airlines that are on the IOSA registry, the IATA Operational Safety Audit, had 0 fatal accident last year. IOSA is one of the requirements to become an IATA member. And what I'd like to highlight is we'd like to expedite the process of validating or accepting IOSA as a mean to validate safety matters. I wanted to leave you with an extract from one of our reports showing the contribution of travel and tourism to South Africa economy and its employment. Aviation in South Africa was heavily impacted by the past 24-month developments, losing 86 connections to different parts of the world and city pairs. However, we also need to look beyond that, and we must acknowledge that there is a silver lining to South Africa's lagging recovery in comparison with larger markets, insofar that it provides opportunities to apply lessons and mistakes that have been made in other parts of the world, where under-resourced airports and air navigation service providers have become choke points, resulting in thousands of cancellations or delayed flights and journeys. With the uncertainties revolving around Eastern Europe escalations and prompting increasing number of travelers to look at South Africa as a leisure and business travel destination, it is more vital than ever that the country should take full advantage of this. By restoring the much-needed air connectivity and opening vital bridges between markets, South Africa can unlock the full economic benefits over the next 10 years. I'm referring here to 54 billion rands that are estimated to be spent by visitors, creating additional 300,000 jobs for South Africa, and the total contribution to the GDP of around 80 billion rands. And with that, colleagues, I thank you very much again for this opportunity. I thank SACAA for these deliberations that will restore the much-needed confidence in the industry, and we can confidently say that we are cleared for takeoff. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alex Danso. See, I did not underestimate his ability to come up with the numbers. The numbers don't lie. So you definitely lived up to what we were anticipating for this conference. So thank you once again. You can give him another round of applause. I think the key insight that we took from there as well is how do we look at the resilience of the industry? I mean, saying those pertinent words that there's high volatility in the industry, but there's also high resilience. And our next speaker is perhaps even going to touch base in terms of exactly how does that resilience actually manifest itself within the industry in itself, looking at leading aviation recovery and giving a global perspective on the future outlook of aviation beyond COVID-19, because as we've seen with the numbers, COVID-19 has certainly put an interruption in the way in which the industry operates, and perhaps even offering opportunities to pivot in areas that we need to. So with that, allow me to welcome Dr. Anza Jordan, who's going to be joining us from Canada. So we're going to be watching her, and she's going to be streaming live. There she is in a moment. Dr. Anza Jordan, just to give you a brief introduction before she starts, graduated in 1989 as a medical doctor and has 2 postgraduate degrees in aerospace medicine as well as occupational health. In 1999, she established the Aviation Medicine Department in the South African Civil Aviation Authority, and in 2003, she left the CAA and worked as an independent consultant until 2007. She then joined South African Airways as a medical director until June 2011. After SAA, she left the aviation industry to work at the Life Occupational Health Group, where she was the project director of occupational health for Transnet Freight Rail, and in 2012, she returned to aviation and was the medical director of occupational health at International SOS. So without further ado, please welcome Dr. Anza Jordan. Dr. Anza, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation. I am really sorry that I couldn't join you in South Africa. I usually do not miss an opportunity to get back to my home country, but this time it was not to be. So I hope I can still share some information with you from ICAO virtually, and that the presentation will come over clear. But I've been following from the beginning, and there has been very good discussions and very relevant discussions. So I will start sharing my screen and discuss how we're going to build more resilience. And that's a topic that has been discussed really a lot within ICAO. So without further ado, let's move ahead. I think everybody knows what the impact of COVID was. We don't need to review that. I think important is that nobody really realized what a big existential threat it presented to aviation. We all know about the border closure of South Africa after discovering Omicron and just doing their job properly. But we hope to move on forward. And we have really made the world aware that states should not be punished by closing of borders in case they actually discover new variants. So how do we move on from this? What steps did ICAO take to build resilience going forward? Right in the beginning, when COVID started, the ICAO task force, the council, implemented the Council Aviation Recovery Task Force. And since then, we had 3 or 4 meetings involving everybody within the industry, all our stakeholders, our states. And this resulted in 3 reports with a number of principles and number of recommendations on how to manage COVID throughout the evolution. So COVID has been happening very quickly. It's been a dynamic situation, and we needed to keep up with the scientific developments, technological developments, and at the same time trying to mitigate the spread of disease, but keeping aviation alive. And this has been a big challenge to all of us. So in terms of the reports, we supplemented that with takeoff guidance. We are now in our 4th edition of that. And then also on a more practical perspective on how to keep borders open and how to manage cross-border risk. When we're dealing with COVID, we have published a manual specifically related to COVID management, which are currently in the 3rd edition, and we are now working on the 4th edition, which is really more geared towards the lifting of the requirements or lifting of the restrictions in a responsible manner. A lot of work currently being discussed in that aspect. In the beginning, CART established 10 principles that we needed to follow to make sure that we can manage this pandemic. And I'm glad to say, having reviewed everything we've done so far, these principles has been validated, it has stood the test of time, and currently we are really at the last three of these principles, which is supporting financial relief strategies to help recover aviation industry, to ensure the sustainability, and to learn our lessons to improve resilience. And it all comes back to the first two principles of protecting the people and working as one aviation team, showing solidarity globally. Apart from that, the major key lessons we learned as an organization is the need for a global harmonized approach. In the beginning, we said that we have to have a global approach, it has to be harmonized, but we also realized that there needed to be flexibility because ICAO has 193 members, all with their own different sovereignty principles that needs to be complied to. They have different risk tolerances, different priorities in the states in terms of capacities available, and also how to manage whatever their priorities are at this specific point in time. And everything really comes back for us to two major lessons. The one is the importance of multi-sector, multi-level collaboration. We cannot do this alone, and if we're talking multi-sector, we need to talk about transport, but about health, foreign affairs, customs and immigration. Everybody has to work together. And taking that one step further was the early involvement of high-level decision makers. What we saw in the beginning was that the aviation industry was not really consulted or was not considered when we started looking at the medical mitigation measures. And I think we really, if there's one lesson we need to learn, is that we really need high-level involvement of the decision makers very early in the beginning of any outbreak. ICAO has also implemented a number of implementation packages. At the moment, we have 9 packages available, 2 states, and you can see there it involves a wide range of topics to address and assist all of our stakeholders. I can say that at the moment 4 more are being developed as we speak, and another 6 have been identified for future development. And the next question you would ask me whether these implementation packages are really efficient. I can only discuss what we have learned from the Public Health Corridor implementation package, which really is to promote collaboration between states and to promote discussions between states to open public health corridors rather than closing borders. So we have, at the moment, we have 10 implementation packages for public health corridors that is in various stages of completion. The first one was completed on the African continent between Angola and Mozambique, and we have had very good feedback from them. We also receive feedback as we engage with our other countries that receive these packages. And you can see here the lessons learned from the Public Health Corridor IPAC specifically. And again, the high-level management needs to be involved. We need to have civil aviation authority when any decisions are made that affects civil aviation. And again, the importance of information sharing, collaboration, and how to harmonize the different requirements in different countries. Africa is the one continent where we had pretty much continuous flying throughout the pandemic, whereas in some other areas there were very much border closures in various aspects. So, and for me, I think that this is one of the lessons that Africa has learned previously from outbreaks like Ebola, which where our CAPSCA program has really kicked in and has prepared Africa to be more resilient and to be more prepared for public health outbreaks. Feedback that we've received, very good. The IPACs provide a good opportunity to discuss all the problems and the ways going forward. And then also that we should not only look at it for implementation within aviation, but also other transport areas, and then also in other environments outside of transport. So it has really been proven to be effective. The economic, financial aspects, I was asked to touch on that. The previous speaker did a very good job of that. There's no way I can add to that. So really, these two graphs just show what he has been saying, how the significant impact that COVID has had on aviation, but then also that we are getting back to recovery, and that from regional perspectives, there are different speeds of recovery, with Asia Pacific at the moment lagging behind. So for the year 2022, we can see there's a difference between domestic and international traffic, and that we're translating the loss in revenue as well there. And you can see it is really big dollars that we're talking about. If we're looking at international passenger traffic, we're looking at 150 to 166 billion US dollars lost. And these needs to be built up again, and that's why we are looking at recovery for years from now on. What ICAO can do is we have some guidance. You can go on the website that you see there. And from our side, it is very important that states provide and support the aviation within their state to enable them to recover. From a risk management perspective, it's really what we have been discussing in ICAO, and specifically CAPSCA and the aviation medicine section for 2.5 years now, and we keep on discussing this. So you will be aware of the aviation multi-layer disease strategy, and that has been implemented globally with very good success. And what we are planning for the future is to customize this. So this will function as a template. And as we get other outbreaks, which has different epidemiology, different transmission, different effects, we will be able to customize that. And for now, what we have been looking at is the same way that we implemented all of these various layers, the same way we now need to see how we can decrease that or remove some of these mitigation measures. But it has to be done in a responsible way. And the first option, or the first item that we're looking at the moment, is the wearing of masks on aircraft. So again, there is so many different practices globally where some states are saying no masks at all, whereas others still has a mandate and saying if you fly, you need to wear a mask on the aircraft. So what we are doing is getting together the evidence, and we recommend a gradual removal of restrictions and to learn our lessons as we go along. So we have issued a state letter last week on how to look at or how to consider removing some of these mitigation measures. And going forward, we are following really a PESTEL analysis in determining risk management within aviation. So you will see we start at the top there, we're looking at the politics, the economy, social aspects, technology aspects, the role of the environment, and then the legal areas that needs to be considered. And this is really a comprehensive way of looking at the management of a communicable disease within aviation, and how do we address all of the separate areas that we need to look at. And this slide again shows how important the collaboration is between all the stakeholders, but also internally, nationally, within all the departments, and then also internationally to try and harmonize these requirements and these mitigation measures. It really is not easy to try and do that, but I think we are succeeding. Now, back to building resilience and sustainability for the future. In last year, we had the high-level conference on COVID-19, where we had a number of ministers. It was very well attended, and we had a ministerial declaration that was accepted at this conference, really looking at new commitments to open the borders through updated risk management, but also vaccination. And vaccination really is the best tool we have in our toolkit specifically for COVID, but we know that there is a discrepancy in the distribution and the vaccination numbers. So we really have to see how we can improve the vaccination of passengers, and then also to build back better in the future. So the ministerial declaration, there's a few key commitments. I don't think we have time to read all of this. It basically comes back to the same principle of collaboration, of maintaining solidarity, of having a one aviation when we address all of these, and then going into the more technical aspects to look at how do we share information and how do we ensure mutual recognition and the implementation of the measures that we implement. For example, the digitization that the Deputy Minister was talking about. In addition, again, safety. I'm very glad that my IATA colleague brought up the safety, because for us it is really imperative. As a medical practitioner, we need to look not only at the medical effects on pilots. We know that we have a big effect globally on mental health, and it's normal, and we discuss that later in the program. But we also need to remember that the human is affected by a number of issues, and if we are not going to fly as much as we used to do, we might have a degradation of our own confidence, our own self-confidence. Although we are fully 100% technically capable, we do need to look at that human performance aspect and that support aspect for our employees to sustain our long-term operations. And that has also been discussed in the conference and within the ministerial declaration. We had two technical streams at the conference. The one was led by Mrs. Popikoza of South Africa. She led the facilitation stream, and we were very glad for that. It was done very efficiently. And with the outcome of this was some high-level recommendations to SACAA, and also some high-level recommendations to various states. Here's a summary of some of the recommendations which we need to look at. and which ICAO will be further discussion. We had discussions within the council. The recommendations from the high-level COVID conference has been accepted by the council, and now we are looking at how to integrate these within the business plan for ICAO for the next 3 years. So our new business plan triennium starts next year, and we're also looking at ways to improve our resources to enable us to implement all of these different recommendations. So we need to develop a crisis response framework for future health-related crises. Fortunately, we have an existing framework. We have learned a lot of lessons, so it will be relatively easy to build upon that, to provide a quick response mechanism in ICAO to provide assistance to states, to assist developing states directly, but also promote coordination, endorse the public health corridor concept, using existing mechanisms. There's a lot of existing mechanisms that has not been really used on a global perspective, like the CAPSCA, for example. We only have 85% of countries that's a member of CAPSCA. The national facilitation committees, which needs to be improved. All of those we will be working on trying to improve going forward, and then also reviewing the CAPSCA framework so that we can provide more advice on a global level should this happen again. And actually, I should say when it happens again, because we will be subjected to more epidemics. At any given time, there's a lot of outbreaks going around the world. This was just a wake-up call that it can be bigger than just a regional outbreak, and it can be a pandemic. From the safety stream, a number of recommendations as well, just highlighting some of it, where we're looking at promoting and enabling digitalization, having training material available to the states, having policies, action plans, modeling tools, the oversight activities that could be done remotely. I think a lot of work and what we have learned from this pandemic is the bigger role that technology can play within aviation. From the medical side, we are looking at how we can use telehealth to improve our offering or our performance within aviation. And then one big aspect that was also raised in the high-level conference was to expedite the work that we're doing on mental health, provide more details on fitness for duty protocols based on risk assessment. For COVID, at the moment, we have been giving protocols on the acute phase after you have had COVID, but there are some long-term effects of COVID that we're only learning now or getting more information on how to manage it. So if we're talking about brain fog and complex decision-making at short periods when you're flying an aircraft, we will be looking at that, but we need to know that we are not going to go overboard, but we still need to maintain the safety. And this is really one of the key lessons we have learned all along, is that we do not want to keep mitigation measures there for longer than what is necessary, because we have to have this balance between health and the economy to ensure the sustainability of aviation in the future. From the CAPSCA side, we will be working on multi-scenario frameworks for other diseases as well. We will have a shorter procedure for decision-making so that we have a rapid response. Everything is already there. It is just now expanding on it with the lessons we have learned. And then this is my last slide. So to achieve recovery and building resilience, we really have already started with that actually from the beginning when we implemented the CARD. Then we moved on to the high-level COVID conference. Further discussions will be held in the Assembly this year. And what we really need to concentrate on is capacity building and the collaboration and communication to enable all of these. So that means that we will be developing new recommendations, maybe new SOPs that will be developed, more guidance will be issued, we will be offering training, more implementation packages, and we are also asking states to look at agreements from bilateral, multilateral, and regional agreements going forward. And with that, I would like to conclude the presentation. I realize I went through it very quickly, but I will be making available the presentations to you on the SACAA website. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you as well, Dr. Ansa, for that detailed presentation. I think that we really all appreciate understanding the path and the journey that we're navigating as we try to clear ourselves for takeoff. Do not fret, though, because if you are not able to catch some aspects of the presentation, all presentations given by our speakers will be available to you on the events website, and that is www.nac2022.co.za, also available on the SACAA website. So if you need any form of reflection or be able to download certain insights, that will be made available on the website, so do not fret with regards to that. How is everybody doing? Let me read the room. Many of you have eaten something, which means that you're a little bit sleepy. So stand up. Everybody get up very quickly. Up. I was always trained to do that. Up. I know, as soon as the stomach is full, and from gauging this atmosphere, it's a little bit warm in here, isn't it? So it makes us a little bit, lethargic. We've all had a cup of coffee. Okay, then shake it to the one side. Do it, really. Shake it to the one side. And then shake it to the other side as well. Shake it to the other side as well. I'm making sure that everybody's still alive. To the other side as well. COVID didn't allow us to do this, so you get to do it. Okay, have a seat. There you go. Thank you very much for humoring me. We have to make sure that you're still awake and you're still right and bright and sprightly. Ladies and gentlemen, I need us to lock in with concentration as well as insight right now, because it is a moment of quite sobering conversation as we take a look at aviation safety, looking at accidents as well as incident statistics. And just a note for all of our delegates, including those that are watching online, after this presentation by Mr. Themba Tabete, we will allow for about 5 minutes where we can have a Q&A session. I'm sure many of us want to be able to engage in this regard, so there will be a roving microphone that will be making its way. If you do have a question or you would like to add insight to this conversation, just simply raise your hand. We'll make sure that the microphone gets to you. I'm going to ask this because we are a little bit running behind schedule. Please keep your questions very brief. Questions brief, comments brief, so that we can get through as much as possible. That is after this next presentation on safety as well as accidents and incident statistics. So with that, allow me to welcome onto the podium Mr. Themba Tabete. Mr. Themba Tabete has 24 years experience in aviation and has spent more than a third of that time in senior as well as executive leadership roles in both the public and private sectors. He underpins his broad regulatory knowledge and technical acumen with business management and leadership programs from WITS as well as Regents Business School. Themba is a keen strategist, endeavors to discover new benchmarks, do vision casting, and considers himself a turnaround specialist. He complements his passion for ethical leadership with demonstrating people development and service delivery. Mr. Themba Tabete, the platform is all yours. Sober us up as you get to tell us about accidents and incidents. Please give him a round of applause.
Firstly, job well done, Program Director. Extended applaud and acknowledgement to our Deputy Minister of Transport, leadership of the DOT, Chairman of our board and members in attendance, our DCA fellow executives, CAA family, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure what's in the tea that I need to sober you from, but I think this is really a good moment for us to pause and do a health check to our industry and see how well we're doing and what key strategies we need to employ for us to see a downward trend to the accident rate we've seen. But before we go, I think it's always important to remind ourselves of our mandate. It is to impartially investigate incidents and serious accidents to ensure that where permissible, we issue probable causes towards the business end of our work. We do issue safety recommendations. And it is important to also note that ours is not to apportion blame or to participate in liability or litigation matters. In as far as statistics are concerned, last year, the last financial year concluding in March, was really not a good one for ourselves. There's been a 69% increase in accidents and a 77% increase in serious incidents. I think hearing what the Deputy Minister has said and the DCA, this is a call for action for all of us. Over a 3-year period, and once more, this is really the standard we use. We've seen almost 360 accidents and 138 serious incidents. And we've seen over 7,000 incidents. And quite often people get scared by this number, but comparatively with other nations, 200 incidents a month on average is quite low for the amount of flying we do. We've seen almost 140 hazards, and as a result of the work done particularly on accidents and serious incidents, we've issued 68 safety recommendations and 53 safety messages. Of course, in the time I've joined AID, which is less than a month, with conversations with the DOT, with colleagues in SACAA, there's renewed resolve to work together on a strategic level and to align actionable items to ensure that we see a decrease in the number of accidents. I think we have to pause now and look at what the numbers are telling. What you will see from the blue line, we're looking primarily at pre-COVID data, and we ended up in that financial year with almost 100 accidents. The following year, of course, with less flying, we've seen a comparable figure. But in the year of reporting, we've seen a huge jump. I mean, straight off the bat in April, we've seen double-digit increase throughout the year. And really this, as the program director say, it's sobering to see this huge increase. But being an optimist, this tells us we've got work to do. Thank you. This tells us we've got work to do over the next few months. So we then have to localize ourselves in the subcategories of where the real issues were. If you look at the operation of non-type certificate aircraft, again, inherent to the nature of the recreational world, you'll see that a third of accident comes from that world. And in the GA world, we've seen a quarter of accidents happen there. And again, inherent to ATOs, 23% of accidents are in that domain. ECAIO updated the definition of accident to include RPEs. Now you've seen we didn't have anything to report in the year ending 2021. All of a sudden there was an increase there, so again our work is cut out for us. If you look at up and down graphs, you see that in the agricultural operation, I think something good is happening. We've seen a downward trend. But again, in GA and in ATOs, there's been a huge increase. And again, if you look at strategic objectives, action plans over the next months, some work can be done there, and we can see an improvement. Of course, as we've stated before, in the operation of non-type certificated aircraft, there is some cause for concern. I think if we do further deep dive into the data, it's common knowledge that Takeoff and landing are two of the most risky phases of flight. And again, it makes sense when you look at the data. As my colleague eloquently said yesterday, takeoff is still optional. If there's issues on the ground or the sudden change in weather or technical issues, you can still take some action, you can pause, you can recalculate, but you have to commit to a landing. You have to come down at one stage, and because of time and pressures, communication, human factors, we are prone to see more accidents happening in that world, and it's been consistent over the last 3 years. And decisions upstream in flight and crew management and conversations there are, of course, resultant to all the issues that we see. Now, the best way to look at this is to say, if the data was spread across the field, you wouldn't really know what you have to do. But we have 2 high rises, therefore we can start to do some serious work in those 2 domains. Again, this data really speaks to where we've seen the most incidents. I think Gauteng being the hub of our economy and a lot of flying happening there, this is consequential. We see a lot of accidents happening in that area. Of key concern for us is that the figures in Mpumalanga and Western Cape are comparable, yet there's significantly less flying in Mpumalanga. So I think we'll look at the data points to do further analysis on why we see those issues there. Now, if you look at serious incidents, there's 2 ways to look at the data. First, pre-COVID data shows we ended up with 55 incidents. There was a downward trend, particularly because less flying in that year, and we picked up. Now, if you look at the graph without analysis, this looks good, but if you factor in the amount of flying, you can already see that, of course, the figures don't look too bad, but there's still some work to be done in that arena as well. Again, to localize ourselves within our sub-sectors, in the GA world, there is still grave concern there. I think these are the leading causes of serious incidents, and I think over the next phase of financial years, there's optimistic that the Global Aviation Safety Strategy will start to claw back, and we can see a decrease in that arena. In ATOs, I think ours is a concern that a good airmanship technique, flying discipline is built in that area. So if we see already issues there, they will definitely in a year or 2 spill up in other areas. So much work will have to be done in that arena as well. I think the men and women in our division do their job to not see this figure. I think when you see fatal accidents and you see fatalities, you know families are impacted, and sometimes we're one of the first people on the scene, and this is just not a good picture for us. As the Deputy Minister has said, and the DC has said to me privately, even if we had 1 fatality, it's 1 too many. So ladies and gentlemen, this is where our work has to be done to ensure that these numbers come down. So I think for the Deputy Minister and high-level delegations, I think we have to now have our takeaway from what data we've presented, and there is a number of key data points we have to look at. First of all, we compared our data with the data from Australia Transport Safety Bureau, Transport Safety Board of Canada, and particularly with Australia, we've seen that from a regulatory framework, their consumption, amount of flying, nature of flying, we are comparable with them. So this is a key data to look at. But again, we've seen that though we're not 100% aligned with Canada, they still have some consumption and similarities with ourselves. So let's look at the data. So firstly, what jumps out of this report, though it's in calendar year, is that we've seen an upward trajectory, which is not good. The Australians have reversed that. They've moved from 220 to 79 in the last year. Surely there's something we can learn and glean from them, and we can do some benchmark. We can frame some conversation differently. We can look at their data much deeper. We can collaborate with them, but they are surely doing something good. In Canada, there's been a lot of incidents, and I think they with ourselves, have some work to do. But also for particular interest is that the number of accidents that end up in fatalities in our domain have resulted fairly stable. And really the difference between a normal accident and a fatality is the last minute decision making and expertise, and the data just give some optimism that even though things go wrong, they don't result in a lot of fatalities. I mean, in Australia in 2020, there was 20% fatalities. This doesn't look good. And in Canada, it's been comparable with ourselves. But this is a global picture really of, if we're to compare apples and apples, how well are we doing? Things are not looking good with numbers, but there's hope when you look at what other countries have been able to do. 2 more slides to go. These are the causal factors for accidents and serious incidents. Straight up, you can see that flight crew and pilot, conversations happening there, management of cockpit is a leading causal factor. And if the data was spread across, we have issues. But as of the next month, we can start plotting this data, doing further analysis, and seeing how we can resolve that. That in itself is a blessing in disguise, because what we've seen with other countries is you have a fair spread across the board and really don't know which is the best strategy to achieve a decrement of accidents. The cumulative number of incidents, I explained why it's a high number. Of course, pre-COVID, with the amount of flying, we're sitting at 3.5 incidents. It came down significantly in COVID times with various lockdowns and restricted movement, and I think not much training happening. But in the year of reporting, again, we've seen a climb. So while we're not at the very high end, we still need to start acting now to address this phenomenon. Events leading to accidents, I think this was a bit of a surprise for us, because whereas flight crew and pilot was 70% in the previous slide, it's come down to a third as an event leading to accidents. And of course, events in quote outside our control, except if it's wildlife and you hit a cow on a runway. But if it's bird strike and weather, comparatively, this is outside our control, but there's training and means for us to still recover and do good decisions to avoid incidents. Now, technically, the picture doesn't look bad. I think we don't see a lot of engine and mechanical failures. We don't see a lot of flight control system failing. The numbers are fairly low. So again, this picture tells us what we need to do. My last slide really speaks to the 68 safety recommendations we've issued. And I think in explaining the picture, we've seen that in other industries, especially in Australia, rulemaking, strategic objectives of the authority in charge, safety messaging, buy-in from industry, and oversight, it's still the leading instrument to decrease accidents. Hence, collaboration and work done by SACAA is key to why we issue safety recommendations to them, in working with them, and for them to ensure that we see a downward trajectory. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Temba Tabeta, for that presentation. I'm going to allow for about a few questions to be raised from the floor as well as our online. If there are questions from the floor, let's get to them very quickly. Please keep them short and brief so that we can get as many through as possible before we actually go to a 5 or 10 minute break or so. Right there at the back, I do see you. Hi, please just say your name, sir, and we can field those questions.
Hi there. My name is Ahmed Kaji. I'm from Newsroom Africa. This is for Mr. Tabete, please. We've seen incidents across the globe for in-flight incidents since the reintroduction of flights in recent months. Can this be attributed to reduced maintenance and reduced flight numbers? Thanks.
I think from the second last slide I presented, I think we expanded on that. The issue has not been, at least from the data we've seen, been issues on the ground with maintenance or failures or structural integrity or those issues. I think the data lends itself to issues in the cockpit and some of the issues that we can avoid with better communication with manufacturers and training.
All right, let's move on to the next gentleman with the black and red. There we go, at the back.
Hi, my name is George Foster. I'm from VRST Group. I just want to find out, with a high number of incidences that you're finding on general aviation, I'm not sure, Mr. Tabete, if you are the right person to ask this question or if it should go to the next panel, but is there a national plan for smaller airports and to have more stringent controls at smaller airports? Because surely these are the airports that the GAs fly from. They don't fly from your OR Tambos, your King Shakas, your highly regulated environments.
I have two very capable colleagues to help you out because this isn't that domain. Mr. Schwabe first or Javi?
Thank you. That's what you call an ambush. Yes, we're trying to address it. It's called Subpart 5 of Part 139, and our industry is nearly in a riot about it because they don't want it. They don't see the logic of it.
I agree, yeah.
But we're working on that draft, and we, in the last of the consultation process, it's been a very public process. So we believe we've ticked the boxes in terms of consultation, so it's going to go ahead, regardless.
And when it comes to finances?
Yeah, we're looking at hopefully promulgation next year somewhere.
Okay.
And the intention is so that especially your gaming industry, hospitality industry, and then also the smaller places where you have training and charters, to have a rudimentary set of safety practices in place. I'm not saying ICAO Annex 14, not by a long shot. As a matter of fact, we had members of industry write some of the draft for us.
Okay, and sorry, sir, you are from CAA?
Yeah, I'm Javi Bespier. I'm the executive responsible for aviation infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, everybody. I've got another gentleman there on the side of the great shirt. Thank you.
Morning, Mark Mansfield. 3 questions very quickly. You had stats with regards to Australia and Canada. Why those 2 particular countries? And when you were talking about issuing safety recommendations to the industry, where are we actually seeing these safety recommendations being published? And you also made mention on the slides, various slides, that the flight crew accounts for about 33%, I think was your second last slide. Can you drill down into a bit more details as to what are those factors in the flight crew, just as opposed to saying it's flight crew, but what is causing that, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's start with the third question. So what we've seen is, and we've classified 2 main buckets. One as disregard of rules, and secondly, mismanagement of flight crews, of the cockpit, where there are issues with what the rule says and what has to happen, and people just don't do those things. So I think those are the 2 main buckets. So we benchmark with Australia and Canada for 3 specific reasons. One, the amount of flying that we do comparable to them. Secondly, the nature of machines we're flying. But thirdly, our framework of regulation, how they do oversight and how we do oversight, is very comparable. Less so with Canada, but their data points are still key in how we make our decisions. Didn't catch forgot the third question? Yeah. So with every report, there's safety recommendations, but for the sake of experience, I didn't present all the data. But when you go to our website under the AID page, there's monthly and quarterly reports, and you can see that. And I think what I didn't mention is that the benchmark for Australia for actioning those safety recommendations is 65%. We're sitting at 80%. So we're doing much better than expected. We just need to see the data translate into accidents coming down.
All right, may I just make a recommendation? I do know that there are a lot of questions also will be fielded across the conversation today. So may I ask, just for the sake of time management, as well as to also allow for the conversations to be integrated, may I ask that if you do have further questions regarding safety and how is it that we can just, align, especially when it comes to being cleared for takeoff, may I suggest that whilst the panel discussion is also happening, you can jot down some of those questions, and then after the panel discussion, we now may be able to have that collective conversation. Mr. Tem, if we can also bring you in there for any of the conversations that the panelists or the questions that the panelists might have, or even the members on our floor and our delegates, as well as those that are watching us online. If you do have any questions, we'll just have a collective conversation regarding that. I do understand that our panel members are also waiting. I do know that you all need to be mic'd up, unless all of our panel members are mic'd up yet. They're not mic'd up yet. So may I ask that we take a quick one? It literally is a quick one. It's a stretch. May I ask that we take a 5-minute break just to stretch our legs, just to allow also our panelists to get themselves mic'd up and prepared for the next panel discussion, and then it will also allow for the integration of some of those questions. So on my time, it's 11:48. I'm not a mathematician, so you get to decide exactly when we're going to meet. I'm joking, but can we make a decision to come back at about 55? Is that okay? All right, so let's all meet back at 11:55. Just a quick stretch to also allow for our panelists to get mic'd up. Thank you. discussion. Those that are still getting a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, please start making yourself readily available to come back inside so that we can start with the program. All right, those that are still outside, please start making your way in so that we can start. I'll give ourselves about another 30 seconds or so. Okay, I think we can start and we can resume the next part. Those that have not had a seat or haven't taken a seat, please make your way, sit down so that we can start with the next part of the program. It is a panel discussion, but I would love us to keep it as interactive as possible. It becomes very important as we're going to be navigating the future, right? The future of aviation, looking at post-pandemic analysis and post-pandemic operations, and even though we're still in the midst of a pandemic, so having to live with the pandemic and still be mindful of the aviation industry as well as its recovery in that regard. And ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly what this panel discussion will be aiming to get out and insights. How do we move forward in the local aviation industry? And indeed, are we cleared to take off? What are we going to be doing? What do we need to align? How do we need to align? The different presentations that were made by our previous delegates and speakers gave mind to just some of the realities we're being confronted with. With those realities in mind, what do we need to do to move our way forward within the aviation space? And that is exactly why we've got this panel discussion this afternoon. In fact, I'm going to welcome each of them. I'm going to just mention their name, their titles, and then I'm going to give you a brief biography of each speaker. Then the speaker will take about, gentlemen, ladies, I'm going to ask that you take about 3 minutes or so just to give us some insight in terms of the industry, your responsibilities, as well as how it all ties in within the ecosystem of aviation as well as the industry. So if we're all aligned regarding that. And let me start off with it. We've got Ms. Mpumi Mpofu, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Airports Company South Africa. Ms. Mpofu is joining us online. There she is. You can see her on our screens. Mr. George Mutema, who's the Chief Executive Officer, Board of Airline Representatives of South Africa. He is on my immediate left. We've also got Mr. Vivendra Lochan, who's the Chief Operations Officer for Airlines Association of South Africa. And of course, of my far left, we've got Dr. Sandile Malinga, who is the Chief Operations Officer of the Air Traffic and Navigation Services. As I quickly go through some of their profiles so that you know exactly who's in the room and the panel, well, Ms. Mpumi was appointed Chief Executive Officer from the 1st of February 2020 as the leader of the company. She's responsible for strategy implementation in all its facets. Mpofu is further responsible for the company's reputation as well as to ensure that it is known for what it has achieved and what it can do. As Airports Company South Africa is state-owned, Mpofu views stakeholder management as an additional critical element of her role that requires continuing engagement with the government as the main shareholder and Parliament. And she says that this engagement is essential because Airports Company is accountable for what it does for the people of South Africa, whose behalf it owns and operates the 9 airports. Ms. Mpofu will be joining us, and she'll also expound further in terms of that role and responsibility. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Mr. George. He has a strong legal background and comes with a wealth of aviation expertise. He has previously held positions as chairman of the board of directors of the South African Postal Services and executive of SAA and chairperson of SA Express. He's also a member of the BRICS Aviation Task Team and a non-executive director at AfriBiz Invest, an infrastructure building company. Mr. George Mutema, thank you so much for agreeing to be part of this panel discussion. Mr. Vivendra Loshan has gained extensive knowledge and experience in the aviation industry, having been in the industry in excess of 39 years. We cannot wait for what we've learned so far. He has spent his considerable amount of time at South African Airways, where he has held positions in sales and marketing, African Route Management Division, and headed SAA offices in the Middle East, Gulf, as well as the Indian subcontinent. Mr. Loshan, thank you so much. We look forward to some of those insights that you've got. And of course, last but very not least, Dr. Sandile Malinga, Chief Operations Officer at Air Traffic and Navigation Services, SOS. Dr. Sandile Malinga is the Chief Operations Officer of the Air Traffic and Navigation Services, where he's responsible for air traffic management, ATM services, ATM technologies, the Aviation Training and Academy, and Information Technology. And prior to this, his role as the first Chief Executive Officer of the South African National Space Agency, and he was one of the primary drivers of the South African Space Program. Ladies and gentlemen in the room, please give them a round of applause. And as we kick off our conversation for this panel discussion, perhaps we should start off with you, Mr. Mpofu, to take about 3 minutes of your time just to expand further in terms of the role as well as the responsibilities, as well as some of the insights that we can learn from being in a COVID-19 pandemic.
Devastating impact of COVID has had on airport operations across the globe. Primarily, we are led by Airports Council International, which very urgently in 2020 responded by establishing a health accreditation program to provide for the highest assurance of implementation of COVID protocols and health standards. We at Airports Company South Africa submitted 9 of our airports, which we basically accredited. And that really is to provide passenger confidence, which enables the operations in recovery to be assured of health travel and boost passenger confidence. What's important about the role that airports play in the aviation industry is the economic value that they bring. And importantly, we developed an operational recovery plan, which would basically consulted with many of our stakeholders and importantly saw the shoots of recovery in that period. Let me also indicate that airports overall globally suffered an extreme loss of 83 billion in revenue in 2020. We have seen that recover somewhat. And what we see are the signs that indicate increasing domestic travel compared to international. But with the lifting of travel restrictions, we are assured that international travel, together with increases in traffic rights and new destinations being announced, internationally, Brussels increase of capacity for Americas, that really gives us confidence that the industry is on a path to recovery. The 83 billion loss in revenues for airport has had a decimating effect. And importantly, 2022 presents the turnaround where we see increases across the regions of the world, including and particularly the Americas, where domestic travel is much more matured and has higher destinations than in other regions in the world. Importantly, the African region has also seen a decline in this particular period of about 61%, but projections indicate that we will see a 56.3% decline. What is important is to see how other factors impact on airport business and the recovery of the aviation industry overall, including the rate of country vaccinations, travel restrictions, and particularly international travel restrictions, and practices that confirm and attract passengers back to air travel. let me indicate in this period, we are watching and observing the new factor which has not been in our radar, which is the geopolitical change and the impact of the Russian and Ukraine conflict, slowing down recovery somewhat on international travel and impacting by doubling oil and jet fuel by slowing down our expected recovery in 2022, but the good news indicates regions such as Latin America have already recovered beyond their 2019 performance levels, and we are hoping to see Africa, Europe, and Asia achieve these levels between 2022 and 2023. The entire aviation industry or airport sector is clear that performance levels will only reach the 2019 level performance in 2024 up to 2025, with very uneven performance across the globe. This recovery is generated, influenced largely by domestic travel, where local travel has recovered significantly and is in the region of about 70 to 80% of 2019 performance levels. To this end, I must confirm that we do see signs of recovery, albeit slower than expected, dampened somewhat by the conflict in Eastern Europe, but steady and definitely on an incline. And therefore, I would declare that the air transport industry is cleared for takeoff, and on climbing to a cruising altitude, we maneuvered, having learned the lessons, to improve the resilience of the local and global air transport system. I must confirm we have resumed operations, are ready to welcome passengers domestically and internationally, and only the sky is the limit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mpofu, for that one. And we'll navigate it. We can give a round of applause. And we'll go deeper into the resilience as well as the significant impact as you're speaking, which we're looking at just getting the economic as well as operational recovery in that regard. Mr. George Mutema, the Chief Executive Officer of the Board of Airline Representative of South Africa, it's over to you.
Thank you, Faith, and much appreciated. And thank you to the DC as well as the Deputy Minister and the Chairperson of the Board for inviting us into this platform. I think we need more of this kind of platforms to be able to debate the issues around the industry and how we can move this industry going forward. BASA is the Board of Airline Representatives South Africa, which represent the international airlines. I'm sure you would have seen earlier, my colleague from IATA obviously presented the stats that clearly shows that from an international market point of view, that we're still lagging behind in terms of recovery, as opposed to the domestic market, which had obviously an opportunity to be opened earlier, as the Deputy Minister spoke about, 7 months earlier than, I think 3 months earlier than the international market. The closure of the borders in terms of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has had a huge impact on our members, and also created a number of political problems between South Africa and those countries, in particular when we look at the period of the Omicron in December, why those countries were fast in closing the borders for South Africa. That in itself also impacted on our members. You can imagine we are grateful for the South African government in its effort that it did in terms of negotiating at bilateral or intercontinental level, for the opening up of the borders. It helped our members as well because they were engaging in those processes themselves within their own countries, with their own governments in terms of, in terms of closure of those. You can imagine for an airline that are mainly privately owned, that the impact of that closure for the South African market, which is really profitable for most of our airlines as we see them, has had a huge impact for us. One of the key issues that we are looking at as in part of the Tourism Business Council South Africa, as well as the Business Unity South Africa, is we're looking at the numbers. The numbers are indicating currently that obviously tourism is really taking the lead as opposed to business. People are doing business quite differently as opposed to the past, and that's what some of the learnings that we're seeing currently. And as such, we need to find a way in terms of our engagement with the Department of Tourism, in terms of the recovery plan, what can be done in terms of enabling, creating an enabling environment, for our members to continue to operate within the South African environment. Faith, you will realize that in each airline decide on a market depending on the environment created for that particular market. If Air France decides to fly into Zambia or Zimbabwe, obviously there must be an enabling environment for them to continue to operate into that market. There must be profitability and so on and so on. I've had, in the last 3 weeks, one-on-one sessions with my members on an individual basis, even those that are headquartered elsewhere, that are not within the South African environment. They express a great confidence into the South African market, which is quite good for us. Much as the numbers are still low, the domestic market is really, taking the lead. We are seeing, that great interest from our members to say we need to get back into the 2019, figures. And for me, that's quite positive. It really is indicative of something good that we're doing in the country. The stability on the health regulation on its own is something that is really positive. There's a closure of the comments now that we've provided from an international airline point of view. We're hoping to get to that stability where the Department of Health will obviously issue those regulations that we know from a stability point of view. This is what our members need to comply with. But also, the interesting thing is that we've engaged with the South African Civil Aviation Authority through DOT in terms of what they are doing from a regulatory environment to put together aviation-related, regulations that are specific, because the Department of Health will be broader. They would impact on the entire country as opposed to industry-specific that would look at issues such as SACAA. What we're interested in, which is something that I've gathered with my members, is really as we look at, aviation going forward, we probably need to rethink on how we do business. We cannot do business the same way as we did pre-COVID. For instance, we have regulated environment where you have the regulated entities, the likes of ACSA, ATNS, my counterparts that are here, as well as the South African Weather Services, where we've got a system with which we obviously go to a regulated committee where we debate as to what those particular entities are entitled for in terms of tariff. We represent the interests of our members. We need to make sure that they get as much, benefit out of that situation. I think that system, in as much as it's good for a monopolistic environment, at this particular juncture, I would say, and I'm glad the Deputy Minister is here, that perhaps we need to have a different conversation outside a regulated process. The regulating committee is limited because it has to comply with what is in the legislation. The legislation provided for a perfect environment. Now, we're not in a perfect environment. My view is that we need to have a sort of what one would call a recovery and sustainability plan that we can engage with us. You've got a pool of an intellectual capital within our members, within the South African domestic airlines, the industry as a whole, the value chain as a whole. We don't want to see, for instance, the likes of ACSA, ATNS going down the drain, because without them, there's no business. And without us, there's no business. We need to create a balance. That's a conversation we must have outside that acrimonious system where it is the industry vis-a-vis, the state-owned entities as to what is in their interest. That conversation, Deputy Minister, in my view, would develop a recovery plan. Dr. Jordan has already, made mention in one of the slides there of some of the key measures that we can put in place. State finance, probably we need to engage with Treasury. I believe those are the ways. I'm sure I've taken more than my 3 minutes. Those are some of the things that I believe this creates that kind of a conversation. Thank you, Faith.
Well, the good thing is that you speak very fast, so it was a good 3 minutes that you made use of. I'm going to also give Mr. Vivendra Loshan, the Chief Operations Officer of Airlines Association of South Africa, just an opportunity just to shed some light. I think, Mr. Loshan, off the bat, I think 39 years within the industry could not have prepared you for a COVID-19 pandemic. And it certainly did a work on all of us. But just take us through in terms of exactly from a responsibilities perspective as well as some of the insights gained during this past few days.
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director. Honorable Deputy Minister, the Director of Civil Aviation, and esteemed colleagues, guests, thank you for allowing me to participate in this panel. I will touch very briefly, firstly, on the market in South Africa, which the IATA representative has given you all the facts, but closer to home in terms of pre-COVID levels, end of March, passenger numbers are just over 50% of the pre-COVID levels, and in terms of movements, it's equals 70%. So you can see the recovery that's happening in the market. But there are a number of reasons for that, and then number one is the financial constraints of airlines, business rescue processes. You recall the business rescue process of our state-owned carrier started sometime in November, December 2019. So the market was being depressed even before COVID, and when COVID came, it just accelerated the demise of the aviation industry. I mean, there was no aviation activity for 3 months, and that really impacted the airlines to operate efficiently when the restrictions were partially lifted. And the other reason we have, those lists we have, we were on the red list, the blue list, the green list, the orange list. South Africans were banned from traveling. They were under house arrest, during those 3 months. And this has gone on for almost 2 years. So to recover from that situation, it can be done. And ASA has the representative organization of the SACAA Airlines have embarked on various activities that will instill confidence in terms of social media campaigns like our Get Vaccinated campaign, getting it safe to travel. These were the initiatives that ASA has put in place to reactivate and stimulate travel demand. The other issue that ASA is very busy with is in terms of cost containment. I think my colleague George has mentioned the permission process. We're very involved with the various entities within the aviation system that we set tariffs that are fair and reasonable and for the industry to grow. The other issue that I can comment, all of us are in one system, and any airport or any navigation service provider cannot prosper without the airlines, and then conversely, the airlines cannot prosper without the different service providers in the industry. So I call for, or ASA calls for the commitment, for the cooperation and partnership with the different entities. I think it's a holistic view. We cannot have our own agendas in terms of we're all part of the same system. And I think in terms of the domestic market, where the airlines, the model's very much a point-to-point model presently. I can just suggest that airlines, to go into the future, that we need to have many agreements, alliances with international carriers. The international carriers just an example, an international visitor who visits South Africa undertakes 2 to 3 internal trips. So the benefits in terms of having these agreements has enormous economic potential and growth. And I think lastly, just to conclude, what is key in the industry is planning, whether it's route planning, financial planning, human resource planning, and marketing planning, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lotion. Yes, you can give him a round of applause. And of course, Dr. Sandile Malenga, Chief Operations Officer of Air Traffic and Navigation Services, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Deputy Minister, DCA, and colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be on this panel. As ATNS, we are responsible for air navigation services in our country. And our primary objective as a company is to ensure that we safely and efficiently connect people to their loved ones through leisure travel. We connect them to opportunities and success in the economy through business travel, and we connect them to pleasure and well-being through tourism. Those are the 3 things that we aim to achieve, and to do those things in a very safe and efficient manner. And during the last 2 years, COVID has indeed affected us in a very, very dire manner. Looking at our movements in 2020, around April, they came down to 4% of what we used to do pre-COVID. Where we are today, it's very encouraging. We're around 80% of what we used to do pre-COVID. That gives us hope, and we are even more excited by the resilience that we saw in December, January during the 4th wave, that the dip wasn't as severe as we anticipated is going to be. And it shows a level of resilience in our system and in aviation. And that gives us hope that we're moving in the right direction. I think the question is, this is where we are now. And where should we be going as an industry and as a country? And indeed, when you look at the move globally and the drive to build back better, the BBB that people talk about, that's what we need to aim for. And as ATNS, we commit ourselves to work together with the industry to ensure that we are more efficient in what we do, and ensure that there is resilience. And some of the things that we're looking at, and we're well aware that the industry has suffered a great knock. And it behoves on us to find efficiencies where we can. And we are committed to looking as we move forward. And people normally say, and I want to repeat that the COVID crisis, if we don't use it positively, we would have wasted a crisis, and we shouldn't do that. We should look at the things that, whether we're forced into them, or whichever way we found ourselves, where we find ourselves now, and say we should do those things better. So digitizing what we do, I think, is primary and important that we do that. And as ATNS, we are looking at programs to digitize our towers, and so there are airports whereby there is low traffic, and we have a large number of people, and that restricts the hours of operation, as an example. And meanwhile, if we were to digitize and remote control those towers, that will allow us to operate over longer periods of time and be more flexible than we are at the moment. The issues of ensuring that aviation is carbon neutral by 2050, which is the target that we have, it's imperative that each and every one of us works towards that. It's good for us, it's good for our sustainability as an industry. And as ATNS, we are looking at our procedures to look at free routing that allows the industry to optimize how you fly, choosing new routes better and be more flexible. It will take some time for us to get us there, but those are the things that we should aim for. The Deputy Minister spoke about artificial intelligence. It's not an option. It's something that we need to do. And we've looked at studies, for instance, in the UK, where they have used quite efficiently artificial intelligence to optimize decision-making in terms of low visibility operations and optimize runway throughputs and improve those by about 20%. So those are some of the things that we have as we build back better, we need to do as an industry. And it will call upon all of us to work together to achieve those. But also, as I close, COVID has changed the landscape in a big way. My colleagues talked about the permission process that we have. And so I indicated to you that the movements have recovered to around 80%, but the revenue is still lagging. It's around 60% of where we used to be. And why is that so? The traffic mix has changed. So we are busy, but the bulk of the traffic that we're controlling is not directly generating revenue in the funding model that we used to have in the past. And as my colleague Mutema here indicated, it's important for the industry and for companies like HNS, AXA to be sustainable, and we need each other. And it's important for us to say the landscape has changed, the traffic mix has changed. Does the permission model and the funding structure that we used to have in the past still hold today? And try to find ways of optimizing future funding approaches so that all players, the industry and the SOEs, are sustainable going forward. And I think that's important. It's an unpleasant conversation, but a necessary conversation that we should have moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that one, Mr. Malengeni. And perhaps this provides us with a perfect opportunity for us to have a launch pad, so as it were, into this panel conversation, just so that all my panelists feel very free in being able to add your opinion to some of the conversations that we're going to have. So it's a very integrated conversation. Do not feel as though this question is for this person or this question is for this person. Sure. Let's all give ourselves an opportunity as well as you as well, our delegates who are joining us, to also be a part of it. But Mr. Mpofu, maybe let's kick it off from this way. You know, money makes the world go round, and without revenue we cannot sustain. The lights can't be played, and everything shuts down. And where we are right now, we keep speaking about clearing for takeoff, and we'll get into conversations around safety, security in that regard. But I want us to be able to look at a reimagined revenue stream, a reimagined money-making model, a reimagined AXA, as it were. How are we faring in being able to take the existing knowledge that we've gained from the past 2 years, and even a little bit pre-COVID-19 pandemic, because in 2019, in the last quarter of 2019, South Africa was in a technical recession. So already we're not looking too good from a country context. But if we were to start the conversation of what a reimagined value proposition actually looks like that can translate into revenue, where do we start?
Thank you very much, moderator, for that question. And let me start where the other colleagues have left off. All of us over the last 2 years have been very concerned, and therefore we've developed COVID responsive operational plans in order to survive. During the same period, the Department of Transport led a process of policy review. And that policy review was meant to reflect on the adverse impact of COVID, but importantly, should really be now concluded in order to inform a new economic regulation policy underpinning, which then will impact on the permission and the financial model for the entire aviation sector. So that's absolutely critical, and I just want to reiterate. But secondly, just from an airport's perspective, we've had to really think out of the box and to be able to respond to what COVID has presented as a very complex set of challenges. Whilst we all indicate passenger numbers having declined significantly over this period, an interesting trend has emerged with cargo performing relatively better. So as Airports Company South Africa, we confirm our new focus on cargo operations, facilities and enablement in order to take advantage of what COVID has really given birth, supporting the e-commerce industries, but also more importantly, accepting that virtual life is now the new reality. Secondly, in understanding our core business, airports operate on the basis of aeronautical revenue and non-aeronautical revenue. On the aeronautical side, we work very closely with the tourism industry, relating specifically to growth of passengers as a result of the negative impact of virtual business and the impact it has on muting passenger numbers. And so the tourism industry and ourselves, and particularly domestically, have had to think very specifically about how we increase tourism number and promote domestic tourism in order to cut the dependence from international tourism as we've known it. The converse, though, with the international front has emerged as a very clear emphasis on leisure travel. We see requirements by airlines to fly into South Africa as an end destination for the purposes of leisure, almost on a dedicated leisure basis. So those two areas are potentially growth areas. On the non-aeronautical revenue side, as an airport company, we've then focused on how we grow our revenues in the non-aeronautical space, in the commercial space, in expanding our footprint in the airport precinct so we can generate better revenues from non-aviation related activities. Firstly, we recognize the important role that passengers play in order to grow this non-aeronautical revenue, but we see the opportunity to open up our airports for greater passenger mobilization and activities that attract people to economic activities in airports. We've seen examples globally from Changi, from Dubai, from other airports that show how airports become the center of economic activity and therefore can generate revenues at a higher rate than they've ever done before. The third for Airports Company South Africa is our intention to grow our footprint globally and domestically. So we look for opportunities primarily to provide very critical airport services to the non-ACSA airports. And here I'm speaking specifically about what we've seen as a sector as a decline of municipal and provincial owned airports in the country and our opportunities for providing assistance on a contractual basis to these airports. The second is Africa presents the biggest growth opportunity globally. And so strategically, we position ourselves as Airports Company South Africa to take advantage of that and provide services like we have in the past built Accra Airport and provided services to others. We are commonly sought to provide airport development, management, operation services to a variety of airports across the continent.
If I may just pause you there from that, Ms. Mpofu, because from the nuggets that you're sharing, I want us to be able to expand it as well to our panelists. And Mr. Mutembe, just taking in from what Ms. Mpofu was sharing about even looking at how we can perhaps laterally view passenger contribution as well as passenger mobilization. Will you allow me to be a journalist for a couple of moments? Okay, because being a journalist means I have to call you out. Call everybody out, right? Passengers are worried and concerned about safety and about security, but also about the dependence and the predictability of flight. Unfortunately, within the past few years, we've seen unpredictability of flight, which means passengers feel as though if I get to the airport today because of one technical issue or another technical issue or one airline needed to be reevaluated, therefore I'm not going to getting to my destination at the time and the moment that I had scheduled for, which was unfortunately says something to even the psyche of a passenger, because they're going to see themselves as, I'm going to the airport, I wonder what I'm going to get today. And that's not fair. From a business perspective, from a passenger perspective. In the mobilization of passengers, how do we collectively take responsibility for even some of the mishaps that have happened within the industry in hoping to forge a more predictable mode of industry and a predictable mode of flying? It's a very difficult one, but I have to be a journalist.
Yeah. No, not quite true. And obviously safety is of paramount importance. I mean, the CAA spoke quite thoroughly about that, and that's an issue that the regulator, obviously from an international point of view and compliance with its own regulations, would have to ensure that's done correctly. But we all take responsibility. It is quite true that we all need to take that level of responsibility. We continue to encourage our members, to ensure that, all their systems are in place in order for them to be able to, provide services in accordance with their schedules. However, you do have some of those problems. And I think my view would be that to a greater extent, with the CAA having identified where the key problems are, and those key problems are the issues that need to be addressed. For instance, the cockpit or crew issues that have been pointed out as the key related issues. How do we improve on that? Because there's a compliance that's required at that level of ensuring that our members, broadly speaking, there is that broader compliance. We're still going to debate the issue of the mental health issue, which is coming in the afternoon, which impacts on the cockpit and all that. We are definitely taking that responsibility. And I think with engagement with the Civil Aviation Authority as our regulator, and we continue to want to make sure that we comply with their regulations, we're happy to engage, especially if it affects any of our particular members. I'm happy for the DCA and as well as TEMBA, to raise those issues with me, to address them with those particular members, so that we're able to deal with issues at specific level. Because as the Deputy Minister was saying, we cannot afford to have even a single incident or catastrophe.
It's very true, because, and we're going to expand a little bit about how do we take advantage of the spaces that have been provided within the tourism sector, but tourism needs the consistency, and people need the consistency of tourism. But I also want us, Mr. Loshan, to look at the employment factor and how employment has seen, we're making reference to the numbers. If we're going to be seeing staff capacity being cut by 50% or so, that says a lot about the responsibilities lying on the shoulders of those that have to carry the other 50% that are no longer there. And those 50% that are no longer there means that I work double as hard, longer hours, longer shifts, saying something about even the amount of output I can be expected to give. Let's talk a little bit about the employment aspects, and as well as how unemployment has seen a significant increase within the sector. But now that we're here, to your point, Dr. Malinga, now that we are here, what do we do better? Do we go and hire more? Do we look at those that are within the industry themselves and say, how then do we start making the value chain small and more efficient? What do we do with what we have right now, given the unemployment crisis that we faced within the sector?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to touch, Program Director, to the point of the safety issue. Safety is non-negotiable. And I think the incidents which we have, and I can speak on the ground experience, being in a foreign destination where we had an aircraft on the ground, technical problem, and it is how you recover from that. And the recovery process in terms of instilling confidence in the passengers who fly again is that we recovered very quickly in terms of trying to provide them with all the comforts. Even the flight was delayed for 2-3 days, but we didn't receive any complaints. We received a lot of compliments because the way the airline handled the issue of the technical problem. The aircrafts are machines, and the maintenance issues have to be spot on in terms of making it flyable and safe. And so as ASA, we always believe that safety is non-negotiable. In terms of the employment aspect which you spoke about, it is rather sad that we have lost so many employees, and I think we have a skilled network of employees who have left now because of the market conditions. And I can quote examples where airlines, some of them did not receive salaries for a number of months, and then this was with the private carriers. Some of the salaries were cut by half, and I think presently we still have that condition in the market. But I'm confident that as soon as the markets try to correct itself, we will definitely have opportunities in the aviation space to re-employ. I'm unaware of one of our colleagues has joined 3 different airlines in the last 6 months. And she's present here today. I think that's, it's resilience in terms of, the skilled people will be employed. And I think the addressing of the other issue in terms of transformation, we've been a forerunner of transformation. The Airlines Association of Southern Africa has been certified as a level 4 contributor, and there's no compulsion on the Airline Association to be BBBEE accredited. But I think in the spirit of the country and the policies, we have to take that and adhere to the policies of the country. So I think we very, very sort of concentrate on the transformation aspect, and I think our airlines are also have transformed, but not to the extent that the authorities will look at it. I'm a member of the Wonders of Aviation outfit, which is an outreach organization that exposes aviation to the disadvantaged communities. I mean, this is some of the initiatives that we have in place in the market that I think it will take a long time to correct the iniquities of the past. But the process is there, and we supporting the process fully.
I think it's a beautiful conversation that we even need to even interrogate further the conversation around transformation within the sector, and perhaps now looking at where things are, where we have to build back better. How do we build back better with all of that in mind? And in that aspect of building back better, Dr. Malenga, you were speaking significantly about the role of digitization and 4IR in the space. But perhaps you can expound a little about where do we draw the balance with the unemployment conversation we've just had right now, with the statistics of about, 50%, even more people have been actually let off within the sector of industry. Now we're saying we need to be able to speak with the new normal, and the new normal requires us to digitize. The new normal requires a lot of artificial intelligence, as the Deputy Minister was speaking about. The new normal may mean more machine, less people. Where do we draw the balance in being able to be innovative, in line with the 4IR agenda, but also paying into mind the economic discrepancies that exist within our context?
Thank you very much. I thought you would take off the journalistic hat before asking me a question.
The next question is about, so guys, where to from here?
All right. Look, I think the issue on digitizing, there is a misconception that when you automate and digitize, it means loss of jobs. That's not true, right? A simple example that one can show you, all right, take calculators. And so in the past, people used to use, I used the slide rule when I was still learning. That gives away my age a bit. And other sort of manual ways of calculating. And you bring calculators, people think you'll lose 5 of us by doing this. The same with spreadsheets for accountants, all right? That didn't reduce the amount of jobs that people could do just because they have a spreadsheet, as an example. However, it changes the tone and nature of the jobs that people then do. And that's how we've done for years to no end as humanity. That the more you get sophisticated in the tools that you use, you get to do more things with people still, all right? And Korea has shown that in many ways. And there are statistics when you look at South Korea as an example, that the more they automate and use robots and so on and so forth, the more people get employed to do more sophisticated stuff. So I wouldn't say automating and going to the sophisticated ways of digitizing things means less. It means more work, more sophisticated work, more intelligent work, more superior work, and that's where we should be getting as a humanity and as a people. I think what we need to do is to just, our education system needs to improve, gates off towards that, in creating more digital and more intellectual capable individuals that can do these more sophisticated jobs. Thank you.
It speaks significantly to skills development and how we're implementing the notion of skills development within the various spaces. But I'm also going to open it up for the floor. There's so many insights that came in from the safety perspective, obviously from our role players as well as what they're doing from our panelists as well. If you do have a question, just raise your hand very quickly, and I will make sure that the microphone gets to you. So quick raise of hands, who's got a question for our panelists so that we can move with this conversation. Also, if you've got conversations and questions online, we'll be able to field some of those questions as well. Do I have anything at the back? Or do I see anything at the back? No? We're good? Okay, we're still aligned with that one. But I want us, Msumpofu, then, to quickly type. Was that a question? There we go. That's here, this side. Thank you very much. As always, just please state your name and then you can ask your question.
Thank you, Program Director Pindiwe Gwebu from the South African Civil Aviation Authority. Faith, I just want to ask the panelists, you've asked a very pertinent question earlier with regards to the safety of flight and how it impacts obviously on tourism and also on the confidence of the passengers to use aviation, to rely on aviation as the most safest mode of transportation. I just want to ask our panelists also that, there would be given times when the regulator has to basically put down the law. It's not normally an easy thing or a nice thing to experience, especially from the passenger perspective. But could our panelists, especially those representing airlines, just talk to perhaps also our audience in terms of what type of assurances they would give that would support basically the view from the regulator to say that we cannot compromise on safety. Just one voice speaking both from an airline's perspective as well as the regulator, that sends the message across to that passenger who really, it was their last penny that they bought that flight with. I think it probably would be good to have that type of assurance given on a platform of this nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to respond to that one, Ms. Mtimba? I saw you nodding profusely to that one. Yeah?
No, thank you for that. I mean, that's very important. I think as speaking on behalf of VIS, I think, and myself, as associations, our level of involvement is such that ordinarily, safety-related issues or incidents are dealt with between the regulator and the airline itself. However, I've indicated that, look, as an association, as a body that obviously promotes and encourages its members to make sure that obviously there's compliance with safety regulations, we are willing, to be part of that process because we would read in the papers and engage our members when you've already, from the Civil Aviation Authority, issued some notices around non-compliance with a particular airline. That is an engagement between the two parties. But I think if there's a system, hence one is calling upon a different type of engagement where you see a trend even prior to a suspension or whatever, that we can have an engagement with ourselves as an association to say, is there a way? I don't know to what extent we may be prevented by the provisions of the regulations as between the parties. That we have to investigate that in terms of the legislative requirement. But we are there, depending on the understanding of what the requirements would provide.
Can I just add to
sure.
that? I just want to summarize what my colleague has said. I think it's the 3 C's: cooperation, collaboration, and commitment. I think as aviation ecosystem, all the players that adhere to that, I think we will definitely recover very quickly, and the emphasis on safety will be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that I wish we had the entire day to talk this through, because I think it's very needed, but there's so many conversations that are going to be coming out of this one. With this, let me allow our panelists some 30 seconds just to share some final thoughts before I release you all to go to lunch. But Mr. Mpofu, starting off with you, I think I'm going to pick up from what Dr. Malinga was mentioning around the notion of skills development and how we should not see digitization as a replacement, rather as an enhancement as well as a complement to the existing kind of technology as well as the existing infrastructure. But skills development requires us to be intentional about it. It's not all good and well to say skills development, skills development. 77% of South African young people are not with jobs. It is African women, 55.7% of women do not have jobs. Those opportunities for developing skills. How should we look at skills development from a practical implementation perspective? I'm allowing for about 30 seconds to a minute to be able just to share insights on that. How do we become intentional on skills development?
Thank you very much, moderator. I think one of the important underpinnings for any successful skills development would be an intentional strategy to grow the industry. And basically to also in that facilitate introduction of aviation skills across the board. As Airports Company South Africa were involved at many levels, introducing aviation curriculum in schools. We have an aviation school in Eguruleni, and also broadening basically in high schools and universities the necessary education programs for the aviation sector. And that basically will mean that our skills are grown from basically the school system. Secondly, learnerships and other programs we've undertaken and the various academies we have as the aviation industry are very good firm ground for growing aviation skills in order to ensure recovery. So at AXA we have a training academy, and so does ATNS, and we are targeted at growing skills across the African continent and provide very much needed high technical aviation skills which can be absorbed in this growth trajectory in the aviation sector. The third element is within our companies, the collaboration is very necessary between ourselves, but also with the various other public sector institutions and private initiatives and private sector financial institutions, which would enable a multi-functional skills growth, which must be linked to the industry development. I think one of the elements we don't speak about much, where we have a latent capability, but economic growth depends on the development of aerospace technology manufacturing capability. That will mean that we are less dependent on the rest of the world to grow the aviation industry in the country. So a multifaceted skills development program. We understand the challenges, but we have related industry like tourism, where in fact we are co-sharing programs such as EPWP, learnerships, and enabling more participation in the aviation sector from cross-functional areas. Digitization is going to present a great opportunity to grow better skills, and I'm happy to indicate it will also grow jobs. As Airports Company South Africa, we're launching an app this month, which basically will see us integrating all the services of the airport platform across the board and enabling the use of that app to actually create new opportunities for small businesses and other people who have access and want to have access to our platforms. So technology shouldn't intimidate us at all. It actually is going to help to support, bring the rest of the economy and integrate it with the aviation industry. And it will enable us to also use cutting edge aviation technology to sell to other sectors.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Mpofu. I do believe that we do have questions online as well, and I want to give all of our audiences an opportunity just to field. Ms. Mojapile, it's over to you, some of those questions that we've got online. Just give us the first one.
Thank you very much. The first question goes for Mr. Mutema. There's a question that says, airlines are not re-employing experienced employees, but look at employing new staff and train again. Can this be discussed as to why is this the move to new employment rather than to re-employ?
I can't hear.
Just repeat that for us.
Yeah,
Just repeat us. Just give us a brief repetition. Just speak a little bit louder. Also.
It's a question for Mr. Mutema.
Gotcha.
And Mr. Mudise is saying airlines are not re-employing experienced ex-employees, but are rather looking at employing new staff and train again. Can this be discussed as to why is the move to new employment rather than to re-employ?
Okay. Yeah, that's a very good question and very interesting question. There's a balance of issues. What you normally find is that airlines would obviously find in this recovery mode have to consider the costs that are involved in the business. And where you find that an experience, employees such as my colleague here, my counterpart Vis, with a 39 years experience would obviously fetch far much higher, remuneration as opposed to somebody that has 5 years and so on and so on. So there's that balance. I think it's a debate that we must have with members, broadly speaking, in terms of how do we balance that. Hence, I have, raised the issue that perhaps as an industry, we need to have what we should, maybe our own CODESA type, engagement and say how best do we make sure that we balance, the costs that are involved in the industry to make sure that there is sustainability of everybody involved in this pie.
I'm going to ask that we leave it for now. I'm looking at my watch, it's 12:55, and I want to make sure that everybody is still nourished as well. So I have to thank you, all of my panelists, Ms. Mpofu, Mr. Mutema, Mr. Lochin, as well as Mr. Malinga. Thank you so much for your insights. I know that we're definitely going to have an opportunity to expound as well. Do not fret, Mr. Mutema. I think it's going to be an ongoing conversation as well. And as we get into the second part after lunch, we'll then be able to continue with some of those discussions. And as I said, let's keep the conversation going and as well as keep the questions flowing so that we are able then to get as much out of all of us as possible. But ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:55. May I request, for not being a little bit unpopular, may I request that we break for lunch, but make it back here at 12, nope, it's not 12, it's 1:30. Make it back here into the auditorium at 1:30 so that we can resume with the rest of the program. And this will allow us to catch up as well a little bit on time. But it is lunchtime now. I do believe that lunch is ready, Ms. Palesa. Lunch is ready. So lunch is ready. You may just make your way out of the auditorium. Lunch will be served. And of course, we'll make it back here at 1:30. Thank you so much for your patience. And bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch. And we'll come back and see you at 1:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please just begin ushering everybody back into the auditorium so that we can start in a few minutes. All right, let's just get the last of our delegates back into the auditorium so that we can start with the next part of our program. We have got a lot to get through, and I want to make sure that it is not 8 p.m. and you're still sitting in this auditorium. So if everybody can stop making their way back inside, and then we can start with the next part of our program. Those that are within the auditorium, was it a good lunch? Thumbs up? Yes? Everybody's full? Thumbs up? Yes? Great stuff. Now the problem is that because you're full, I know for a fact that concentration is going to wane after a certain time. So I have to make sure that we always keep busy during this part of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us not even waste any time. Those that are within, kindly take your seats so that we can begin with the next part of the program. Some of the delegates that are still getting a bite to eat will come and join us as we progress. But I think that it is very imperative that we ensure that by the time it is Friday evening, you are safely in your households. Will we allow that to happen? Allow me to welcome our next speaker for this afternoon's proceedings. Just going to wait for a little bit of silence in the room. Thank you. So our next speaker is going to be looking at risk performance-based oversight. Ms. Catherine Teague, who's the manager for exemptions and regulation development on risk-based oversight. And Kath is also the Shanduka ASO project lead at the SACAA, and she's qualified as a professional ICAO instructor and a professional IATA instructor. Amongst others, she has an international diploma in teaching and training and a diploma in leadership training from Henley Business School, and she has served on the Information Technology Steering Committee as well as the Bid Adjudication Committee, as well as the SACAA Provident Fund Board. Her functions include business process improvement, policy analysis, regulatory intelligence analysis, reporting, and stakeholder management to achieve the desired outcome. And I might just add, she's got a fabulous taste in shoes. Please welcome Ms. Catherine Teague.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you. Kudos to the Comms Department. They do make you sound good. So thank you very much, ladies. Much appreciated. Good afternoon. So I hope that you've enjoyed the program so far, and that I can interest you in the risk-based oversight project that we've embarked on at the SACAA. If you can just intro my slides for me. Okay. I don't see anything on the screen yet. There. Okay. Cool. Okay. So the risk-based oversight, this risk and performance-based oversight, is a brand new project that we are taking on at the SACAA. And this project is going to take us into a total new way of doing aviation. So if you can go to the next slide and look at the introduction. What is risk-based oversight? We're going to look at that. We are going to look at why we're going to change. We're going to look at why we're saying one size does not fit all and what we plan on doing about that. We're going to give you an example of how risk-based oversight changed safety in aviation in Norway. I'm going to look at the transition that we're going to embark on, and we are going to look at the actions that's going to be required from us as a SACAA and the actions that's going to be required from you as the industry. And we're also going to look at how are we going to measure the correct implementation of this risk and performance-based oversight. We're going to look at the risk and performance-based oversight model that we, the SACAA, is going to implement and what it's going to look like on our electronic system. And we're going to look at the advantages to you of the industry, and then we're going to conclude. So that is just basically what I'm going to show you today when we look at risk-based oversight. So what is risk-based oversight? It is a new way of doing oversight. And when we speak about oversight, we are talking about our surveillance audits, that we are going to do that. So risk-based oversight is going to give us, the SACAA, a new way of looking at it, planning it, and the planning is going to be driven by a combination of the risk profile of your organization and your safety performance. So in execution, when we then execute these surveillance inspections and audits, we are going to focus on the management of your risk and the effectiveness of how you manage that risk. But we are not going to walk away from compliance. Compliance will always be there. We are going to work the effectiveness of your compliance into our risk profile of your organization. But compliance will never go away. Compliance, when I speak compliance, that is compliance to the law. That is the audits that we currently do. We're currently doing compliance audits only. So that will never go away. We will always have the compliance factor. It's just going to be how effective you have mitigated your risks and how effective you implemented your corrective actions and managed your organization. So now, compliance-based oversight is becoming inadequate, okay? It has been acceptable for many, many, many years, but through time, the requirement for safety have increased internationally and within the CAA as well. And that has made the compliance side of things inadequate. It's not enough to maintain the high safety requirements that are out there, not just from the authorities or from international, but also from our public. The trust our public has, or the lack of trust our public has in our aviation industry, has forced us to increase our safety requirements. Okay, so when I talk about what the trust of the industry is, if you look at the Malaysia, you look at the Air France accident, we look at the Malaysia aircraft that got shot down by the missile. You look at all the aircraft that have crashed recently. You look at the impact of COVID. You look at all of those factors, and the public's trust in aviation has decreased, and that is causing a widespread increase in safety requirements worldwide. Okay. We're also introducing a safety culture into aviation, and we are incorporating flexibility into our oversight. Our oversight has always been very rigid. We've had numbers that we had to meet, targets that we had to meet, and this was an international, not just a requirement from our authority that said we have to see an organization X amount of times. This was an international requirement that we as an authority had to meet, and we had to prove that when we had all of our USAP and FA audits, that we could maintain this. Now, we're also looking at, apologies. Then a subject that has come up time and time again, over-regulation and the safety gaps that have been formed and has increased in our aviation because of over-regulation. So the need has come for not more regulations, but better oversight. Again, as I said, remember, we said compliance-based oversight has become inadequate. It's not enough. So to increase the regulations, we therefore increase the compliance side of things. And that is no longer enough. Our oversight needs to change. And there has been this huge new demand on regulators for us to change the way we do oversight. And internationally, they have come together, and you recall all of this started off with saying we are reactive. We've always been reactive. We wait for an accident to happen. When the accident has happened, we change the regulations or we change the standards. From there, we moved to predictive. Okay? Proactive, sorry, I'm one step ahead. We moved to proactive, where we said we now need to look and see where we have areas of high risk, and we need to put measures in place to mitigate that risk. The next step now is to move towards predictive, where we look and we analyze the data and the information that we have, and we take that data and information and we predict areas where we Our statistics show us we have areas, dangerous areas and areas of high risk, and we therefore put mitigating factors in place. And for us to be able to do that, we need to be there to see what is happening. So our oversight and our method of doing oversight is going to change. Not to say we need more audits, we need better audits. Okay. So there's a wide diversity. Now we're getting to what we're saying, one size fits all. There's a wide diversity in our aviation industry. We've got large organizations, we've got small organizations, large airports, little runways in the middle of nowhere. We've got AMOs that serve large or airline operators. We've got one-man band AMOs that have 1 or 2 or 3 aircraft. We've got our general aviation environment where there you have an AP maintaining aircraft that's not linked to an AMO. So we've got such a diverse environment. At each and every single one of these blocks link into one another to either cause a dangerous or high-risk environment or a safe environment for our aviation industry. And it affects whether it's a small general aviation aircraft that has an accident or an incident. It affects our safety record as much as a large commercial aircraft. So the performance-based attitude sets common safety goals for everybody. It doesn't say everybody has to meet them in the same way. It just says we are looking at common safety goals, but bringing the relative freedom in for everybody to achieve those common safety goals. Okay. Each company should have the opportunity to follow different options and ways to identify your risks, to mitigate them, and therefore to reach your safety goals to improve your company's safety level. These optional ways of reaching safety goals must be adequate. Your oversight by the authorities must ensure and endure different threats and hazards according to the size of your organization and the prerequisites that we have put in place or that you have put in place. Okay, so I'm now looking at an example, and please tell me if I'm going too fast. Okay, you guys are very stoic. I don't know whether I'm going too fast or whether I'm going at an acceptable pace. Thank you. So I'm going to use an example to show internationally how risk-based oversight has improved safety levels. And this scenario is published, so it is from Norway, and it is an actual case study that they've done, but it is published, so it is acceptable for me to use it, and it can be found on the internet freely. So this is scaled to a specific sector. They look at the helicopter safety in Norway, and they specifically looked at inland operations as well as offshore. As you all know, they've got quite a few offshore oil drills in that environment, so they've got quite a bit of offshore operations there. So the map that you have on the screen up there is just the government-operated airports that's running commercial air traffic, in addition to the 5 privately operated airports. Now, this is in no way even close to what we have in South Africa, but it's a scenario to show that risk-based oversight is not just for operators. Okay, so I specifically chose one that included your airports operation as well. Okay, so your coastline is jagged. You've got geography that's unfit for development of road networks in Norway. Aviation is one of the most used and important ways of travel there. Okay, so, but in 2010, during that volcano ash crisis they had there, a lot of their airspace had to be closed. And the third busiest air route in Europe was also between Oslo and Bergen. Okay, so this is the impact that they had, or the risk that they had to contend with in 2010 was the volcano and the ash that they had there with all of their helicopter operations. Just to give a little bit of background, in the year 2000, the Norwegian government went the same way that we did to say no accidents, zero tolerance. Okay, so they then, or no accidents that result in fatalities or serious injuries in commercial aviation, and they then formed 2 safety committees for their helicopter operations specifically. The one safety committee was for offshore, that was chaired by the SACAA. It involved all operators, customers, air-navigation service providers, and unions, and it was financially supported by the stakeholders, not by the authority. The other one was the Safety Committee for Inland, financially supported by the SACAA itself, and it was working with all of the AOC operators they had there. So in order to improve safety, the government, in full cooperation with these 2 stakeholders, launched a package of action that includes studies, analysis of root cause analysis of accidents and serious incidents. They worked on the findings and the recommendations. They worked on prioritizing actions, targeting and monitoring new objectives. So they worked on all of these items to improve the safety in Norway in those areas. And this was all financed by the aviation industry itself. So what came out of that, some of the statistics that they were looking at that stage, is that the number of accidents they had, inland and offshore operations, okay? As inland operations, they had 3 incidents and accidents, okay? And they worked it over flight hours, 0.72 flight hours, okay? They had 3 accidents, including 1 fatal. And then the offshore operations, they had 31 accidents, of which 5 was fatal, okay? And the flight hours, this is swapped around. The flight hours is 420,000, and the offshore operation flight hours of 240,000, okay? And then the flight hours, or the accident rate for that was inland was 0.72, okay, and the fatalities per million hours flown per pax was 1.8, okay. I know they're missing one there. If I'm not mistaken, the accident rate there, who can calculate it for me quickly? Johan, have you got a calculator? Can you calculate? Not? Okay. Sorry, I apologize. There's an item missing there. Okay, so in any case, the outcome showed, the statistics showed that they needed to improve their safety record if they wanted to reach the 0 accidents or 0 fatals per accident. They had to reduce that amount quite significantly. Now they looked at all of these case scenarios, and they looked at areas where they could improve all of these items, and they came up with certain restrictions at that time to do so, okay? They, from 2004 to 2014, the improvements that they implemented at that stage showed a drastic reduction in accidents inland, but they still had a high number of volume of accidents in the offshore environment, okay? So even though the flight hours increased quite drastically, they showed a reduction in the amount of accidents, but it still didn't reduce the accidents to the 0 fatal accidents that they required. So they needed to implement additional requirements or additional safety recommendations. But from their point of view, from what they've done, they've increased the regulations. They required additional training for the pilots. They brought in new systems for their navigation services. All in all, to improve the accident rate, and they still couldn't get it down to what they required, the 0 fatal accidents for the, as they put in place as the safety plan. So they then had to look at a different approach. And at that stage, risk-based oversight came into being in Europe. And it was a requirement for them to start implementing risk-based oversight. And this was around about 2014, 2015. And they took all of this information that these 2 safety groups gathered, and they handed this over to the Risk-Based Oversight Committee. So all of the statistics, all of the measures that they've put in place was handed over to the Risk-Based Oversight Committee, and it was from there on, it was then the risk and adrenaline kick became an industry feature. There was a clear mandate given to the Inland Committee with focus on the actions and the main priorities, such as safety promotion, creation of informative and lively websites. They did further studies with the other aviation authorities. They implemented all of the recommendations. They simplified it. They reviewed the education and training requirements, the awareness and safety culture raising. All of these items were implemented, and handed over to the Risk-Based Oversight Committee. So they then had commitment from all of their stakeholders, and they then, from 2014 onwards, they had, can you move on? I've already, sorry. Okay, there. So they then, the Risk and Performance-Based Oversight Committee then prioritized the areas that was shown statistically, the areas of concern. So they then took the oversight, the authority oversight, and they implemented these areas, the oversight into the specific areas of concern. From there, they then created the risk and oversight system. They had the guidelines for prioritized of the oversight. They handed it over to the SSP and the SMS. They established a system for analyzing the root causes. They looked at the objectives and lively indicators with all of the SPIs that was created in 2014. And the potential for extension to other aviation segments was then looked into and identified in the critical elements and was predefined in the root cause analysis, and key risk areas was classified in accordance with their severity. Okay. Sorry. All right. At the end of the one that doesn't show you at the bottom, at the end of 2017, Norway achieved their 0 fatal accidents in their country in total. So they achieved their total, and it was the implementation of risk-based oversight was the final step that took them from the normal compliance and increasing of the safety recommendations and all of the items that they looked at. When they moved it over to risk-based oversight, and they implemented risk-based oversight where they could prioritize specific safety areas and not just look at the entire picture. It was only when they implemented risk-based oversight that they actually fulfilled the 0 fatal accidents requirement that they set for them as an authority. So that is a success story, taking into account risk-based oversight, and specifically only on those 2 areas, so on the helicopter areas. Now, taking that into consideration, look at what risk-based oversight can do for us as an authority. Risk-based oversight, risk and performance-based oversight, is not something that we can just implement instantaneously. This is a total new way of looking at how we do oversight in South Africa. We are very used to the traditional compliance base. Do you have an MSP? Do you have an accountable manager? Do you have a manual of procedure? Do you have procedures? Are they implemented? That's not going to change. What we are going to start looking at is, when you have a procedure, is it effective? Your accountable manager, is he effective? Your person responsible aircraft, even if he's qualified according to the requirements of the law, is he effective? Now, this is not going to be findings on an organization, should we find that we have a concern with any of these areas. It is going to be a negotiation. We are going to inform you that we have a concern in this environment. We are going to concern in this area. This is increasing your risk, which means that us as an authority is going to spend more time with you. We are going to advise you. We are going to guide you. We are going to look at how we can improve this together in a partnership. And that is what the main focus of risk-based oversight is going to be. Now, this is going to have an attitude change required from us. So it's going to be very hard. It's not something, we don't expect this to come easy. And it is It's a question of we have to be willing to open up to one another as an authority and as the industry. So we are looking at a transitional period for this. And it's going to lead from a purely prescriptive rules through hybrid process where we are now, and I'm going to explain that a little, and then we are going to move formally to fully performance-based oversight. Now, when we move to performance-based oversight in future, even our regulations need to change to performance-based regulation. That is for the future. We're not closely, even remotely, that worldwide. We're not there yet. But that is the aim, that in future, even our regulations will be changing from prescriptive to performance-based. How that is going to look and what that's going to look like, I don't know. But it is something that we need to switch our mindset to. So currently, we are still on purely prescriptive rules. We are now moving towards our hybrid process, where we are going to have a system whereby we are going to be implementing our risk-based oversight, and our electronic system is going to calculate your risk or your risk profile that you will have with the authority. So from there, in future, we are due for this hybrid process, that our target date to be fully implemented there is 2025. That is the ICAO requirement for us to be fully implemented to do risk-based oversight on our industry, on our hybrid process. The fully performance-based oversight, that is for the future, New Zealand, the UK, and I think Norway, I'm not 100% sure, have already started forming groups to move towards the performance-based regulations, but they have not published anything. There's nothing published as yet from them on how this performance-based regulations have looked. They've only published the work groups that are currently working on them, and those are the only ones that I've found that are currently already working on the performance-based regulations themselves. But we know this is coming. It is the future. So, what actions are required from us? Acceptance. The first action that is required from us is acceptance. Accepting the new system, accepting that we as the SACAA might be looking into your organization deeper and more thoroughly. And not just looking at, do you have all the requirements as per the law, but how effective are they? How effectively do you mitigate your risks? And we've had this sort of communication. We've seen it in the newspapers, we've seen it all over, but the CA has done an audit. Now all of a sudden we are suspending, we're shutting, we're grounding aircraft. Yes, we've done the compliance audit. You might have met all the compliance requirements. It doesn't mean you're safe. And that is the reason why risk-based oversight came into being, because compliance was no longer adequate. Even with all the compliance requirements met, the industry was still not safe. We need to change our behavior towards one another. When we communicate on risk and performance-based oversight, it needs to be a communication. It needs to be a negotiation. There's going to be no law that says your accountable manager needs to be effective. Not yet. In future it will. So we need to communicate and negotiate on this. We need to communicate and negotiate to say, we are concerned that your finances in your organization is not conducive to the type of operation that you're doing. Even though we have no law that says we are allowed to be auditing your financial situation. But we need to communicate that because there is a risk and it increases your risk, which means that we need to be with you more often to assist you in that area. Now for all of this, we need data. We can't do this without information. So we need data. And the data that we need needs to be gathered for the right reasons. The data that we gather needs to be able to be utilized. It needs to mean something. It's not just going to be there just for the love of it. And the data that we're going to need is going to be data that we receive from you as the industry. So you will provide us with this data. And then when we need as an authority and you as the industry in between one another, we need to collaborate on sharing this information with one another. I'm not saying that I'm going to tell one organization the risks that another organization has, or the risk profile of another organization. But in your group of organizations that are of the same size and complexity, okay, I need to be able to say, we have found that there is a common risk, or there's a risk, we have picked up a risk. Is this something that is also found in your environment, or is it an isolated case? So we need to collaborate in sharing this data, and then this spreads out. We need to start sharing that data with our neighboring countries. And from there, it needs to push up. So we share this data internationally with our international organizations. For us to be able to do that, and thank goodness us, as the authority, we are way ahead of that, we need to implement smart intelligence. This can no longer be done on an Excel spreadsheet. You know, we need systems in place that can calculate and put all of this information together. And we are far ahead. The CAA is far ahead in this matter. So there's no concern there. We all have all of those systems in place, and we are rolling them out even more and more. And every time I blink my eyes, there's a new project with a new system coming up, and I need to run to catch up to see how it will affect. So this is something the CAA is absolutely just blowing up with smart intelligence these days, which is fantastic. So from there, using all of this information, we need to monitor performance. If we're going to say that we're going to do risk and performance-based oversight, we need to monitor your performance. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to claim that, to say that we're going to do risk and performance-based oversight. And then we need to evaluate the quality of the system. So it is not going to be something that we are just going to throw out there and say, no, you all have to adhere to this, and this is the way we go ahead. This system needs to be evaluated for the quality of it. At every single step of the way, this is going to change. And it's going to evolve, and it's going to grow. As we grow, and as you as an industry grow into this risk-based oversight system, it is going to change. And we're going to constantly have to evaluate the quality of our implemented system. Okay. Then we need to measure the correct implementation of performance-based oversight, of risk and performance-based oversight. So we need to know, have we reached the correct outcomes that we agreed upon? Have the right actions been initiated from both us as well as you in the industry? Are the correct measures in place? Have the risks been identified? And at the end of the day, how does this all add up? When we look at this risk, as I said, we might identify a risk at a specific organization, and that risk might be the same for all of those organizations. We just might not have picked it up at someone else's organization, or this might be something that the industry had brought to our attention that we were not aware of. Okay? But where does it all add up? When we look at our accident and incident statistics, that information, how do we utilize them? We can't just assume that each and every single incident increases the risk at an operator or an airport or at an organization. We have to be able to evaluate them and determine where that risk fits in and what does it add to the risk profile, either increase or decrease. Okay. We need to determine when we do the normal compliance audits, and you have findings on the normal compliance audits, which you still will have. You will have findings on your normal compliance audits. Okay, we will have to determine what value does those findings add to your risk. So this is something that we as a CAA need to determine. How are we going to measure this? How are we going to put it in place? And at this moment, that is what we're busy with. From the industry point of view, I'm sure you would have received our mails. We requested you to provide us with risks. We requested you to provide us with the amount of people you have working in your organization. We requested you to provide us with your mitigating factors. We asked a lot of questions from you as an industry, and a lot of resistance came to, why do you want to know my personal business? Okay, and we had to explain, and we had to go through the workshops, and we did quite a few of those, to explain to you why we need all of this information. We needed to know your size and your complexity. We needed to know how many people you have working for you. And we needed to know the complexity of your type of operation, so that we can group you together with your peers. And from there, we will now look into your peer group when we do the risk and performance-based oversight, when we do your profile risk calculation. And we will say, within this group, your risk is higher than the average or higher than your peers. Therefore, you are someone that we need to look at with a little bit more attention. And the guy that's really low and his risk profile shows up, he might be higher than a lot of other organizations, but in your peer group, he is lower than the rest. So then we know we can relax on you a little bit. You know, we don't have to spend as much time and attention on you. So what does our system look like? What information are we going to use? What is the model? This is what our model currently looks like. The information that is currently going to go into the system to be able to determine your risk profile. So we will be looking at the questions like we've already done, your risk assessments. It'll be a quantitative method, so each and every risk will have each and every question will have a value added to it. The response, the answer will have a value added to it. We will use our inspectors' competence, their knowledge, skills, and attitude. And our inspectors will go through quite extensive training in this environment as well. We will then feed that into our system, where we will then calculate your risk profile. Like I said, compliance will never go away. We will assess your risk management. We will look at your safety performance. All of this information will feed into our electronic system, and that will then, at the end of the day, give us our planning cycle. It will tell us how often are we going to look at you as an organization based upon your risk profile. So that is the current model that we have. It's changeable as we go along, but that is currently what it looks like. Okay, thank you. So if you let me go, I'll keep you here all day, I promise. So, like I said, the advantages to use the industry is the size and complexity calculations will ensure that evaluations are per your structure and compared to the size of your organization. The future oversight plans are tailored to your latest assessment, not to 3 or 4 years ago. The planning cycle, this will be determined from when we start implementing this and we see what it brings to our attention. That will be determined at that stage then, and it can be either increased or reduced, depending on your safety performance. The choice of the cycle length and the audit intervals could also be driven by the availability of resources. It will not just necessarily be based upon the outcome. It will also be determined on our resources. And we will look at each operator individually, and the cycle length will then be derived from your individual risk profile, not that of the bigger group. Okay, last one. So, why did we get to this point? The need for a new way of thinking about the rules and regulations was stimulated by the historical way of strict compliance with prescribed practices and prescribed by the regulations. That is where we come from, and that is where we currently still are. This brought up a need to keep the trend of continuous enhancement of safety by introducing a safety culture and promoting the trust in our public. And this is also driven by the need for better oversight with more flexibility and insight from us as an authority. Thank you very much. That is my presentation.
If there's one thing that is very clear, Ms. Teague, is that you're quite passionate about your area of work, right? So can we give her a round of applause for that? There's passion there. All right, I'm going to come up with a new house rule. Otherwise, it's going to be 8 p.m. and we're all going to be here. So to avoid all of that from happening, as soon as you start seeing me move closer, that means that you should be wrapping up. If I get to the podium, that means I might cut you off. And we don't want to cut anybody off. So let's make sure that as soon as you see me stand, that's your cue to say, it's time for me to wrap up. Are we okay with that? So I'm going to just ask that our next panelists just to keep our the presentations to 15 minutes as allocated for the time, just so that we can allow everybody. We still have a whole panel discussion to get through throughout the course of this conference. So please, without further ado, let me also welcome industry to speak about industry cybersecurity strategies. We've got the AFSEC risk specialist, Ms. Dikeledi Mzimba. Let me tell you a little bit about Ms. Mzimba. She joined SACAA in 2020 as an AFSEC risk specialist. She has over 15 years experience as an information security and risk analyst with experience in conducting risk assessments with the ability to identify, assess, and mitigate a spectrum of information security risks. And she has gained extensive knowledge in information security appraisal as well as policy evaluation against proven frameworks such as COBIT as well as ISO 27000. You'll be able to further elaborate on exactly on that one. Please allow me to welcome onto the podium, give a round of applause, Ms. Dikeledi Mzimba.
Thank you so much, Program Director. And I'd like to say good afternoon all. And thank you for the opportunity today to actually take you through our journey as a regulator and how we actually went through the endeavor of actually going through the cybersecurity, industry cybersecurity strategy. Presentation. I would like just to say that cybersecurity actually has been a very fundamental issue within aviation security, and especially within cybersecurity. Okay. Just pardon me. So, in cybersecurity within the regulator, in 2020, we realized the need that we need to adopt cybersecurity within the aviation space to ensure that our oversight model embraces cybersecurity. That cybersecurity is not just an IT issue, but a regulatory one too. Knowingly that the aviation industry has been experiencing increased cybersecurity attacks, ransomware, phishing, and DDoS attacks. With this digital evolution, the aviation was ushering new complexities. These complexities was registered during the 39th session of the ICAO Assembly, which affirmed the importance of the agency in protecting civil aviation, critical infrastructure, and data against cybersecurity. This allowed us to, this was followed by the amendment of the Annex 17, together with the security manual, which is the Doc 9873. It was followed by the release of the cybersecurity strategy by ICAO, together with the action plans. Above this outcome informed the development of our own cybersecurity strategy to trigger the comprehensive cybersecurity work plan. This served to address the imminent nature of cybersecurity and its vulnerabilities towards the aviation cybersecurity critical infrastructure system, which are dispersed across the aviation ecosystem, and recognizing the cross-cutting nature of what cybersecurity within safety and security operational environment. However, cybersecurity is impacting and redefining the aviation regulations and oversight process, and this demands a mind shift in approach from those managing and responsible for the aviation operations to provide the ability to develop a preventative and defensive mechanism to ensure that they commensurate the threats. Why the development of the strategy approach instead of just review maybe the legislative framework?
I'm just lifting it down for you.
Oh, thank you. Considering that the oversight mechanism had been silenced towards cybersecurity, no information security. it was imperative for the regulator to acquire an understanding, to understand what are we dealing with and how we're going to deal with this issue. And to show that the cybersecurity is an evolving mechanism, that we can't actually stay constant to see how it's going to evolve within our sphere. And this was defined through to show that we serve to provide a proactive approach rather than being reactive. I think my colleague had said that the compliance mechanism of how the regulatory framework have been working is changing. And with cybersecurity, we're actually looking to how we're going to incorporate cybersecurity, to incorporate risk in particular, because risk, it helps us to be proactive and understand what we're dealing with. And to define our cybersecurity context and perspective, and to acquaint ourselves, as we know that as a regulator, we're looking at the process and policies. Technology on its own, we couldn't actually deal with it. And to unpack the international legislation and best practice informing the management of cybersecurity. With a review of the legislative framework, to include that we, to date as a regulator and the industry, has developed a strong track record of safety, resiliency, and cybersecurity practice over decades to withstand and to recover from any terrorist attacks, physical security, and climate change. The amendment of the regulation incorporate cybersecurity would have deprived us of understanding who we are and to learn and to understand what we are about to face. Considering that cybersecurity is not about a tick box, knowing that with compliance is about are you compliant to the regulation, but cybersecurity is about outcome-focused based activity, which mandates a different approach, of course. This will require a different mind shift, not just about being compliant. It means that we are secure. This requires a proactive approach where we understand our technology, understand who are we dealing with within our ecosystem, where what is, and how do we understand our extended supply chain in totality. We need to recognize that they need to develop an effective cybersecurity program informed by our threat exposure, our vulnerabilities, and our capabilities to respond to those threats. Our regulatory perspective was based on defining our own perspective to provide us an opportunity to define where our strengths and weaknesses are. This requires of us to do an introspection as a regulator, to understand what our regulator's strength, and together with the industry, where are they as an industry in dealing with cybersecurity. Keeping in mind that cybersecurity oversight will be challenging, it depends on adopting proven information security frameworks, which is new for us. So we looked into what information frameworks are there. We looked into the golden triage of IT, which looked at people, processes, and technology to ensure that we harmonize those three elements. And the people, how those involved with using technology are to be capacitated. This, of course, will require the skilling. We've pointed out during the discussion today that scaling of those within the aviation will be quite important when dealing with technology, especially when considering cybersecurity as well. The processes, and of course the processes is something that as a regulator we are dealing with. We're constantly looking at regulatory changes, amendment of policies and procedures. But however, with technology, it was something that we had never endeavored in. We need to understand where what is and what type of technology do we have within our own sphere of the aviation ecosystem. Through those exercises, we're able to understand who are the role players within our own sphere of aviation. We recognize the role of government, the regulator, and the industry was imperative to ensure harmonization. As that, government provide a high-level strategic direction and policy framework to give us a direction on how to execute our mandate. And also for those in government, such as the security cluster, through providing us our threat landscape, through those CSET that they have, so that they can share those information so that we know what is going on within the aviation sphere that can actually be detrimental to the operation. From the regulator, to implement and ensure alignment with the ICAO requirements, and as well to align with what the ICAO action plans, and to establish a cybersecurity posture management, and to ensure that we have common language and common criteria, as this will require that we share information. With cybersecurity, what's happening within one area, we might not know what's going to happen to the other. So that helps us to actually implement preventative strategies in place as we know that what is happening, and having the common language, we understand what they're talking about and we act promptly. And within industry, it was to implement preventative and defensive strategies to ensure that they have visibility into their own environment. As we are, OT aviation systems have been reliant on legacy, have been based on a legacy system. Now they've been merged with IT, and those can be managed from an IT perspective, and with the people from operation might not know what lies where. But with IT, with a cybersecurity, our own cybersecurity industry strategy requires that industry have visibility, have understanding of what they have within their own ecosystem, so that we'll be able to identify and know what is who is managing what within the external supply chain. This was able to define our priority action, our 6 priorities and action plans. And the 6 priority action, the 5 priority action were based on ensuring that we achieve establish effective leadership, governance, and regulation, and to ensure that the secure information infrastructure system is in place, so that we ensure that we are cybersecurity resilient through our formulation of policies and our adoption of proven frameworks, knowing that IT and information security requires of us to adopt proven frameworks that are to guard our IT systems, and to adopt cybersecurity risk management approaches to aid in decision-making and accountability. Risk management helps us to be more proactive, to understand why we're making certain decisions, and to show accountability as well. And to increase awareness and develop cybersecurity culture. This is quite fundamental for cybersecurity, considering that cybersecurity can emanate anywhere within the whole organization, start from the bottom up or top up. So the leadership can give guidance to those who execute the protect and deal with IT's infrastructure on the ground, and those who are handling those infrastructures needs to be skilled and capacitated to understand what they're actually dealing with. With our cybersecurity, we developed an action plan which is mapped with what the IKF action plans needs to comply, that the industry needs to adopt. So this is just a depiction of what we have actually done since 2020 to 2023, into looking into what we need to do to ensure that our ecosystem is protected, we understand who is reliant to what, and ensure that we have proper governance frameworks in place to guide us in ensuring that we achieve a cyber resiliency, and we are prepared with when cybersecurity hits within our ecosystem. And our success will be defined through adopting basic information security guidance principles and best practices. And this 6 depiction of the establishment of leadership, identification, protection, detection, response, and recover are at core in how we're going to actually implement our oversight mechanism. In those areas, we have about 20 capabilities. With those capabilities, we'll be actually evaluating the industry into ensuring that they have the right, proper governance mechanism in place and the technology to ensure that preventative strategies and defensive ones are in place to guard against cybersecurity. So in each, we'll be interrogating to ensure that each industry have established what we have outlined within the checklist that we've developed. And as I've highlighted, it's not about a tick box exercise, it's more outcome based. So that will be able to guide us to see what are they doing to ensure that cybersecurity is in practice, is implemented across all the aviation ecosystem. Just to show you the way forward, where we are as a regulator and a strategy within AFSEC, we've looked into how we're going to take what is the ACAO have derived that we need to implement in place and what we can actually do internally. So far, we've developed 2 technical guidance material to ensure that we answer what is captured within the ACAO or ACAO action plans. So the CYAP represent the cybersecurity action plans as per ACAO. So those areas that I've depicted there, it ensures that what we have tried to do to answer to respond to those areas of ICAO from the action plans. So far we're moving through when we went through amendment of the regulations, and then followed by the development of the technical guidance material, which is the program for implementation of cybersecurity and development of the security culture, because security culture is quite central to what cybersecurity is all about. With that, we have the checklist that we've developed that will be outcome-based, that will actually be going out to ensure that the industry have certain requirements in place, and in areas where we don't have the capabilities. Of course, with cybersecurity, we've got technical needs that needs to be incorporated in, such as vulnerability assessment. That will require, obviously, of the industry to actually do a pen test into the system to understand what they have and if there's any vulnerabilities in those systems that they have. And together with identification of critical infrastructure systems, which is quite critical, because as we sit here, we don't know when the cyber threat attacks, where do we actually start? So having a clear visibility into our infrastructure will actually help us to safeguard our industry and know where we're going. So far, this is what we have as an industry, as a regulator, and as AFSEC as well, ensuring that we actually have the proper strategy in place to ensure that we can guide and work with industry as they move forward in dealing with cybersecurity within their own entities. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Ms. Dikeledi. I'm going to move swiftly along the program. If you would be so kind to also welcome Mr. Matita Shabalala, who is an industrial psychologist with Health Professions Council, as well as an aviation psychologist with the European Association for Aviation Psychology. We're going to be looking at the role of human factors in aviation safety. I think that is a big pertinent issue, and thank you so much, Mr. Shabalala. If you can come up and we can resume. Please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon. The DCA, Mrs. Koza, and ATNS management and the board of ATNS, thank you very much for the opportunity for me to present and talk about the role of human factors in aviation safety, more especially looking at the South African context. So this is what I will cover. What is human factors? The roles and responsibilities of employers and workers, the role of human factors in safety, human factors work group, and then also the last part is where I'll talk about we may need to think about safety differently from how we've been managing safety. I think this is time to do that. And I'm glad Mrs. Teku, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Basically, she was talking about compliance capitalism that has created a lot of safety cluttering, where most of us, we've had a lot of rules, regulations, procedures that have essentially made things difficult for people to do their job. So what is human factors? This is from the International Economics Association and also International Labour Organization. It says, it's a scientific discipline concerned with the understanding of interactions among humans and other elements of the system, and a profession that applies theory, principles, data and method to design in order to optimize human well-being and overall system performance. So basically, we normally use human factors and economics interchangeably. It employs three substantive drivers of intervention. That is, it takes a systems approach. Gone are the days when something happens or when an accident happens, we point a finger and at the person who was at the helm. In many instances, I've seen even in the media, when an accident happens, there's a board written, this accident happened because of human error or human factors, without elaborating what that means. We need to move into looking at the whole system of how accident happened. It is also driven by design. We need to design things that fits into human beings, not the other way around. We are accustomed to have engineers designing things and trying to fit individuals into that what they have designed. It should be the other way around. We need to design things that fits into how human beings do things. And it also focuses on optimizing two closely related outcomes, that is performance and well-being. We've been pushing people to perform without also understanding that they are human beings. They have to, we need to look at their well-being. And I think you saw now with COVID-19, the focus was mostly on human well-being, where we've put a human being on the center of everything that was happening. As much as we're still pushing performance, but we need to understand how we optimize human performance. So human factors, economics can be described as a transdisciplinary, user-centric bundling science in that it integrates and applies theory, principles, and data from many relevant disciplines to the design of work system, considering the complex interaction between human and other human beings and the environment and the tools and equipment and technology. So if an incident happens, where do we stop when we're doing investigation? Do we stop at the fact that now, because this particular individual has made a mistake, is that where we stop? We should not stop there. That should be the beginning of the investigation. In many instances, when you look at the investigations, that's where we normally stop. We don't get deeper into understanding what actually could have caused that. So what human factors is not, it's not a common sense. Because when we talk about human factors, in many instances, there's different understanding of what human factors is. Because we all think we know what it entails. And it's not about being civil or courteous or being nice. It's also making sure that people do what they are meant to be doing. But there's this misconception to say when you bring in human factors into your operations, you actually exonerating people when they have made mistakes. That's incorrect. And it's also not an off-site shelf behavior modification training. You know, so some of you most probably are proponents of behavior safety, of which I think that's an old way of looking at how things happen in operational space. And the last one is this one, where, and I've spoken about it, where we say human factors is a cause of accidents. That should be the beginning of the investigation. So let's talk about the roles and responsibilities. The government policymakers and regulators at the national and or state level should create, enforce, and continuously monitor, evaluate, and refine a coherent specific policy defining human factors, provisions, and protection for workers. We need that. Very, very important. At the same time, employers have the responsibility to adhere to that human factors principles and guidelines in the design and management of work systems, and to tailor these principles and guidelines to the specific conditions and needs of the organization and characteristics of the workers. It's very, very important. Even if you have got those principles, you have to tailor-make them into your own operational space so that it talks to what you are doing. And the last one, as workers, we should be empowered and involved in the design and management of work systems, and should carry the most knowledge about how operations work. That's very, very important. If you're looking for expertise in many instances, that's what organizations do. When you're looking for expertise, we tend to go outside and looking for that expertise. In actual fact, that expertise is the people who are actually doing the job. If you can find time and speak to the guys who are doing the job, those are the experts. They will tell you what needs to happen. They are essential contributors to human factors improvement processes. So, what is the role of human factors in safety? Just want to put that there. So, if you look at on the right-hand side, in many instances, how we normally looking at incidents and accidents, the focus has always been on the right-hand side. That is the people. We tend to look at that and then find out why didn't you do this? Why did you do that? Why? Now we need to ask different questions. The what and how. What happened and how did that happen? And then we can get to the crux of what transpired. And we look at the tasks that they are doing, at the interfaces. Do we give them equipments that are, working properly for them to do their job? Or do they have to work around the equipment that is not working properly? The products or the technologies that we're giving them as well, the environment in which they're operating, and the kind of jobs that we've given them. And ultimately, that will lead to the safety, the comfort, the health, the personal development, satisfaction and enjoyment, so that when they come to work, they know that they've been taken care of. And on the far right as well, that is left, the organization as well, we need to look at operational processes. How is it designed? The communication. Do we come up with something and ends up in the boardroom, or do we cascade that into the guys who are actually doing the job? And how do we do that? Very, very important. And then also the procedures that we have, organizational structures, are they conducive for the operations that you are operating on? Selection and training, do you have the right amount of skills in your operations? The legislative regulation requirements as well also form parts of that. And ultimately that will lead to improved capacity, safer systems, high quality output, good reputation as an organization, increased revenue. Obviously we'll have people who are capable to do their job, and then also reduce costs. And ultimately, if you look in between there, you'll have better work designs, human work interaction, workplace layout, workload. How do we distribute that workload between workers? Better work performance, human reliability, teamwork, decision making. How does all of those interact with each other? And then you'll have a better work culture, where you won't have many sicknesses or absenteeism, labor turnover and behavior compliance and all sorts of stuff. So when you look at all of that, it essentially talks to how we need to manage our operations to ensure that the humans do what they're supposed to be doing. And I love this one by Eric Holnachel. He says, what are the conditions for us to learn? Because when an accident or incident happens, we do investigations and we end it there, and then we file the report, and then we move on until another one comes back, and then we start again and say, by the way, we spoke about that other one, it looks like it's the same. So if you look at that graph there, look at accidents in terms of frequency and similarity, it's very, very low. And that's where mostly we tend to focus our attention on. Accidents. That's where our focus is. And then also incidents, you see the pie is still small. You're learning, however, you're not learning much. Where we need to focus on is on our everyday work. I can tell you now, nobody comes to work to cause harm. So, when we do investigation, obviously, the focus should not be why did you do what you did with the intention of finding error on that individual, but is to say, in the process of you doing your job, what transpired? How did it happen? How can we assist you? Because remember, they are also victims of that accident or incident. So we need to start understanding that. And when we do investigation, we find that essentially the behavior of operational staff does not change when an accident happened or incident happens. When you go back and find out, it's essentially what that person was doing yesterday. 99% of the time, that's what they've been doing. It so happened that today, it never went well, an accident happens. So, what is important is let's understand the everyday work so that we can prevent those accident and incident happening. That's where the role of human factors comes in. I'm glad to share with you that a while back, the CAA approached us and to look at the human factors, or they have a human factors work group to look at the accidents and so we've just started now. So the whole purpose of it's a subgroup of our aviation safety plan committee as supported by CAA aviation safety plan implementation plan, and it comprises of expert role players from the industry and the CAA engaging regularly on proactive and preemptive and predictive identify, assess and promote safety threat and significant safety concerns that are derived by human factors. So some of the things that we will start doing is to coordinate with human factors related activities with relevant stakeholders. So we consult very widely, and then also identify human factors contributors to aviation accident and incidents. Obviously, we'll be using what I've just spoken about now. We're not going to use the conventional way of looking at accidents because that is not helpful as we have seen. And then also possible, we may propose some human factors and safety solutions, and then also perhaps draft human factors and safety recommendation, and then also new standards if that is required, and maybe come up with training curriculum so that we are all on the same page when it comes to how we deal with safety. Participate in the safety awareness and accident reduction campaigns, and collaborate with the African Human Factors Institute. It's a new body that looks at human factors in the African context. Where to from here? We need to do safety differently. How do we go back? There we go. Okay. We need, from seeing safety as the absence of negatives, because that's what has been our focus. When nothing happens, we tend to believe that we are safe. When I'm saying nothing happens, when an accident or when an incident happens, we tend to believe that we are safe. However, we've seen many times that is not necessarily the case. In fact, those who've had a catastrophic accident are the ones who went for many years without a single incident. When the investigations come, we find that there's a lot of wrong things not happening. That's where safety culture comes in there. You need to allow your people to report whatever issues they come across, so that we can address those issues before they become a problem. So you need to see safety as the presence of capabilities that make things go well. That is by Sidney Decker and Todd Coughlin. So the focus has always been on the bottom part of the negative part there. That is the absence of safety. Counting what goes wrong does not measure safety, but the lack of safety. So we need to make sure that things go well also reduces the number of accidents. So we need to understand how work is done, so that if it's not done correctly, or if there are bottlenecks, they get sorted before something wrong happens. You see, we become now proactive. We don't wait for accident to happen and then we do investigation and find out and then make recommendations that sometimes may not be helpful. So we need to understand what is happening on a day-to-day basis, of which is a lot of work. However, there are ways of dealing with that, of which we don't have time to delve into that today. So we need to also ask questions differently, as Shorok have said. when an accident or incident happen, we need to ask this question: did the design and management make it easy to do the right thing? Do we have procedures that make things easy for the operational staff to do things correctly? Or we make it difficult so that they have shortcuts and all that stuff and things goes wrong? And then also, are we making it hard for them to do the wrong thing? And lastly, very hard to do a disastrous thing. So those are the simple questions that you may start thinking about when you encounter an accident somewhere or an incident. And then there's also ICAO Doc 10151 that talks about Manual of Human Performance for Regulators. Very, very important, and I'm sure the regulator will have a look at this. It actually guides us on how we need to manage human performance in operational space. So here are some of the questions that I would love to leave you with. Is your HF considered from regulatory perspective? That is human factors. So what do we look for during the accident or incident investigation? Do we look for human error? Do we look for the root causes? Have we been successful in that? I don't think so. Is your human factors an added on in your operations, an afterthought, or not considered at all? Who does your investigation? Is it the technical guys who are more technical, are looking at the technicalities of what transpired and don't even consider the human factors of that? Do you have a human factors performance or department or section, whatever, in your organization? If not, why not? Thank you very much. I'm sure I'm within the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shabalala. Nope, I have not stood up, so you're still within the time. Thank you very much for that presentation, quite insightful. How's everybody in the room doing? I'm checking pulses, temperatures. How are we? We're still okay? Do we need to stand up and sit down, or shall we continue? It's a very engaging conversation that we're coming into next. So, all right, stand up. All of us. Up, up. Up, 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 up. I know, you get to say we got this moderator and she tortured us for the entire day. That's fine, that's okay, I like it. All right, stand up, wiggle it, wiggle, 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 wiggle. We have to make sure that we're ready for the next presentation. Wiggle, wiggle, make sure that you're okay. I promise you, once you do this, you will cancel your gym membership. You would have done your part with me the whole time. So wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Okay, sit down. There we go. You see, you're ready now. Blood is flowing, oxygen is circulating, you're fine. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just reached another panel discussion. In fact, we're going to continue with this very same theme around looking at the human component of aviation and of the industry in itself. Our next panel discussion will be facilitated by Professor Priscilla Makunyane, the chairperson of the Aeromedical Committee of SACAA. She will then be introducing the panel members who will be then taking us through this conversation. Professor Priscilla Makunyane is the current chairperson of the Aeromedical Committee of SACAA and a member of the College of Medicine Examiners Committee, and she holds an MB as well as FCS and the head of Department of Ophthalmology from the University of Pretoria and a chief specialist head of Ophthalmology Department at the Steve Biko Academic Hospital. She'll be facilitating this conversation for us, given her extensive expertise that ranges over 25 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Professor Priscilla Makunyane, who will then introduce our panelists. They're joining us online.
Thank you very much, Chichi. My name is Professor Sipati Makunyane, and I'll be moderating this panel discussion. Thank you for having stayed on and joined this session. the topic of which is a focus on mental health in aviation. Because of the worsened stresses and strains experienced by the world over in the past 2 to 3 years, mental health is in general a major concern, but it is particularly amplified in the aviation industry among airlines, regulators, aviators themselves, and mental health care practitioners, as all stakeholders grapple with ways to balance the important factors such as the livelihood of aviators on the one end and the lives of the end users, namely the passengers. May I take this opportunity to introduce my panel? It's Professor Robert Bo, Dr. Fatima Ali, Mr. Jaco van der Westhuizen, and Dr. Baroshini Nadesan. Dr. Nadesan will also introduce her co-speaker, who is Mr. John H. Without further ado, and not to waste any more time, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Robert Bo, who is a registered and practicing clinical, counseling, and health psychologist in the United Kingdom and in South Africa. He's also a certified aviation psychologist in Europe. Rob is a board member of the European Association for Aviation Psychology, civilian psychologist to the Royal Air Force, on the ICAO Mental Health Working Group, Aerospace Medical Association Mental Health Group, and European Pilot Peer Support Initiative Committee. He is the lead consultant, clinical psychologist at the Royal Free Hospital, NHS Foundation Trust, London, working in acute and critical care. He has published more than 35 textbooks and 200 academic papers and chapters in books, including 3 key textbooks in aviation psychology: Aviation Mental Health, Pilot Mental Health, Assessment and Support, and Pilot Selection. He received the highest award in aviation in 2017, an honorary fellowship of the Royal Aeronautical Society, and is listed on the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum Wall of Honor in Washington, D.C. He's a liveryman of the Honorary Company of Air Pilots and also holds the Freedom of the City of London. Rob is a Churchill Fellow presented by Her Majesty the Queen, and together with the Asthma Mental Health Group, has recently received the Boothby Edwards Award from the Aerospace Medical Association. Today, he'll be talking to us about overview of mental health issues in aviation. Professor Bo, over to you, sir.
Professor Makunyani, thank you very much, and thank you everyone for the honor. By the way, the one thing you didn't mention is I'm South African, and in fact, just a week ago, I was in Cape Town, and I was so sad that I couldn't extend the trip to come and do it in person. So forgive me if I do it from London, but as I say, I'm proudly South African, and it is a great honor to be a part of your teaching and learning this afternoon. So I would like to obviously share with you some PowerPoint just to help us to kind of keep a focus here. Let me just firstly share my screen, which will take me half a second as always. I just want to check that we have it up there. Yes, we do. There it is. I just wanted to double check that you can see this. Yes?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, excellent. I shall proceed. I just know how difficult it is when one's a slide or two behind. So I'm still registered as a psychologist in South Africa. That will not stop me from talking incredibly quickly. I do know that time is slacking here, and it's just been so fascinating to listen to all the presentations. But the only thing I can do as a psychologist is talk a bit quicker. So myself, and believe it or not, another South African psychologist, Adrian Becker, we set up the Center for Aviation Psychology in Europe about 8 years ago, and we're psychologists, and we take, I believe, a lead in mental health in aviation, and we specialize in a number of different areas, which I'll briefly cover. One of the key areas that we provide is peer support, which we're going to hear from one of our colleagues a bit later on, and we do it in a number of countries, not just in the UK. And we cover large airlines. I'll show you a few of them in a moment, but we must never forget the smaller airlines as well, and even single pilot operators, air ambulance operators. And these days, we must also not forget that as part of the safety chain, we've got air traffic control, engineers, maintenance, cabin crew, and so on. We're all part of the safety chain. And I would like to, emphasize one main message here, and that is that mental health is directly linked to safety, well-being, staff retention and loyalty, and customer care. And it's not just serious mental health conditions, which we will touch on this afternoon, that are important, but also low-level, seemingly low-level mental health challenges, such as stress and worry and anxiety, which can also cause difficulty and be an impediment to safety. Our involvement is in a number of areas, and I've put this up here to show you the extent to which mental health has become a very important central topic to aviation generally and to aviation safety specifically. We have direct links into the European regulator, the British regulator, the Civil Aviation Authority as well. We have some input into the ICAO Mental Health Working Group. We're on the board of the European Association for Aviation Psychology, which our previous presenter is a member of. We're members of the Aerospace Medical Association. I work in the Royal Air Force and contribute to aircraft accident investigations as well. So mental health psychology in aviation is prevalent in a wide number of different areas. So we provide support now to nearly 27,000 pilots. I believe we are the largest organization or team in the world so doing. Our anchor client, British Airways, with over 4,000 pilots, but we also have Qatar, Virgin Atlantic, EasyJet, Swiss, TAP Portugal, and a bunch of others as well, including in the military. Our areas of interest, and maybe part of why I'm presenting this is because look at where aviation and psychology and mental health have gone to. Peer support, which is pilots themselves providing first level support to fellow pilots who in turn are supported and supervised by psychologists, mental health professionals, so that seemingly small problems are caught upstream and do not develop into something more significant. Psychological assessments are an important part of the selection process. Mental health, well-being and support, if we're going to temporarily ground pilots or indeed have them assessed, somebody needs to undertake these, and it's terribly important that we have clinical and neuropsychologists available. And although obviously from a South African point of view, the assessments will take into account the requirements of your local regulator, the South African CAA. Here in Europe, many of our pilots are registered with other regulators, such as the US FAA and the EASA and so on. So therefore, we always have to look at their criteria for registration. We need to provide therapy and treatment, critical incident support, and obviously undertake training and consultancy. Our chair highlighted some books that we've been involved in. Perhaps the most significant is the one on the right there, Pilot Mental Health Assessment and Support, probably the only book that's written on mental health in aviation. All of these slides, by the way, I'm very happy to be made available to everyone afterwards. And then on the left, a book called Pilot Selection, which came out 2 years ago, with the most obvious title, but it's also got a significant number, about 8 chapters on mental health and selection. And together with the US Federal Aviation Administration psychologists, we are working on a new book, the first that will ever be published in aviation, on aviation neuropsychology, and just look at a few of the topics there, which could be to do with age and maturation, fatigue, toxicology, viral infections, attentional problems, etc. So this is probably 2 years in the making, but just to show how lively and vibrant our area is. We've also, as the Center for Aviation Psychology, these are freely available. Look at the link on the right there, centerforaviationpsychology.com, have brought out some freely available leaflets, pamphlets on various topics. And here's one on the mental health of pilots, which no doubt may be of interest to some of you. But mental health problems among pilots is extremely important, because amongst the top 3 issues for the temporary or even enduring grounding of a pilot would be cardiac problems, musculoskeletal, and mental health problems. And this is from Rhys Simons, a colleague of ours, publishing in Aerospace Medicine just last year. And it is the top reason for the grounding of 20 to 40-year-old pilots worldwide. So we shouldn't lightly dismiss mental health problems. Safety in teams, as we know, is well established in aviation. It's becoming more established in healthcare as well. But part of how we achieve safety or work towards it is to make sure that we select the right people into the field, and also screen out those who may have mental health problems. We need to understand how to work together as teams, and CRM is crew resource management. We apply just culture so that people have incentive to put up their hand to report difficulties. As we just recently heard, human factors are absolutely key to safe operations. And more recently, we talk about peer support, whereby instead of having expensive mental health specialists all over the aviation industry, we look to pilots and other professional groups to provide first-level support to one another. And now we're very, very focused on mental health well-being issues. Pre-pandemic, obviously COVID pandemic, the main issues relating to mental health concern German wings, the deliberate crashing of an Airbus into the French Alps in 2015, and the EASA European regulator requirements after that, which are in no particular order for, and those included drug and alcohol testing. But we're also mindful of issues relating to fatigue, to relationship problems amongst crew, and I'm talking about in their personal lives, and also mental health assessments and so on. And I'll touch on these briefly. This slide here is one of the world's first slides which depicts the psychological treatment of a pilot. This is actually a war pilot from the First World War who obviously developed PTSD and was being applied electric shock therapy in order to help to overcome his symptoms. And our field in mental health is around 100 years old now. If you look at the publication of this book right at the bottom, in 1919, the first book on aviation medicine was published by the then Royal Air Force, emerging Royal Air Force. And if you look right at the middle of this slide here, there's a chapter called The Aeroneuroses of War Pilots. So this is the first time that post-traumatic stress and aviation, and therefore mental health in aviation was depicted. And we've come a long way since then. What are some of the current challenges for crew? And I'm talking not only about pilots, but also air traffic controllers as well. It could be working away from home and family, shift work, disrupted sleep patterns and exhaustion, the fact that it's a transient workforce and that we're often working with different colleagues, which can be a source of stress. It can also be a way in which mental health problems are hidden, because if you don't have an enduring relationship with your colleague, they're not going to see changes necessarily in your presentation. It's perceived as a weakness to admit that you have a problem, because after all, you could lose your license and because your medical could be in jeopardy. Pilots face burnout, bullying, there are aging issues, there are the regular medical and competency checks, and of course there can be exposure to trauma or organic experiences and incidents. And then the job itself can challenge our mental well-being. Maybe there is a command course, maybe transition to other aircraft type. We're seeing hugely frequently at the moment in Europe as pilots are coming back to work. There are atypical experiences, including accidents, faulty equipment, engine failures, death on board, for example, safety issues, and of course cognitive challenges, including fatigue, workload, sleep, hypoxia, and so on. And we shouldn't lightly dismiss mental health issues, because nearly a third of sufferers are likely to get into conflict with colleagues. Nearly 2/3 find it harder to juggle many tasks. A large proportion have concentration difficulties. 2/3 take longer to carry out tasks, and around half are less patient with customers and clients. So mental well-being has a serious impact on the bottom line. In terms of loss of license, here are the headline reasons why a pilot would either be denied certification medically or have their medical withdrawn if they develop or have a history of psychosis, clinical depression, personality disorders, dependency on substances, act in a self-destructive way, have serious anxiety and neurosis, they have problems with their attention and some progressive disease of the nervous system. There are some exceptions, and I don't want to go into it because we don't have time, but it is very clear that almost every regulator worldwide has agreement over these particular headline mental health difficulties as ones that are incompatible with flying. So in 2015, we had the German Wings pilot motor suicide crash, and the recommendations of all of that were that there should be peer support that is provided within all the AOCs, that pilots need to undergo some pre-employment psychological assessment, which is not necessarily a mental health one, it could be more an occupational one. We now have more regular drug and alcohol testing, and DAMEs, our designated aviation medical examiners, have better training in mental health issues and how to identify them and consider the consequences of them. In aviation, we need to consider that mental health problems can present in a number of different ways. They could be subclinical. Probably a few of us in the audience today may be a bit stressed or anxious or depressed, but it doesn't necessarily break through and cause a mental health problem. Some could be acute, in which case their manifestation may interfere with the job. They may be chronic and that the person lives with them over a period of time, and they may have a relapsing remitting presentation. But the most important from the regulator's point of view is, does this individual have insight into their issue? That person who lacks insight to the fact that they're depressed or potentially bipolar or suicidal, that is where the greatest risk lies. So it's very important that we encourage people to put up their hand when they have an issue, but that we also look out for one another in case there are emerging problems that the person may not understand. And briefly, as I move toward the end, what are some of the issues, mental health, relating to the pandemic? Let's bring it right back to where we are now. We published 3 papers through the pandemic, again, which you can get from the Center for Aviation Psychology. One of living with uncertainty, which we all have to. The other is how pilots are particularly impacted by the pandemic. And probably importantly now, how do we return to work? And what is the trajectory the crew in particular are going to face in returning to work from a psychological perspective? We've all been exposed to or challenged by the same pandemic, but our experiences are different. I can tell you for a fact that there are many pilots that we work with who have worked very hard during the pandemic, shifting cargo and medical supplies worldwide. Some have done no work for 2 years. So the idea that every person in the aviation industry has gone through the same pandemic is not right. Many have completed ultra-long trips where they won't stay over or lay over in a particular destination. So they will have 2 or even 3 crews on board taking cargo, returning with another crew who executes the return trip. Many passenger aircraft turned to freighters in this time. Many management personnel have disappeared or been retrenched. And so when pilots are coming back, they don't have people to talk to moan to. Officers are depleted. I've been to the head office of many airlines and fewer people are there. There is rumor and gossip and a lot of insecurity in relation to into the job. People feel that they're working harder for less. That social contract between the employer and the employee has broken down. And some people feel that their skills have faded and they see themselves as rusty returners and feel quite anxious about their return to flying duties. There is also been employment loss. I know many people who've been retrenched, and there is insecurity in returning to work. And here are some of the issues, particularly around mental health needs, which have become, in some cases, more urgent and more pronounced. There have been significant changes on the job. Fleets have changed, bases have changed. There have been holding pools, and pilots have been employed and others have been retrenched, and there is a kind of an ill feeling sometimes between the groups. Career trajectories have changed. Persons looking toward a long haul career might have had this thwarted, and others may be suddenly working on short haul when they were doing long haul before. And others gained a temporary work whilst they were retrenched and perhaps don't want to come back to flying. And I believe we're about to face a pilot shortage. And so therefore working part-time has become very attractive. And generally across the pilot workforce, there's increased worry, stress, and anxiety. I don't think I've ever met too many happy pilots, but these days that's very much the case. And there are a lot of people who, question whether this is what they want to carry on doing. Sleep patterns have changed. Many have gained in their sleep whilst not working. Family dynamics have changed. People have been physically close to their loved ones, but that hasn't always been a welcome thing. Imagine if you were in a job where you were away from home 2 or 3 nights a week, and now suddenly you're there 2 years continuously, and the kind of pressures that can build up from that. And roles in the family may change, and perhaps being together or apart is an issue that can be very challenging. And finally, as we move toward the end, some of the conditions when crew have to quarantine or arrive in certain destinations are intolerable. And we've actually written a paper to this effect, which has just been published. And there are significant mental health consequences for crew when they have to be incarcerated. And of course, COVID-specific effects. There has been family loss. Many pilots have lost family members. They may test positive on a trip and then find themselves restricted to their hotel room for 2 weeks. Some have got long COVID symptoms, and therefore their return to work is uncertain. And perhaps a few have even died. I do know of some. And we have differential attitudes to the wearing of PPE and infection control, which can bring out rivalry and even discord on the flight deck. There have been some positive effects too. Some people have come to clarify what it is that they want from the job. We have something called Project Wingman, where pilots volunteered in hospitals to provide support during the pandemic. And now for the first time, mental health and well-being and resilience are very much headline issues which the regulators are concerned about. Hence, we're talking about this today. So we need to distinguish between two things. Is the person medically fit to fly, to operate, which is a clinical or regulatory standard? And the other is, does the individual feel mentally fit to operate? Where these two are, in a sense, working in agreement, we have a much safer system. But if we have medical personnel who may miss a particular problem, or a member of crew who does not self-declare or is not insightful about what their issues are, then we have increased risk. And after all, fitness to fly is determined by many, many different things. But, as a psychologist, when we are assessing this with individuals, here are some of the things that we would be thinking about when we are assessing fitness. So, we need to think beyond suicide prevention. That's what happened in 2015. We also need to consider that the demographic remains for pilots, that the average is a male 30 plus. We need to make peer support and seeking help more normal. We need to embed well-being into the culture of the airline. And actually, in terms of peer support, less than 5% are actually mental health focused in terms of disorders. So thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to the next presenters. And if anyone wanted to contact me, that would be the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Bell, for a wonderful overview of the mental health issues in aviation. This really introduces, we'll leave the Q&A session to the end of the session itself. Now, without much ado, I'd like to introduce the next speaker who will be talking on regulatory perspective on mental health. This is Dr. Fatima Ali, who is a senior medical assessor in SACAA, currently a senior aviation medical assessor, and she joined the SACAA in 2013 as a medical assessor. Her qualifications are MBCHB, Diploma in Occupational Health, Diploma in TB and HIV Medicine, Travel Medicine, and Aviation Medical Examiner's course that she did at SAMS, South African Military Health Services, and Advanced Certificate in Management Practice. As I said, her topic is Regulatory Perspective on Mental Health. Fatima, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Prof, for the introduction. I'll just share my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, I'm just going to put in slideshow.
Okay.
So I'll be giving a regulatory perspective on mental health. Just to give you a bit of background, the magnitude of mental health disorders in aviation is unknown, and mental health is influenced by various personal and occupational factors. Pilots are exposed to difficult working conditions that feature inconsistent schedules, extended periods of being away from home, varying circadian rhythms, and excessive job demands. And poor mental health does affect one's physical health, and over time, this could affect safe aviation operations. And ICAO and aviation authorities have established regulations to ensure safe operations. So we'll begin by looking at worldwide medical causes of fatal accidents between 1980 and 2000. And we can see in 1982, there was an accident attributed to schizophrenia. And in 1994, one due to suicide. And in between, on the table, you can see the several accidents that are probably attributed to alcoholic impairment or use of substance and alcohol. Coming back locally to South Africa, this slide depicts the total cases presented at the Aeromedical Committee between June 2010 and August 2018. And for those who don't know, the Aeromedical Committee is a panel of medical specialists that convene once a month on the third Tuesday of the month to look at any difficult cases or problematic cases that we may have. And they basically deliberate on them and come to a decision as to the pilot's medical fitness. So we can see here in the slide that the leading number of cases are actually psychiatry cases at 21%, and this is followed on closely by cardiology cases and neurology cases at 20% each. Moving on, we then look at the total number of substance abuse cases as a percentage of psychiatric cases, and we can see that the psychiatric cases are 485, whereas the substance abuse cases attributed 81 of those cases. If we look at the distribution of substance abuse cases by license type, we can see that the majority of cases were actually in cabin crew members, which are in blue, followed on by the PPLs in red, and we can see that the rest and the commercial pilots follow on after that. If we look at gender distribution of substance users, we can see that 74% of them are male and 26% of them were female from our statistics. So over the years, many of us have seen a number of headlines pertaining to aviation accidents, and this one is more recent. It says the face of the suicidal SA pilot who tried to take out 50 people in Botswana. The pilot's name is Charles Viljoen, and the accident happened in Gaborone, Botswana at the Matsieng Aerodrome on March 2019. And in this particular incident, what happened was that the pilot had an argument with his wife. Thereafter, the wife went to attend a function at the clubhouse at the aerodrome. And to gain the wife's attention, the applicant did a number of low-level flypasts. And thereafter, what happened was that he eventually flew into the clubhouse and ATC tower, and 13 cars were damaged. And the result was that the pilot died. He was the only fatality. Other commercial pilot suicides that we have, if you look in 1982, there was Japan Airlines, aircraft DC-8 crashed in Japan. And then moving on to more recent ones, LAM Airlines, flight ERJ-190 crashed in Namibia in 2013. And the most recent and perhaps the most famous one of recent times would be Germanwings flight 9525, which crashed in the Alps on the 24th of March 2015. And the pilot, Andreas Lubitz, was found afterwards in investigation to actually have been depressed and been on medication for it. So we've already looked at the stats for psychoactive substances and substance abuse. What does ICAO define as psychoactive substances? These would include alcohol, your opioids like morphine, cannabinoids, your sedatives and hypnotics, your hallucinogens, other psychostimulants like cocaine and ecstasy, and others, for example, a combination or a cocktail of any of the above. So what impacts does drug and alcohols have on functioning of the brain? Drug and alcohol and other conditions can lead to errors in incorrect judgment and decision making, slower reaction times. Good reaction times are important for pilots, particularly in emergencies. They can lead to mood changes and poor coordination, concentration impairment, risk-taking behavior, inappropriate action, blackout and impaired memory. But it's also important to note that there are certain medications who may have similar side effects to the above and can also lead to flight safety risks. So ICAO has requirements with regards to psychoactive substances, and they stipulate that no safety-sensitive personnel shall undertake that function while under the influence of any psychoactive substance, by reason of which human performance is impaired, and no such person shall engage in any kind of problematic use of substances. And the states should ensure that, as far as practicable, that all license holders who engage in any kind of problematic use of substances are identified and removed from their safety-critical functions. So return to function may be considered once an applicant has had successful treatment, or in cases where no treatment is necessary, after cessation of the problematic use of substances and upon determination that the person's continued performance of the function is unlikely to jeopardize safety. So what do we define problematic use? Problematic use is defined as the use of one or more psychoactive substance by aviation personnel in a way that constitutes a direct hazard to the user or endangers the lives, health, or welfare of others, and causes or worsens an occupational, social, mental, or physical problem or disorder of some sort. ICAO also has a substance abuse manual which talks about a multi-stakeholders approach, and they stipulate here that diagnosis would depend on the level of suspicion, collateral information, and medical and laboratory investigations. And this multiple stakeholder approach would include, the system would utilize your employee awareness programs, your peer groups, and family members who can be very supportive. And this will be reinforced by exposure to recovering pilot alcoholics and Alcoholics Anonymous. Further, there will be medical consultations with the airline medical officer. There will also be outpatient counseling and evaluation and referral to a psychologist, addiction specialist, and psychiatrist. And where necessary, you may need to have residential treatment in a recognized treatment facility. Once the pilot has been treated, this will be followed by a full medical review and debriefing of the pilot. And the reports are then submitted to the regulator for review, and each case is reviewed as an individual merits. If the reports are found to be favorable, medical recertification with close follow-up and monitoring will take place for 2 years. So what are the Civil Aviation Authority applicable laws with regards to substance use? Our regulations sit in Part 67. It stipulates that flight crew members shall not exercise the privileges of their license and related ratings while under the influence of any psychoactive substance, which might render them unable to safely and properly exercise these privileges and engage in problematic use of substances. Further, it stipulates that an applicant may actually apply for an exemption if the applicant has been medically treated for psychoactive substance use in a registered and accredited facility, and if the medical practitioner certifies that the applicant is free from the effects of psychoactive substance abuse. The applicant must also have a sponsor which certifies that the applicant doesn't take a psychoactive substance, and the applicant will be required to sign a declaration that indicates that he or she will not be taking any substances any longer. Moving on to general mental health conditions, ICAO requirements are that all aircrew should be mentally and physically fit, and measures should be in place to mitigate medical risks. So we should have protocols. We should have protocols, for example, for depression and substance abuse, and limitations should be applied. Where there is reasonable doubt, particularly with substance and alcohol abuse, an aircrew may be subjected to testing to confirm whether there actually has been any substance or alcohol abuse. There should be health promotion and education by dames. So the dames will have questionnaires to complete and interviews to do. And what actually happens is when the pilots and the crew go to the dames to have their annual or their regular medicals done, there's a screening that has to be done by the dames, screening for mental conditions. And when we as CAA assessors go to the pilot's practice to audit the practice, we actually do check that these questionnaires and this screening has been done and that they have been filed appropriately. All our mental health conditions are actually presented at the aeromedical committee, and their accredited medical conclusions are reached. So pilots need to have their cognition intact, and the cognitive domains relevant to aviation personnel are attention, including selective attention and working memory, your memory and visual perceptual functions, your sequencing functions, particularly important in your takeoff and landing, your logical problem solving when there's an emergency is important, reaction time and simultaneous information processing and i.e. multitasking, and your executive functions, which would be your reasoning tasks. Conditions that lead to cognitive decline would be depression, substance abuse, multiple sclerosis, liver disease, traumatic brain injury, HIV, normal aging, coronary artery disease, diabetes mellitus, certain medications, your thyroid conditions, and others as well. So there are a number of challenges encountered with mental conditions, and these would include stigma and shame, which may drive greater secrecy and inadvertently increase stress, and so pilots may not disclose. There are cultural barriers that exist, so pilots are generally highly independent and value control, and they do fear losing their medical certification. Then another issue we have is medical tourism, and I'd like to explain this. What used to happen previously when we had manual medicals was that an applicant would go to a dame, let's name the person dame 1, and would declare, for example, that they were on fluoxetine and they had depression. The dame would then say, based on this, you are required to comply to the mood disorder protocol, and you have to submit a clinical psychologist and psychiatrist report, and your case will then be presented at the aeromedical committee. The applicant, for whatever reason, decides that the task is too onerous and they do not want to have a restriction on their license, perhaps, so they go to another dame. For our purposes, we'll call it dame 2. And when they go to dame 2, they do not disclose that they're taking fluoxetine and they have a mental health problem. They simply state that they're not on any medication. Based on this, the dame would then declare the applicant fit. And we may never actually realize that the applicant had a problem because the initial doctor wouldn't have submitted the medical because it was incomplete, where he was waiting for documents, and the second one would have, and the applicant would have been fit. Now with our new electronic MPIC system, what happens is when the applicant goes to dame 1, and the doctor says you need to submit the reports, the dame would have submitted the medical on the system and not put in the reports because those were outstanding. When he goes to dame 2 would try and log the medical on the system, but it would be blocked. So then they won't call our office and say, the applicant's medical is blocked. Can you please check for us why? And us having noticed that the previous medical was done maybe a week before or 2 weeks before, would then call the initial dame and find out what the problem was. And in this manner, we've actually managed to eliminate, to a great degree, the doctor shopping that can happen. There's also a lack of reporting by colleagues because the paperwork regarding such an event may be onerous. And there's also lack of familiarity with the non-punitive, i.e. the medical technical standards. So previously, depression was a totally disqualifying condition. And for example, some people may not know that it's now acceptable and you can fly on a protocol. And as a result, they choose not to disclose. Another issue we have is the subjectivity of psychiatric diagnosis. What happens here is that we have an applicant that comes with reports, and perhaps the report says the applicant has bipolar mood disorder, which is disqualifying. The applicant then realizes that we tell the applicant it's disqualifying. The applicant would then go to another doctor, another psychiatrist, and the other psychiatrist on his assessment would find that the applicant maybe just has depression. And then we sit with 2 sets of reports with different diagnoses, and this case would then have to be reviewed at the aeromedical committee. Another issue of concern, we know that personality disorders are disqualifying in aviation. They tend to be harmful and interfere with the day-to-day functioning, your personal life, your work, and in social settings as well. We've recently had some cases where applicants have presented with personality traits, and the personality traits we've been told do not interfere with day-to-day functioning. And they actually just influence the way you think or act, and they may not actually extend into your aviation duties. So we've had several cases like this as well. Other issues of concern are culture-bound syndrome. Then the other one would be ADHD. ADHD is disqualifying. Even the medication that we use to treat ADHD is disqualifying. With regards to our general psychiatric medications on our list, we only have 4 of them. Your fluoxetine, citrulline, citalopram, and escitalopram, which are acceptable medication. if an applicant comes with a medication that's not acceptable, they may apply for a waiver to the aeromedical committee. They would have to submit a detailed side effect profile to the committee, who would then look to see whether the applicant can be made fit with a waiver for the medication. However, we are looking to review our medication list in due course. The other issue would be, we've already stated that aging can lead to cognitive decline. And with aging, there are a number of your physiological functions that also decline with time. And the question then arises is, with your declining physiological functions, are you then fit enough to fly as a commercial pilot? And we will be having a workshop on upper age limit shortly. I'll now move on very briefly to something that's been very topical for the last 2 years, COVID-19 and mental health. The WHO has said that the COVID-19 pandemic triggered a 25% increase in prevalence of anxiety and depression worldwide. The pandemic has affected the mental health of young people, and they are disproportionately at risk of suicidal and self-harming behaviors. Women have been more severely impacted than men, and people with pre-existing physical health conditions such as asthma, cancer, and heart disease were more likely to develop symptoms of mental disorders. So I'm not going to go to this in detail, but just in brief, the effect that COVID-19 has had on aviation. There have been border closures, lockdowns, and quarantine. Your airline stopped flying. There was an increased focus on cargo flights, medical rescue operations, and repatriation flights. And the overall result was a decline in the aviation industry. And the COVID-19 crisis then exposed all flight crew and their relatives to particularly high psychological stresses. The COVID-19 crisis and the psychological stresses would included increased workload. So where you had some of your colleagues might have been ill with COVID, you may have had to work extra hours to put in time due to the skills shortage. This may have led to long and irregular working hours. There were additional workflows and work processes, for example, screening, filling in health declaration forms before doing a flight. Your increased risk of infection, both from surfaces and potentially infected passengers. And we've said there was a decline in the industry, so there was job insecurity, loss of income, and potential loss of employment, which in turn led to financial burdens. At the beginning of the lockdown, of the South African lockdown in 2020, we had a lot of crew that were actually stuck overseas in different parts of the world on duty. As a result thereof, they were unable to come back to South Africa to renew their licenses, both medical and operational. And this was also stressful for them. As Prof has already mentioned, there were home quarantines, and as a result of that, there were changed family dynamics where people who never used to be home were at home a lot now, and vice versa. And also, as a result of the pandemic, loss of friends and family due to COVID-19. So these stresses can lead to anxiety or existential fears, and these may negatively affect crew's ability to safely exercise the privilege of their license. ICAO has developed guidance material promoting, maintaining, and supporting mental well-being in aviation during the COVID-19 pandemic. And what they've suggested is that there should be that all stakeholders should collaborate in a multi-sector, multi-stakeholder activities to promote, maintain, and support mental health and well-being in aviation personnel to ensure operational safety. And the stakeholders would include your peer support groups, your professional associations, your employers and operators, your regulatory authorities, which will be, for example, your CAAs, your AMEs, your aviation psychologists and psychiatrists, your mental health professionals, and your employee wellness programs. So almost at the end now. So with regards, we've already said that mental health is a huge problem. What are we as CAA doing on training on mental health? So we create awareness within the industry. As in, if we're invited to speak at a conference for another department, we always raise awareness of mental health. We also train our dames. In our 2-week AME course, we have an extensive segment in mental health. And also in our refresher courses, we do train on mental health as well. Our dames, when they do their medicals, are required to conduct screening of psychiatric conditions. They have to fill out mental health questionnaires for the applicants, and they need to ensure compliance of medical protocols, example, your mood disorder protocol. So if you have a pilot on protocol, they need to ensure that when they do the annual medical, that they submit the relevant reports with the medical as well. In terms of Part 67 of the regulations, they should also be health promotion and prevention. So when the dames screen for mental health, They need to look for signs and symptoms of depression, anxiety, and panic attack. Suggested questions, they need to go through some suggested questions concerning alcohol use and drug use as well. So in conclusion, being labeled with a mental health condition in aviation has numerous consequences, i.e. would be the stigma and discrimination, perceived and real, the grounding and loss of income, and additional costs for treatment and reports. In addition to regulations, authorities acknowledge and encourage peer support groups and Mayday, and it is essential to promote the psychosocial safety of persons working within the aviation industry to support the safety goals of the industry and the needs of its stakeholders and the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, for a comprehensive talk on the regulatory perspective, just the regulatory perspective in mental health, and you've given our audience a peep into what we also do committee meetings. Without wasting any time, I would like to introduce our next speaker, which is Mr. Jaco van der Westhuizen, the CEO of Mayday SA. Jaco started his career as an ATC, that is an air traffic controller, and has migrated into specializing in safety management with a human factors lens. He holds a bachelor's in human movement science and MBL and a PhD in organizational behavior. He enjoys working with the complexity theory in understanding the dynamics of a safety system within the larger corporate environment. He represents IFATCA at the ICAO Mental Health Work Group and is a member of CANCSO Future SMS Work Group. Lastly, Jaco leads the Mayday SA NPO that aims to promote mental health and well-being amongst aviation professionals in South Africa and beyond. Alex speaks English and French and holds a doctor's degree in economics and an MBA in aviation management at the University of Geneva, Switzerland. Alex, is that your other name? Okay.
That's a printing error, I suspect, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Anyway, Mr. van der Westhuizen, can I just hand over to you? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. It's really appreciated. The opportunity afforded by the CAA. Mayday is always appreciative of these opportunities. I can confirm that I cannot speak French, although I do have teenagers in the house that usually prompts me to start developing some French words. You've heard the medical part to it. You've heard some of the statistics from Prof. Boer. I want to say hello to Dr. Fatima and to Prof. Boer. I've been dealing with him in the past, and I really appreciate, I'm honored to share the stage with him. I will be as brief as possible because I think the most have been said already. I was asked to specifically talk about peer support in South Africa. So the question is, how do we get from the top right-hand corner of us as aviators, of aviation professionals? We've got this tendency to talk about aviation without anybody asking us about that in social. If we had to throw coins into that jar, it will always be fuller than the swear jar. How do we get from that to, okay, half of the audience may not understand, but where your partner speaks and you actually listen to them and they say, I think there's something wrong with you. Well, that will also keep us busy for a while, I guess. Maybe I should stop. Sorry. Dr. Fatima mentioned something really important. I enjoyed that morbid jealousy. I thought I could just quickly unpack it from the Mayday perspective. That is when you are a Kaiser Chiefs supporter. That'll be morbid jealousy. Okay, let's move on to the presentation here. So how do you get from talking about aircraft to actually listening to somebody telling you, maybe you're not all there, all okay? And how do we get to a point where we speak up? For the previous.
Okay, Mr. van der Westhuizen, there is something going on with your speaker, I think.
Oh dear.
Okay. Yeah, can you speak? Just continue.
Is this a bit better?
Yeah, it's now better.
Okay. And this was Simone Biles that actually just before her final performance for a gold medal actually walked out And afterwards she said, well, I was simply not coping. And you can imagine the braveness this requires. And it's something that published by KU in 2020, actually designed by a South African, may I say, and also puzzle. We all play a role. All of us are a piece of the AMEs, the mental health professionals, the peers, the employers, the associations, the regulators, all of us, the professionals, the aviation professionals, contribute to aviation safety. That's the reality. Very briefly, if I can refer you to the diagram there at the bottom, mental health, it's a continuum. So it doesn't mean if you ask for help or you reach out to Mayday that there's something wrong with you. We do see ourselves as Mayday also as an early warning system, helping people before it starts affecting your license to actually reach out for help and get the support. The unjudgmental support. For those of you married, it's maybe very difficult to understand that explanation or that theme, unjudgmental support. Let's move along anyway. Or, with long-term partners. You may not understand, but that's okay. So ICAO started a mental health work group in 2019. EASA, as you've heard, published regulations in 2018. IFATCA and IFALPA has been supportive of this from the 80s already. The CAA has already had 2 consultation sessions in 2018 and 2021. And then ALPA, South Africa, as well as GATSCA, has also submitted regulatory proposals for peer support that is in the process at the moment. Because we are realizing the seriousness, obviously we would like to believe, of mental health and well-being. We've also done a survey last year, middle of last year, and as you can see there, there were 651 participants from our aviation industry. Only a handful were maintenance engineers and cabin crew. The sample was far too small there, but when it came to pilots, I think we sat with about 620 were actually pilots, either from airlines, flying clubs, charters, or flight schools. And you can see there that the majority is above the median already.
Jaco, I think there is an issue with your speaker. I'm not sure if our technical team can help with that. Okay, can you continue? Let's see.
Sorry about that. I actually don't know what else to do.
Okay, yeah, we seem to have lost. Can you try again? Can you try again? Let's see. Can the technical team please help out if possible? Because we're not hearing him. Okay, would you like to continue perhaps? Let's see what happens.
Professor Priscilla, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can hear me, if I may just come in here whilst we're trying to get the technicalities amended.
Yeah.
May I kindly make a suggestion that we just put a pin on this particular presentation whilst we're working around it, and if so being, we can come back to it. But I think whilst we're fixing the technical issues, we then may proceed to being able to get other presentations as well. If we're also aligned in the room, may we kindly do that. So Professor Priscilla, as well as our guests, may I kindly just request that we just put a POC on it, and then we'll come back if needs be to be able to continue with this presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Thank you so much for allowing that to happen. But would I like just to take this time as well, we were just looking at the impact of technology on aviation. We've got Mr. Wes Ryan, who's a program manager for NASA Aeronautics Research Institute, who has joined NASA Aeronautics Research Institute in March and works in automation integration and the practical implementation of AI/ML for aviation purposes. And he also supports NASA's convergent aeronautics solutions programs, identifying transformational aeronautics concepts for the future. And then prior to NASA, he worked for the FAA for 18 years in R&D and certification of new technology. He also holds a master's and bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the University of Kansas. I think there's no better individual to talk to us a little bit about the movement of technology than Mr. Wes Ryan. Mr. Wes, the platform is all yours. Please do take it away. I think the technical team as well is ready in that regard. We're getting sorted out with the gremlins here. So let's just go back a little bit and do a little bit of a U-turn. I've just been informed that also we've got another presentation to get through from the medical team. Professor Priscilla, are you still with us?
Yes, I am here
There
with
we
you.
go. All right, great stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to hand it over back to you. We're going to allow for that one more presentation to happen, and then we're going to obviously then make room for even a question or two from the online space before we again circle back to Mr. West. Is that okay with you?
That's in order.
Perfect stuff.
Our next speaker, yes. Perhaps just to start with, just to introduce quickly our next speaker, Dr. Varoshini Nadesan, who's a seasoned social worker and a court probation officer with 20 years field practice and statutory experience at the level of chief social worker, then as national manager of professional conduct before she joined the UJ University. She's a non-alcoholic trustee on the General Service Board of Alcoholics Anonymous, South Africa, and was recently elected as the first female and first non-alcoholic World Service Delegate representing AA South Africa. Dr. Nadesan, may I hand over to you, ma'am?
Thank you very much, Prof. In the interest of time, I actually will shorten my presentation and allow my colleague to further the presentation. So my presentation is actually on an overview of legislation and treatment, and it will be shared with someone that will be on the screen just now. And he is a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, following on the presentations that have taken place already, you would have noticed a thread. And now when we talk to treatment, it actually flows very well with the presentations that were previous. All drug policies have three pillars. They have the prevention and education pillar, the treatment pillar, and the justice enforcement and interdiction pillar. Now, I'm not going to go through all of my presentation because of time. As I said, I'm going to reduce it to 5 minutes. So a copy of the presentation is actually available on the with the organizers of the conference. My topic for today is mostly on the Prevention and Treatment of Substance Dependency Act 70 of 2008, and I will be focusing on two chapters. That is Chapter 7, which talks to the establishment of treatment facilities, and Chapter 8, more especially, on the voluntary user versus the committal. Now, in terms of Chapter 7, the Minister actually makes provision for the Minister to prescribe integrated aftercare and reintegration services aimed at the successful reintegration of a service user into society, into the workforce, and into the family and community life. And these services must allow service users to interact with other service users, their families and communities, and they must be able to share their experiences as well. These services also promote group cohesion and enables abstinence from substance usage. It's based on structured programs and must focus on reintegration and prevent relapse as far as possible. Now, one of the groups that, one of the prescriptions are the establishment of support groups, which would provide a safe and substance-free group experience where you have access to service users by persons in recovery or per persons who have recovered from substance abuse. And these support groups may be established at a community level or a professional level. I want to focus a little bit on Chapter 8 of the Act, which talks to admissions, admission transfer and referral to a treatment center, which is, I think, more useful for all of us in this room today. The one is on a voluntary basis, where you have admission of a voluntary service user to a treatment center. And here we're talking about a formal treatment center. You have many types of treatment centers, which I would talk to just now. So an application for admission may be done in the manner directly by the service user or by any person acting on behalf of the service user, or if a child, then obviously the parent of that service user. You also then have an involuntary service treatment as well. So the voluntary service treatment generally would last 21 to 28 days. People are asking for quick fixes. There are no quick fixes. When we're talking about involuntary service users, you have a sworn statement submitted to the public prosecutor by a social worker, a community leader, or a friend or a family, indicating, one, that the person is a danger to himself or herself or to the immediate environment, or causes a major public health risk, or does harm to his or her family or welfare, or commits a criminal act to sustain his or her dependence. What happens is that you have summons being issued by a police officer to the person to appear in court. And in court, you have something called a rehabilitation centers inquiry, which is held in camera by the magistrate. And if the magistrate is satisfied after hearing both sides of the story that committal is required, then the magistrate may then order that the person concerned be admitted to a treatment center for a period not exceeding 12 months, or that the person remain in custody or released on bail or on warning until you have place at the rehab center. The magistrate may also order that the person be admitted for detoxification at a health establishment or a treatment center. However, this does not preclude the reporting of a criminal offense, if any, by the victim of such an offense to the police. So what we do know is that no single treatment applies to everyone. Remaining in treatment is critical, and having individual and group counseling is important. Medical detox is generally combined with counseling, and there are no quick fixes. So you would have a matrix model, which is detoxification, treatment, and relapse prevention. You have various types of treatment centers. You have these treatment centers provide outpatient or inpatient treatment, daycare programs, residential rehabilitation, detoxification, dry houses, or sober living homes. You also have outpatient treatments. You would have heard of organizations like SACAA, who offer counseling sessions, weekly group work sessions. You may have dry houses or sober living homes, and these are very prevalent overseas, but also on the rise in South Africa. And one of the things here is the service user must attend the 12-step self-help meetings, which I'm going to introduce my colleague just now, who will be talking about the 12-step programs. Now, at the inpatient treatment, they have various identification and screening tools that they would implement. So I'm not going to go into that. But I do want to introduce to you at this stage the 12-step program and then introduce a colleague of mine that will take this further. You have the 12-step program that is rather threefold. It facilitates acceptance, where you realize that addiction is a chronic, progressive disease. There's lack of control. Life has become unmanageable, and abstinence is the only solution. The 12-step program also facilitates surrender, and you will hear just now about the higher power, accepting traditions and accepting sponsorship, and also all about in-service as well, where persons practice service, where they facilitate active involvement. At this stage, if you would allow me, I'd like to introduce to you, while I keep on screen some information, I'd like to introduce to you a person from Alcoholics Anonymous. He has chosen not to show his video today. Alcoholics Anonymous has, obviously, as the word anonymous says, we respect the anonymity and privacy and confidentiality of our members. So I want to call upon John. If you can unmute John, and I think you are on screen. And I'm going to play this in the background while you actually give us a short presentation on what Alcoholics Anonymous is about and what it has done for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John, and Dr. Naidoo-san, thank you so much for this privilege and for the presenters that has gone before me, as well as the people who organized this seminar. My name is John, and yes, I am a recovering alcoholic. I work daily on maintaining a functional and fulfilling life. What I see here today is the story of John and how he got sober and enjoys being sober. When I came into the rooms of AA, I was not proud of anything. I was a dysfunctional human being, beaten by the effects of my active, progressive involvement with alcohol over a 35-year period. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired of myself and of alcohol. Did I know that AA existed at that time? Yes, I sure did. Did I know what they represented and how AA operated? No, I knew nothing except that people with alcohol problems go there. And I was not one of them. I just did not know when to stop. You see, my problem was a stopping problem. Did anyone ever told me to seek help? Yes, many times. I was often told that I'm quite a good and a nice person, except when I drink, got drunk, and then, of course, become unsociable. Did I visit my GP? Yes, on many occasions, always lying about my alcohol consumption. Sometimes asking for anti-boost tablets. I would take them, but stop when a good party was coming up, and then just, until the next time, back to the GP. Did I pay heed to warnings from my doctor and others? No, I always ignored it. Did I ever seek counseling from professionals? Yes, yet no long-term relief could be achieved, as I attended sessions for a while, lie about my drinking, and then start passing the blame to my ex, my family, my work as the reasons for my behavior. Did I lose my job, get divorced, had car accidents, blackouts, come to in the mornings where I could not remember what happened the night before, got aggressive, became an unpleasant person, behave irrationally? The answer to all those, yes, yes, yes. What happened? How did I end up in AA? I became aware of my denial, the refusal to become responsible and accountable. I needed help, and I asked a friend then to get me the number for AA, which she did. Was I afraid and embarrassed to call? Most definitely. I procrastinated for about 6 hours before calling the number. What happened then? The person who answered the call asked how he could help, and after admitting that I need help, I was told to come to the next meeting near me, which I did. What happened when you went? Well, did I have to register or sign in? No. They only asked me my first name. Did they pry into my personal life? No. They just made me welcome and told me that if I had a problem with alcohol, I was at the right place. Were the entrance fees? No. And then, well, one of the guys told me to stay close, sit next to him, keep quiet, keep an open mind, listen to what was said, and not to compare myself with others, and to hold questions until after the meeting. Was it confusing? Yes. I did not take in much, except that the AA program is one of abstinence. I was shocked, living without alcohol, but then the reality surfaced. I could only gain. I lost so much. I could only win. And then what came over me when I learned alcohol was a disease. I learned that there was nothing to be ashamed of. I have an allergy to alcohol. When I take the first drink, I cannot stop. And that I have a mental obsession where my mind tells me that every time I start, it will be different. And that is okay, that I'm okay, even taking alcohol. At the end of the first meeting, they told me to keep on coming back. Never mind how it is. And it has now been 12 years, and I'm still keep coming back. I'm not cured. I'm in recovery as long as I do not take that first drink. So what is in it for me? I learned about the effects of alcohol and the results of my alcoholism, the unmanageability of my day-to-day life, the harm I had done to others, the denial of my existence, the good and the bad in me, to live one day at a time, to take things easy, to accept the reality of my life and those in it, to control the only thing I can, and that is me, to let go and let God as my higher power, as rule I understand in my own way. I lived a life of self-indulgence, self-centered, all about me. But in the rooms of AA, I learned how to deal with anger, frustration, disappointment, diversity, challenges, and conflict. I made peace with myself and with others. I found a spirituality that works for me. AA is not a religious organization. It is a spiritual organization which accommodates all faiths, beliefs, and denominations. Can anyone go to AA? Yes. AA is unbiased to its gender, race, sexual orientation, or whatever is your fancy. What does AA mean to me? AA gave me hope when I thought there was none. It gave me the tools to confidence and self-esteem, self-respect, honesty, and friendships. It gave me the freedom to be the best me that I can be. It helped me to be as happy as I decide to be, and that there is nothing in my life that alcohol will improve or make better. By following the 12 steps, I've found a life that I can live with honesty and honorably. There's also help for those that have to live with alcoholics. There is the Al-Anon program for their husbands, wives, partners of alcoholics, as well as SACAA, adult children of alcoholics, as well as Alateen for teenagers living with alcoholic parents. Is my life perfect today? No. I still have to deal with feelings, emotions, frustrations, grief, and love. I have to deal with other people, places, and things. But it is, of course, but it is okay because I am sober today. And today I'm living the dreams I used to dream about while I was drinking. Today, I can say with honesty, I've traveled pre-COVID. I have found a social circle and I live a full and fulfilling life. I have got rid of my dysfunctionalism and I'm happy the way I am today without alcohol. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you, colleagues, as well. We apologize for this being so late in the evening, but I hand you now back to Professor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nelson, and a big thank you to Mr. John, who has given his testimony. I have been asked to move on to questions, if there are any questions on the floor, and I'm also keeping a check on the chat room to see if there are any questions. Program Director, I'm sure you can help me with the audience if there are any questions. From the audience, Madam Program Director, do we have any questions?
Prof, we should have about one question. Well, let me just raise our hands so that we can just see where the question is coming from. Do we have a question online? Is it online, Mujabile? Okay, we're going to read out the question, Professor.
Okay, thank you.
The question to the panel says, how is it that the industry encourages voluntary reporting of mental issues among cabin officials, particularly pilots, given the natural reservation that may exist in making such disclosures, and what is the rate of effectiveness of these interventions?
Dr. Ali, I hope you're still in, and the panel, Professor Ball, and I think Dr. Ali.
I'm here, Prof.
Yes.
Okay, so like I said, as part of our training, what we do is when we're invited to give talks at other departments, conferences, for example, we do focus on mental health, and we do point out that there is, non-punitive measures. So in actually declaring, you can actually get help yourself, and there are protocols that can be put on, and you can still be certified fit to fly once you've completed your treatment. So a lot of what we do is education. The other thing that we have for, like we said, there's a lot of, like we said, there's a lot of, I forget the word. We said there's a lot of, well, basically, the other thing is that we also have an anonymous tip-off line. So if you have a colleague, for example, that is abusing alcohol or substances, you can also report them on an anonymous tip-off line, and we then go on to investigate the matter further and actually see if the person is actually abusing any alcohol or substance. And if they are found to be testing positive, then we do suggest to them to go on a program to and be treated effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I just add? Thank you. In my experience here, we're in the midst of a culture change, and if we can if we can embrace that kind of change, which is not going to be something just overnight, I think that the outcomes can be very good. What is the culture change? We want people working in the airline industry to put up their own hand in the first instance, because then you obviate, you bypass the need for tip-offs and things like that. My concern for anonymous reporting is the obvious, and that is that there are malicious cases like this. I've certainly come across pilots whose ex-partner have called the aviation authority or the airline to say this person is violent, or they're drinking, or they're aggressive, or they're unsuited, or they're suicidal, and so on. And obviously, any tip-off has to be acted on, but, when it's found to be malicious, there also needs to be repercussion. I know in the States they're very firm about this. If you make a false claim about this and it leads to someone being grounded, you will be sued for that. So we want to prevent that from happening, but obviously we do need a system where, in the worst case scenario, a tip-off will lead to a safer kind of operation. We also need just culture. If someone is aware that by reporting their ill health, if it's a mental health issue, that there won't be jeopardy, I think that's important. People are very afraid to lose their job, lose their livelihood, and we know the situation worldwide, and I do understand in South Africa too, exactly the same. The most positive piece of information I think that we can share, which we repeatedly talk about, is that the actual data says that over 95% of pilots who are temporarily grounded for a mental health problem will return to flying duties. So that's a phenomenal statistic. And I know from the FAA point of view, what they want to do is get people who report a mental health problem back to flying. So with that statistic, I think that's a very powerful message, because if you canvass the average pilot and said, if you were grounded for a mental health problem, what do you think the chances of going back to work are? They would normally say, 20, 30, 50% if I'm lucky. 95% plus is a phenomenal outcome. And that includes those who are on the SSRI waiver program. So, this system is going to take a while to feed through. Mental health and well-being, I think, has only been an issue pre-pandemic. Now we have the setbacks with pandemic. But I think it is a very important area in which we're progressing things quite rapidly.
Thank you very much, Professor Ball. Quite comforting to know that it is not the end of the road, and probably even our aviators need to know that it's not the end of the road. Thank you so much for that. Any other question in the room?
Prof, we don't have any more questions. I think what we can do is just get a final thought from you, and then we can wrap.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, the speakers have spoken, and it has been really clear. And I would like to thank each and every one of you for having taken the time, and especially Mr. John, who has given us a testimony that speaks to the day-to-day living of many people, and also for us as a community or in aviation to realize that the balance, this fine line that divides livelihoods and lives of the passengers needs to be handled in a very sensitive and accurate way. Thank you very much. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Program Director.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Makunyana. Would you just please give Professor Makunyana as well as the panelists a round of applause? This is certainly trying to navigate the 4IR and digitization, being able to have a ubiquitous kind of session. And I'm glad that we were able to do so. We do apologize, though, for a little bit of the technical glitches, but it looks as though we are back in line again and back on schedule as we're supposed to. With that, allow me to bring back and to welcome Mr. Wes Ryan, who is standing by, the program manager of the NASA Aeronautics Research Institute. And of course, we're going to be looking at crossing the chasm of technology in aviation. Mr. Wes, I do believe that you are standing by. Your profile was read already, so I think you can kickstart the conversation for us already. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I hope everyone can hear me okay. Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes, we've got you. You can go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Great. Thank you so much. It's been a very interesting program. I apologize that I wasn't connected up earlier when you announced me. I was listening, but just on the other channel, so that I was multitasking. But I think my topic today will be of interest to the audience, especially with as much of a focus as you've had the last session on human factors in aviation. My background with 18 years with the FAA and now a little over a year with NASA has been on the technology side, and specifically on the aircraft technology designed to make the pilot's job easier, to make their functionality, their human-machine teaming a better team, and to improve aviation safety, utility, and access. And there's a growing societal shift, not only in human psychology, and I loved the previous presentation of bringing people who have had struggles back to a healthy place and allowing them to continue to be part of the community in aviation. That's such a powerful message. It's also a similar message, though, that has caused some companies to begin looking at how automation can help with that process. And so many people are looking at human performance and saying, well, maybe machines can do better. And so there's been an interesting surge in the last 10 years or so with people looking at the self-driving automobile industry and then thinking, hey, maybe we can make self-driving or self-flying aircraft. And so along with that trend in trust in automation and trying to bring a reduction in human error into our transportation systems, there's also this greater personalization of services. We all are used to our portable devices having access to any information that we need at our fingertips instantly, instant communication, just like this technology that's allowing me to speak to all of you from almost literally half a world away. Technology is wonderful when it works, there's this expectation that that technology is going to replace humans. And I think I like the idea of creative tension in that equation, because on one hand, you have optimistic new entrant companies who have brilliant ideas, who are saying, why can't we go do X, Y, Z? Why can't we automate an aircraft flying in and out of a city to create an airborne air taxi system? But then there's also the regulators who serve public safety, who are saying, well, maybe we can do this, but we have to do it safely. And those regulated industries are sometimes frustrated because the pace of government does not move as quickly as they would like to move. But I think that's a healthy creative balance. And I think there's a similar creative tension between automation and replacing humans in systems. I think that has to be done in a very methodical, purposeful, and judicious manner. And so we are looking at this whole problem from a very integrated solution standpoint. We look at the aircraft, the automation that will allow for the operation, and the airspace management. And all of those pieces become part of this future concept. At the core of all of that, as the title of my session today is the chasm, bridging the chasm of technology, is there are technological challenges that have to be addressed. And most of those involve moving from a prototype or something that is technically feasible to something that is at a level of maturity for civil readiness, or allowing the public to have trust in that system. And that civil trustworthiness only comes with collected data, with demonstrated operations, with a way to show that the system can maybe move from a low risk use case to a higher risk use case to work its way to this level of maturity that's necessary. So part of that is built into a supply chain, if you will, the supply of automated functions, the supply of new capabilities, new products. One of them is being able to detect and avoid other aircraft. One of them is being able to communicate and control the aircraft, the flight path management piece of it. These are all things that we train humans in very purposeful ways with performance-based outcomes to be able to do throughout their career, going from a private pilot all the way up to a commercial pilot. So being able to train automated systems and get them to that level of proficiency is quite a technological challenge. So the one thing that we have to ask ourselves is, how can we leverage tools like model-based systems development, modern software development tools, all of these new ways of developing complex systems, to design these systems and certify them so we have smarter architectures and we have resilient autonomy in these systems. And one of the growing challenges is the introduction of AI and machine learning into this space, because much like human behavior and some of the stories we heard in the previous panels, unfortunately, humans can behave badly, sometimes on purpose. AI and machine learning can also be trained in a way that it might behave badly unless its behavior is bounded properly. So that's an area where NASA and the FAA and other civil authorities around the world are focusing in that area at the moment, to how to safely bring AI and machine learning into aviation. I had quite a lot of material to share today, but the slides will be available. I think I'm going to try to jump through some of the remaining material pretty quickly. NASA is looking at the bridge towards technology and the future of our aviation system globally from a broad perspective, looking at innovation and technology maturation for the aircraft, the airspace, and the operation, and the role of the human in that. And we have several research programs that are going on to try to look at those aspects of our future aviation system. I won't go into much more detail there, but others, if you are interested, feel free to contact me and we can talk more about it. But one thing I wanted to focus on, given the earlier conversations, was the idea of moving in a risk-based methodology, a model-based methodology, towards this integration of technology and new functions. When we introduce a new technology into our aviation system, we do it at a functional level, just like we train humans at a functional level. We give them tasks, they perform those tasks, we measure their ability to perform those tasks, and then we sometimes will grade them or maybe promote them to a higher level of responsibility if they show that they can handle those tasks. In a very similar way, automation technology and the future of aviation depends on a balance between new exposure to risk from new types of system characteristics, but also balancing that with the potential safety benefit of having automation in the loop with humans to perform the tasks that they don't like to do. So we have to really understand the role of automation and the human together. We also have to understand the system complexity so that it can be designed for its intended operation to be able to do that operation safely, repeatably, reliably to a level that's expected of public safety. That ends up giving us tailorable or scalable requirements and methods of compliance to the applicable regulations for civil aviation. And this process that's shown here on this chart is available from ASTM Committee 377. It's an international standards body, and we have worked on several technical reports to try to create a healthy and safe path for automation and autonomy to get into aviation. It's a risk-based structure. It has sort of a build a little, test a little mentality to it, where we methodically move from something being an assistive technology to becoming safety critical. As those technologies mature, we may eventually see us reaching this automated future for aircraft. I'll skip over this. So this was just a measure of whether it's a technology challenge or a regulatory challenge. Basically, the industry in the United States and the polling that we did last year at a workshop said that regulatory challenge was a big barrier to these new technologies, but the maturation of the technology itself was close behind that as a close second. I'd like to focus on this for just a moment. This is something that we have been working on as a way to create a common vernacular or common speech of how to talk to these automation maturity models. And it starts with a function or capability that you would like to implement, a new ability, a new level of expertise, and it takes that and decomposes that into the functions and services that provide that new capability. And those functions and services are provided by specific technologies or the human having certain skills. And then at the core of that is the data and knowledge that the technology and the human use to feed those functions to accomplish those capabilities. The reason this very simple structure has been widely accepted over the last several months in the automation community for technology maturation is because it's helping people. The engineering side would be looking at the data, the technology first, but oftentimes those who are modeling a business model, trying to figure out how to get into a new part of the aviation industry, they're looking at it from a capability, but without really tracing that down to whether technology is ready to perform that capability. So the industry is going through a bit of a change for some of these dreamers that have great ideas to be able to then decompose their dreams into these more specific functions and capabilities to achieve the goals that they're looking for. But you have to have that level of detailed assessment to be able to move forward safely. All technology follows a maturation curve. Hopefully everybody's somewhat familiar with this, where early adoption is slow. There's an accelerated phase of rapid acceptance of the technology, and then it tailors off. We've seen this type of S-curve for every technological advancement, whether it's the microwave oven or computers or cell phones. But what ends up happening is as you try to take technology to a new level, some desired new future capability, there's often a gap in that technology. And those gaps have to be addressed through research and development and partnerships between government and industry. The last thing I'll share is a very complicated slide, and I apologize. I'm an engineer, so it's hard for me to depart from these kinds of things. But in the United States, we're looking at the evolution of our automation in the aviation industry. And we're trying to tie together some of the lessons learned from the small, remotely piloted aircraft industry for package delivery that's just getting started into maybe a slightly larger aircraft for cargo purposes that might be able to fly out to remote areas to take large amounts of cargo to villages that are underserved by the infrastructure. And then maybe that next step would be passenger carrying in cities and things like that. But we're sort of tying these things together to look for lessons learned from each one, to look for regulatory lessons that need to be codified into the civil regulations for aviation, to look for barriers that need to be addressed or gaps in technology. All of those things could be addressed through research and development and partnerships. But these epics of evolution between the different technologies for different use cases is a very important construct that we've been using within NASA to look at this evolution of technology and bridging that chasm that exists right now from the dreams that we have to the future state we want to get to, but remembering we have to build the bridge from where we are today towards that future. So I'll stop there and I'll ask if there are any questions out of the chat. Back to moderators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. West. We really do appreciate it. Do we have questions, immediate questions from the floor? What we'll also do is allow an opportunity just before we have our vote of thanks, just to have a 5-10 minute ability to get conversation around just questions, so facilitating some of those questions because we're unable to do so with about 2 or 3 of the speakers. So if you do have questions still, if you would like to engage some of the speakers or the panelists that took on, do make sure that you engage with us before we give our vote of thanks this afternoon, just so that we can allow you as well to curb the curiosity in some of those questions that you may have. But I do thank you very much, Mr. West, for giving us that insightful presentation. Now, we all understand that every single pilot depends on the weather. And dare we say climate change. And unfortunately, the effects of climate change are ones that we can no longer ignore. But exactly how has climate change impacted the way that we conduct our industry and the aviation industry? Well, hopefully to answer that very question, we've got Dr. Abillon Adiola, who is a lead scientist for climate change and variability in the Research and Development Department for South African Weather Service. And his research interest is in understanding climate dynamics and its impact on various socioeconomic sectors that include water, agriculture, energy, and health. Dr. Abillon, thank you so much for your time. Please come on over to the platform. I think it's a very pertinent issue. We're dealing with climate issues right now. Please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. While I wait for my presentation to appear on the screen. Once again, good afternoon, and it's been an interesting time since morning. And looking at time, I think I'm going to be very quick about the presentation. Do we have it on screen? Okay, probably I can start while we wait for that to come up. Basically, it's just to run us through climate change and what particular some case scenario of what climate change would be, or the implication within the aviation sector. So within the South Africa Weather Service, I'm from the research department, and as you've heard the moderator rightly said, I work with a group of scientists, and we look at global climate change models, and these are also being researched so that we could have regional scale models, and there are current efforts to ensure that we have local models that will be applicable for climate change mitigation and adaptation purposes that will be useful for formulation of policies around our sectors. So basically, we have extensive research around water, agriculture, health, and And so having to be here on this, standing here this afternoon, this podium addressing issues around climate change with aviation, it's only going to give you an overview of what those issues could be. Yes, please, you can go to the next slide. Thank you for having that. Okay, so I think we can just keep this. And okay, so climate change, in the real sense of things, it's that we've had climate change, and now what exactly is this climate change? And it's basically because of our human activities. We dwell within an environment, and basically you have the atmosphere. And in your atmosphere, it consists of various greenhouse gases. We call them, you call them gases, which include your water vapor, your carbon dioxide, methane. Those are the primary major gases that you have. But then if you consider the Earth's atmosphere without greenhouse gases, the temperature will be reading a negative 18 degrees Celsius. But then we need these gases to have an atmosphere or an environment to be conducive for living for all biosphere. So having the greenhouse gases in itself, it's an advantage because it produces or it enables that we are able to live within the Earth environment. But because of human activities that had increased over time, we had increased the level of those gases within the Earth atmosphere. And so because of that, you have more radiation coming into the Earth atmosphere. Given the recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, that's report 6, and I'm sure many of us seated here might probably have come across that report. And so basically the report had gone from report 1 up until where it's the current report 6, and so it applies to the various set of models that had been developed and improved over time. So currently we're sitting with a group of models that we call CMIP6, and that's a couple, let me put it as integration of global models that had been tested and verified over time to put into perspective different scenarios or circumstances or characteristics within the Earth environment, and it's at a global scale. And so, like I mentioned earlier, we're trying as researchers to ensure that we have models that are applicable to localities or to regional levels, so that we could have complete information. And so the current report found quite a number of interesting things which is applicable globally, applicable regionally, and applicable locally. And towards the end of my presentation, I would be showing you some of the research we've been doing within the South Africa Weather Service that informs, gives information about what should we expect in terms of climate change in the various climatic variables. So I'll jump this slide and just give us some very basic reports or findings from the current report of the IPCC. So currently it's that there is an equivocal connection between human and climate change. And it simply means that human activities, it's largely responsible for the changes we see within the climate setting. So link between human cause of warming and severe extreme weather events. The impact of these extreme events are irreversible in many cases. That's because of several years of greenhouse gases that we had released into the atmosphere. Given the Paris Agreement, the target of keeping the global temperature at 1.5 of the pre-industrial time, it's becoming a very very difficult goal to achieve, given the current situations of things globally. And so it's that if you look at, in terms of temperature, this is where South Africa is sitting. It's given there that South Africa, in particular, or the Southern Africa, will be experiencing increase in temperature. This is according to global result of global statistics. And in terms of rainfall, it's also expected that we're going to have a decline in terms of the amount of precipitation that would be received. So global surface temperature in 2 decades of the first century, that between 2001 and 2022, it's about 0.84 to 1 degree Celsius, given the pre-industrial level. And this is expected to increase given the number of, or the level at which we're polluting the Earth atmosphere. Mean temperature and hot extremes are above natural variability relative to the pre-industrial era in all land regions in Africa. And this is with very high confidence. So it means that our mean temperature or your minimum temperature or maximum temperature will be increased across the Southern Africa, and particularly the Southern Africa, if we'll see around that, and even in the Northern Africa. Heat waves and decrease in cold extremes are projected to continue, particularly towards the end of the century. Frequency and intensity of heavy precipitation events are projected to increase almost everywhere within the African continent. And these are major concerns for various sectors, as I'll be concluding shortly. So if we look at the division of the various sections or regions of African continent, and we look at the West Southern Africa and the East Southern Africa. Just summary, very quick summary, says observe decrease in mean rainfall or precipitation, observe increase in heavy precipitation and flooding, observe and projected increase in aridity, agriculture, and ecological drought. And then it is then being projected that there will be increase in dryness, generally given the 1.5 global warming as been indicated in the Paris Agreement. And it's also very the same thing towards the Eastern Africa. And we will say, particularly this year, the activities of the tropical cyclones within the Eastern Channel. So in terms of research, it's saying that these are projections of mean temperature for South Africa, and these are for rainfall. And we'll see from our 2 climate change projections. So I'm just going to explain this very briefly, what you mean by RCP 4.5. We've got quite a number of requests as to that. These are scenarios, we call them climate change projection scenarios. And this is given that we have mitigations in place. We try to comply by what the global scientists have proposed that will provide appropriate mitigation towards climate change. And for the RCP 8.5, it's taken as the business as usual if we continue living our lives the way we're doing currently. And so these are the scenarios in which what you have. So basically, it's projected for about 30-year period of intervals. So within this window, and this is by mid-50s, it is expected that particularly in the western part of the country towards the northern area, will be getting warmer and at about increase of 1 degree. And if you look at that on that same scenario for the far future towards the end of the century, that would have increased to about 3 degrees Celsius. And then if you come, and that is taking that we have mitigations in place. But then if we continue to live the way things are currently, it is expected that by the end of the century, particularly over the Northern Cape and the southern part of Northwest, we'll be having about a 4.5 increase in the current mean temperature. And the same applies to, in terms of, if you look at rainfall or precipitation in this case, given the two scenarios, and if you look at towards the end of the century, the whole northern part of Limpopo, Mpumalanga would almost be experiencing a very dry condition. And so we tested these to see what will be the outlook, particularly for rainfall in terms of the global warming. This is 1.5 and 2.0 degree. And the case is almost very the same in terms of the amount of rainfall that would have reduced over time or what would have been gained. So if you look at the red part, which is in negative, simply indicates dryness of amount of rainfall that would have been reduced given the current scenario. And if you look at that into far future at 2.0 degree warming, we're going to have dryness over the Western Cape, the northern part of and central part of Limpopo. And also what you also do is also to test this for extreme events, for flooding, things that relate to heat waves and things like that. The CWD that we have here means consecutive wet days. And it means that days that you're going to have 5 days consecutively when you have more than 1 millimeter of rainfall. And we can say in terms of rainfall intensity that you, in terms of consecutive rainfall days, you're going to have those areas to be experiencing rainfall, and that could mean or translate to floods. And if you look at consecutive dry days, you see areas where you expected to have continued dryness. In terms of implication, as I round up, this will be the second to the last slide. It is indisputable that humanity and health of the planet is threatened by climate change. Thus, climate change has already caused substantial damages and increasingly irreversible losses in terrestrial, water, and coastal resources. Climate extreme events are projected to increase in frequency and in duration and in their severity. The northern and the southern regions of the countries are projected to experience a significant drought. Increasing weather and climate extreme events have exposed millions of people, and acute fuel security and water security are becoming a challenge that we need to deal with. Populations are exposed and extreme conditions in terms of mental health, as we even had been discussed in the program today, psychological discomfort and the like. Southern Africa, particularly the Eastern Channel, are exposed to frequent tropical cyclones. Climate change will increasingly put pressure on food security and water security. Climate change and extremes weather events will significantly increase ill health and premature death, particularly among the vulnerable. So what are the implications for aviation? Effects of climate change on aviation business and economies include both physical risks, such as flight delays or airport closures and related costs, and contractual and regulatory or legal compliance risk. High heat days can increase cooling costs in terminals and other infrastructures, such as air traffic control towers, and whilst employees may also be impacted by high temperatures, giving different discomfort index that would be accrued to human beings. Rising temperatures may necessitate a reduction in payloads, which could have economic costs, and they may also there might be fuel penalty. Increased precipitation can cause flooding and flood damage to both runways and various aviation infrastructures. Flooding can impact operations by reducing capacity, increasing delays and cancellations of flights. Changing wind pattern could also increase turbulence in terms of travel and can also increase disruptions in travel time. So currently, it's that there's need for proper adaptation. The major challenge has been a major focus on mitigation, but many of us will agree with me within the African setting in terms of financing, in terms of support for mitigation. I would really say we're there yet, but then it seems the way out could be around mitigation. And so that could be a big a take-home in terms of aviation to see what are the necessary implications, what are the frameworks, what are the strategies we need to begin to implement in terms of these potential hazards that will be caused by climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adiola, for that presentation. We really do appreciate it. I'm going to give us and allow us some time so that we can deliberate, so that we can just ventilate some of the issues that have been discussed today, that we can introspect if you want to reflect, or if you've got some insights, or even comments, or even questions that you would like to share. With all our panelists, all the speakers that were present today, may I just give us this time to allow for that to happen. So if you do have a question, or if you do have a comment around perhaps, the way forward and the like, just simply raise your hand and we'll ensure that the microphone once again gets to you. But whilst we're doing that and you're finding information, I just want to remind you all that we've got evaluation forms that are available online. If you simply log on to the events webpage, that is www.nac2022.co.za, you'll be able to find that evaluation page for today's proceedings. Please go onto that webpage and get that evaluation form filled. And I would be doing this season an injustice if I did not tell you about your free parking. So your free parking ticket as well is available as you make an exit to the door. But as I said, it is an opportunity for us to take questions. Any questions from the floor? Are the floor members, are the delegates? Are the delegates still here? There we go. We've got a question at the back. Thank you very much. There we go. I get to see you now. Hi, please do stand. Yes. Oh, there we go. You are.
Hi, good afternoon. Dr. Adiola. I'm from Civil Aviation Authority. Just you've probably been asked this question a number of times. So just in brief, when people say to you, but the Earth has evolved and climate change and severe extreme change in weather has come and gone in cycles. I'm speaking in ignorance, of course. What would you say to them? Thank you.
Maybe we need 2 microphones to allow.
Okay, just like you well alluded to that, and I think in my last conference I attended, this same question was posted, but then it's with science we work with records or with data, and with what we've seen in terms of the climate data that we have, there hasn't been any unprecedented time that we have now. Give examples of the various extreme conditions in terms of weather we've seen in floods, the magnitude, the range or the duration of those things. We don't have those records. And so it could then only means one thing, that these things are changing and we need to provide solution, or from what we have we can collate from information. They were not there. And the recent flooding we recorded in KZN had broken the all-time records in the amount of rainfall received in a single day. And last year, 2020, we had almost all records of the highest number of temperatures that had been recorded in South Africa, almost broken. So these things, we work with records or with data, and over time, we've not seen the magnitude of those things. So it could mean one thing to say, probably we don't have enough data to probe into past future to say if it's the Earth at the point had been changing and it's recovered, and so probably we're going to get a recovery period that I cannot tell. But then with what we have, it's that we've not seen what we're currently witnessing. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the floor? Just a quick look, quick scan. Anything from online? Great stuff. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the almost end of our program for this conference, but not before we call upon the board member of the South African Civil Aviation Authority, Ms. Bulelwa Koyana, just to come and deliberate on the vote of thanks. Ms. Koyana, the floor is all yours. Please give a round of applause as she comes up.
Well, the program director, I want to still acknowledge our Honorable Deputy Minister, Ms. Sindisiwe Chikunga, who's a Member of Parliament, and also our chairperson. They both have to leave, unfortunately. I must acknowledge our DCA, Ms. Poppy Koza, the captains of industry, the aviation devotees that are here, that have joined us also online, our distinguished program presenters, the SACAA executives and staff. It is certainly my privilege to deliver this vote of thanks to all who contributed to this successful event. Let me also still acknowledge that our Deputy Minister, Ms. Sindisiwe Chikunga, she always graces us with her presence, and her delivery address this morning certainly left us with much food for thought. We want to say that we are heeding to the call to improve the level of safety and security in the industry, and we are committed to making this a reality. Also that as the SACAA board, we are extremely grateful for her always availing herself and supporting us. We want to thank very much the expert presenters and the panel participants that were very open in sharing their wisdom with us in terms of how do we take this industry forward. We could not have hoped for a much more thought-provoking and diverse, challenging program than what we have that was presented to us today. Your inputs have certainly given us tools to be ready for the takeoff in terms of the recovery of the aviation industry. You have enlightened us and encouraged us about our industry, which certainly is a much needed contributor to the economy and the transport infrastructure, despite the challenges that we face. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be remiss of me not to thank the audience for their attendance and to certainly apologize for the time, which is longer than we anticipated, those that are here and those that attended virtually. We would not have this National Aviation Conference without your presence and inputs. And also we hope that you also have enjoyed the deliberations this afternoon. Lastly, I want to just congratulate our DCA once again for a very encouraging conference that we've had, which certainly is gearing us up for what we're anticipating to be growth. Let us continue to engage on these important issues towards the growth of this industry, and especially the vital role it plays
in our well-beings and the well-beings of our country. Program Director, you have steered this ship very well, and your professional demeanor and execution certainly elevated our conference. We want to thank you all, and we wish you a great weekend, and thank you very much. God bless.
You have to be quick, otherwise you're going to miss me. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the very end of our program. I think that the one question that I get to ask you now, before we all make our way home, is, delegates, are we clear for takeoff? You all sound very unsure. And as a passenger, it makes me feel very unsafe. So let me, I can't have the aviation industry telling me that maybe yes. Yeah, no. I think I should have asked that, because I think I even got heart palpitation, Ms. Khosa, because let me try this one more time. As a passenger, I would ask, delegates, are we clear for takeoff? There we go. Okay, one more time, just for good luck this time. Delegates, are we clear for takeoff? Thank goodness, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's come to the end of the conference. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Please do not forget to grab yourself a free ticket, a parking ticket on your way out. Thank you very much once again for your patience, as well as you really being able to zone in and hone in on the conversations. Have a fantastic rest of your Friday. Enjoy your weekend. Be safe. And from myself, Faith Mangope, thank you once again. It's been an honor being your host for this afternoon. Goodbye.